This program deals with devil worship and satanic beliefs. It contains explicit scenes and descriptions of violent crimes and rituals.
Americans are asking, who attacked our country?
You have declared subliminal jihad against the United States. Can you tell us why?
Everything pertaining to what's happening has never come to the surface. The world will never know the true facts of what occurred, my motives.
And night fell on a different world.
And Iblis is thinking, I should be getting this position, not Adam, and this guy is created from dirt.
And how does the army feel about you being head of the Temple of Set?
And the conspiracy theorists can say what they will, but
I want you to give me power over Adam, and I want you to give me soldiers and minions and all of these things.
The people have so much to gain and have such an ulterior motive for putting me in a position I'm in. We'll never let the true facts come above board to the world.
And I want you to be able to give me the ability to whisper into the hearts of mankind.
And who was the grotto leader?
Don't remember his name.
You don't remember the name of a person who involved you in murder?
now these people are in very high positions, Jack.
Ooh, welcome back to Subliminal Jihad, episode 311. I'm your co-host, Dimitri.
I'm Khalid.
And today, we are back with, I guess, a second installment. We are checking in on Operation Epstein's Fury at, what is it now? Day 13. We've surpassed the 12-day war of last year, right?
Yeah, wow. I didn't even realize today was like the day that we passed the 12 days of the previous attack on Iran.
I think it is a grim anniversary, and unlike that one, which did kind of abruptly end, I'm not seeing this one end, just quite yet. It's hard to say how long.
It doesn't look like it. The victory has been declared multiple times by the United States, but it seems that. I guess that's not necessarily a new behavior either, though. I mean, of course, people remember the famous "Mission Accomplished" banner and all that. So
yes, you would think
it's a proud American tradition to endlessly declare victory while the conflict goes on for years and years and years.
Of course, and even by the standards of, compared to 2003, at least Saddam's government had been driven from power when George W. Bush, flew down on the fighter jet, right? At least, there were ground troops that had invaded Iraq. They had done their shock and awe air campaign.
Yeah.
Saddam, I think at that point, I forget if he had gone into hiding, or I don't think they had caught him quite yet when Bush did that, because he did it like a month after, right?
Or a month or two. When was Mission Accomplished?
I feel like the invasion was March 2003, and then Bush might have done it sometime in April or May.
It was May 1st.
Okay.
Yeah.
May 1st.
Aboard the aircraft carrier USS Abraham Lincoln, which hopefully soon will be at the bottom of the ocean.
In Minecraft, of course.
Yeah, in Minecraft. Obviously. Yes.
Yeah. But, inshallah. Yeah, exactly. So, that at least, I was thinking about the comparison between the amount of force that the United States has used in Israel compared to the Second Gulf War, and I've seen a couple factoids that kind of surprised me, namely that I might be getting this the exact kind of order of magnitude wrong, but I think I saw that the U.S. has dropped double the amount of ordnance on Iran in the first basically week and a half or so. Than was used in the shock and awe air campaign against Iraq in 2003.
I'm not surprised by that, because part of the doctrine of this war seems to be to just be as brutal as possible. We talked about this a little bit last time. There's this conception that somehow the invasion of Iraq was woke. The war on terror was too woke.
Yeah.
And now the gloves are off. Which, basically, not to be a lib, but you kind of do. There's the cruelty is the point vibe to this, where they do seem to see that as a desideratum that to be as to be brutal, to be to kill the enemy, to crush the enemy.
Yeah, our war fighters do not hold back.
Yeah,
they're war fighters now. And which
we're no
really
longer about defense. We're
Right.
about war.
Right, which really doesn't make the
right.
fact that they blew up a girls' school and killed, like, what was it? I don't know, somewhere 130, 150 plus people, most of them children, in the opening salvo of the war, and still can't
and then try
explain.
to deny it before, like, sort of sheepishly admitting it.
Yeah, at first Trump said that that all kinds of countries have Patriot missiles. Once it was proven that it was a Patriot missile that hit.
Everyone has Tomahawks. We sell
Everyone's
it
got
to many
Tomahawks.
countries.
Yeah, and then Pete, trotted out the old chestnut of just like categorically the United States doesn't do things like that. Only Iran does things like that. Therefore, Iran must have done it to itself or something. Just like the weakest and kind of non-denial, kind of blasé, statements about it possible, but it is kind of in line with like an attempt to terrify like the civilian population and let them know, right off the bat that things like this are going to happen. Like little schoolgirls are going to get blown up. Like so, but I think if that was their strategy. And just in general, I mean, it is like their rhetorical strategy of being brutal and bombing civilian infrastructure and things. I'm not sure that it's had the effect that they thought it would have or that they've claimed it would have, which is that to get the Iranian people to rise up and overthrow the current government, which is, I think that might be the biggest L, like the biggest single L of the war so far and the biggest problem for the U.S. and Israel. Is that if they really thought that was going to happen, it, I think, emphatically has not so far, despite very heavy bombing.
So far, it has not, and there don't seem to be like indications that that's on the horizon. Yeah, I mean, like, who knows, like, what could happen, like, as this like continues, like, but yeah. It like it's certainly not the case that there is like no like opposition like within Iran or in other forces. Like I think the sort of Kurdish separatism was something they genuinely have like an interest in stoking. Although I think there's also like the reticence that like some of those people have expressed like probably is sincere for and well reasoned. But like so we don't know what the future holds. But for the time being, it does seem like this is like not going to happen.
Definitely not.
Certainly not imminently. By all indications, like obviously like things can be like surprising, but it does seem like Pahlavi's like 50,000 defections were based on nothing. I mean, we were talking a little before recording. It like is odd that Israel would be, because of course they have like this vaunted intelligence ability, right? And we've seen them do impressive things, right? Like their previous assassination of Iranian government officials and like the beeper attack, the epic heckin' James Bond beeper attack, where like a bunch of kids like heads were blown off as well. Which they love doing, classic Israeli opening gambit of like killing kids.
We know.
But it is odd, it's strange, and they're conspicuous that that would be their expectation if indeed like their intelligence is as good as they we're constantly told, and as they've demonstrated in some cases that have like a penetration, but maybe their penetration in Iran is like not as great as what was sort of suggested, but. I was saying that perhaps like they calculated that they could like ensnare America, and like they were willing to do like a long war. They realized like how long it would take, but they kind of like sold this idea to Trump and to the Americans, like knowing that once we attacked, Iran would retaliate, and that Iran would then, having been betrayed twice across the negotiating table, they wouldn't be like sort of eager to make a deal. So that would kind of ensnare them in this, for the long term, which like Bibi, and his people were willing to do. But if maybe like Trump had a realistic assessment and had thought that, it was going to, it didn't, and realize that it wasn't going to be like Venezuela, it does certainly seem to have been like his kind of expectation. But again, like these can be kind of like, smoke screen, like what, he says. So yeah, it's strange.
Yeah, it is strange. I think we're still trying to figure out. Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of like debate over, who's like, is the tail wagging the dog? Is the dog in control? like what, because obviously I think some people are pushing back against the idea that, I don't know, like too much of an explanation of like Zog has like has like hijacked our government, which otherwise would be like based and like not that bad, to like do this, to go against its own interests and do this terrible thing. On the other hand, there's people being like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, the kind of U.S. empire first kind of take, a lot of people are looking at that and saying, are you kidding me? Like, how can you ignore the deep like penetration of Israel into like the highest levels of government? And clearly, this is it seems to be happening like largely at their behest, or at least like the fact that it's happening right now seems to be being driven by like Netanyahu, and then maybe pushed through people like Kushner. And
I mean, I think like
Trump.
Last time we were kind of talking about this, and there is this kind of weird thing. I almost feel like that, like sort of like you said, like you even use the term Zog, like, because those are sort of the terms like in which this like argument is being had, which kind of shows like what kind of like an inside baseball, like social media type of debate it is, where I don't feel it's actually about like, understanding the political like or geopolitical reality. It's more about like kind of leftist, like inside, like American leftist inside politics about like, are you precious about Jews? Like, that's really like what it's about. Like, are you kind of, who's like more willing to who's more aggressive towards Israel and who hates Israel more? It's kind of like sort of signaling. That's what I feel like it really is a lot of the time when people are like, I think that is like the case with this stuff a lot of time. Now, I will say that I do think that, I mean, the same thing I said last time, which, I think at least one guy was like kind of pushing back against in the comments. Shout out to that guy. I mean, I think that like maybe like what I'm saying is like misunderstood as kind of diminishing the role of Israel in like these decisions. Like when I say that these like, when I take the U.S. government as word that these like states and that these militaries especially are highly integrated, right? That's not saying that, that's not sort of saying that Israel doesn't have like the ability to advocate for its, or Netanyahu or, people, or that there aren't people in the Israeli government who basically are kind of, or sorry, the American government who are kind of cultivated sort of Israeli assets in a way, and who like people like Lindsey Graham, even people like Marco Rubio, right? Who you have like this long career of like getting support from organizations like AIPAC and just and Pete Hegseth himself, right? Pete Hegseth is like a very religious Christian Zionist, right? Who really seems to be sort of heading up this entire thing. And even people like Jared Kushner, right? That's not so when I say like these things are integrated, right? These states are like highly integrated, right? It's just a way of talking about how like I think that saying like, oh, one is better than the, like one is controlling the other. I don't want like the United States to be exonerated in this way, I don't think, exactly. And I don't think that like it's certainly not a situation of Zog where we are under like foreign occupation, right? Like because like the American people voted for the Trump government based on maybe a misperception of what it would be like, maybe an inaccurate perception of what it would be like, but but like I think like 90% of Trump's base, like of self-identified MAGA Republicans, I read something like they support this, right? Because Trump is doing it.
I did see polls like that, or maybe at least in like it's like a little above 80%. Like it's a mega majority of MAGA. It seems,
like self-identified MAGA. I don't know about Republicans in general, but I think they probably are on the whole more supportive of it than people who identify as Democrats or just other not Republicans. So I think, but certainly like there are people like in the U.S. government who like see themselves as having like a deep investment in the interests not only of Israel, or the idea that the interests of Israel and the interests of America are not different. I think that is truly the philosophy of like a lot of these people, right? That like Israel's success is America's success, and that in a good way, in a big way, as I kind of was saying last time, Israel is America and America is Israel. I think that is like really the view of a lot of the people in government, in like not just in the Trump administration, but in government more broadly. Heckin-based Fetterman, who was pushed on us. Don't
worry, they're about to
swallowed it.
Don't worry, we're about to elect another based senator from Maine who's completely anti-Israel. Just don't worry, it's going to cancel. Basically hyped by the same exact like PR firm that gave us Fetterman and the same political advisors. But this time, despite the little, Ustasha SS like tattoo and all that, and then being a Blackwater merc, he's an anti-imperialist. In fact, he was a fan of punk music when he was young. I heard him say this in an interview. So I say less. Like, obviously he's epic and like a leftist, if he listened to punk growing up, right?
Yeah.
Graham Plattner. Yeah.
Right.
Clearly, yeah.
He's
punks have never been right wing or reactionary or sus at all in the history of punk rock. I think it's just everybody knows that. But no, I'm still watching out for his Foundation for Defense of Democracy employee stepbrother, who was giving us crackling updates about the situation with the Kurds last week. I'm talking about Seth Frantzman. I think he wrote, it was for the Jerusalem Post, but that was an interesting development that happened like right after we recorded last week, I guess it was like 10 days ago. Was like you had said, I got a bad feeling that
usual
forces.
Do you think?
Do you
think that if in the future, like if this continues, like could the same psyop work again? And I would say, people, you and people in the chat were like, I don't know, I feel like, that's been kind of repudiated by some of the big people who were boosters of it the first time. And, I sort of was offered a little bit of a caveat about that, which is like, don't underestimate how much like people on the American left like feel icky about like the idea of the Islamic Republic. Like, don't underestimate, how willing they will be to like jump onto something that seems like their ideal heckin' secular politics.
And the groundwork that has been laid is like the Kurds as like the quote unquote good ones for like Western leftists in this entire region. Like, let's be real. Like, they do get cast in that role and they get talked about in that way. It happened a lot during Syria.
Yeah.
Of like, look, they're feminists, they're eco-anarchists. Like they're not that religious. Like they, blah, blah, blah. Like, like they have all kinds of people in their ranks. And like, there's like elements of like, yes, like these are to some degree, like, and those are features of like their thing, but
think about it, like really, like though, yes, they say like, oh, we're heckin' what's funny that they didn't say they were communists, right? Because like that, that would maybe have been like problematic, right? I wouldn't have to say they're communists. When you think about it, like the sort of presentation of like Kurdish democratic confederalism or whatever was basically just like Obama liberalism, right? Like it wasn't really like super like radical really. I guess like it was like Bookchinism.
Yeah,
or whatever,
it was directly inspired by like Abdullah Öcalan in prison reading the works of American eco-anarchist Murray Bookchin and then deciding to abandon like the Marxism, Leninism.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, after the end of the Cold War.
I feel like, not to say that all anarchists are liberals or whatever, but practically speaking, I feel like the signaling, like, or the sort of branding around it was like, things like women, right? Which of course is like a huge issue. And we talked about that like in our recent episode on the foundations of the American century, right? Environmentalism, right? We talked about in that article, like towards the impossibility of a free theater in Palestine, the like sort of gender centrality of like these kind of foundations, right? And that's, obviously has also some parallels with how the IDF brands itself. But
the feminist army in the region,
like,
the girl bosses.
Obviously, like you could say like, oh, this is very much a thing of a creature of the Obama era, that they would allow this left, they would have this leftist proxy militia, which seems like unappealing to. But really, like the broad strokes of it are not so different from just like basic, like the same kind of rhetoric that's still used against Iran, women's rights, LGBT rights. Like
they kind of gesture to all those things
like
that are
social liberalism.
It's synced up very well with like, I mean, even you saw like a few years ago, like the woman life freedom kind of protest movement, which like I'm gonna say yes, like there was a girl who died of Kurdish background who died in like police custody. There were protests, there were riots, et cetera, et cetera. But you definitely saw the usual kind of regime change, like soft power subjects, like rise up with the banner of woman, life, freedom, and then like the hair lady, come out and start talking about how like they need to overthrow the government.
The hair lady. Yeah,
I know,
right.
like I'm gonna actually remember her name.
Weirdly, her name, like she changed her name so that her name is literally Messiah. Like Masih Alinejad. Like
Alinejad, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, she changed her name to Messiah from whatever her name
was. Yeah, okay. Interesting.
It's very weird. Very weird thing to do.
But like I said, I remember getting shit back then for pointing out like, oh, interesting. They're taking this thing that was like a PKK derivative kind of slogan from like the other Kurdish areas and then used it as this thing, as this chant to like lead like a social unrest movement inside of Iran.
Yeah,
it's very Biden coded era.
Of women, life, freedom was like very obscured. I felt like in
it
the sort of
was.
American like popular discourse around it.
No, nobody knew that, and I got like attacked. I mean, literally, if you say anything about like the Kurd, I don't know, diaspora, bot network, whatever you want to call it, like there are diehards that have been on like X specifically for like 12 years that like if you say anything about like Kurds, like they will slide into your replies and start like fighting with you. And like, I got people telling me, when I started sharing these articles, when the reports started coming out, that the Iranian Kurds were like setting up base camps in Iraq and were like preparing to go in. I mean, I got a lot of people just coming at me with all kinds of stuff, like amazing takes, like the Kurds in Iran have nothing to do with like the Kurds in like Iraq or Syria or Turkey.
Yeah.
Like idiot, fucking idiot. Like you don't fucking know that, idiot. Like have you looked at a map, dummy? And it's like, yeah, well, one of the groups that just called for the overthrow of the government of Iran, like one of the I think 5 Kurdish groups is PJAK, which was founded by like members of the PKK as like the Iranian branch of their movement like decades ago. And like obviously they have like operational and ideological and whatever, like logistical contacts. So like they obviously like fucking know each other. They're part of the same broader, like people love to like slice and dice and go, well, the PKK is a designated terrorist organization and like America hates them,
which is like the reason
NATO.
For the existence of the YPG and then later for the SDF, right? Like it's basically, just like shifting, moving the cups around.
Yeah. I get it that like, yes, the US probably does not want like the PKK Kurds to like attack Turkey, like because that causes problems for them. So like, and they might even support Turkey in their efforts, like in like capturing Öcalan, to tamp down on the civil insurgency of the PKK in Turkey, while at the same time arming and supporting and providing air cover for like the Syrian branch, because in Syria they want them to like do shit,
and that was like
or in Iran they want them to
between the
do
US
shit.
and Turkey, and they definitely fought about it.
Exactly.
This basically was like we traded them HTS for the PKK, kind of like we let them basically. I mean, not to say that HTS wasn't like a U.S. proxy in some respect as well, but like certainly like Turkey is like the main sort of
chief backer,
like backer, exactly, overwhelmingly.
So
so they were pissed off at the PKK, and we were like, well, what about this? Like these people. Like we're supposed to be killing this guy, and now we all know what happened to him.
Right. But I do think what's happened the last like 2 weeks has been like really interesting, because at first I thought like you were saying that, and I'm like, yeah, maybe, but like it's got to be so washed at this point. Like I can't imagine blah blah blah. And then the next day I was alerted to a certain influencer popped up on I think like Instagram, and I think a friend of the show from Coexist sent over this guy named like Charles McBride, who I've like seen pop up around before, but he's like this like Chad TikTok influencer that was like, all these people sharing takes. I don't have a take, but then he has like a 5-minute video about what his take is, and it basically is that like all I see is two crazy rogue states tearing each other apart. And like, the real people in the region are suffering the consequences, by which I think he means Israel and Iran, just two rogue states like fighting with each other. I later found out this guy is like a heckin' anarchist and has spent like I think he probably rose to prominence over the last few years covering Ukraine and going to Ukraine and embedding with like based heckin' Makhno battalion like Azov guys and shit, and is all about like, you know, like what if there was no government, you know, like I've seen later clips with him talking about how he actually thinks the no state solution is like the best one for, you know, Palestine, because all states, like, are you really free if you have a Palestinian state?
The no state solution.
Yo,
yeah,
like,
right.
I thought this type of anarchist had like gone extinct, but
so,
like apparently
like literally the entire world has to like stop having states.
Yes.
And we need to like basically go to like anarcho primitivist like, what even is anarchism? Sorry, I don't want to like smoke with like anarchists because like I'm really not like conversant.
No, they were
in,
also
like, how
coming
they would
in
explain
my...
this to me, but you know, like
I don't think there's
I find it like
them,
bizarre.
But...
Like I find like I don't know, I find it odd.
But like everything about this guy gives like Ford Foundation like left-wing influencer vibes. Like there's none, like, you know, he doesn't even look like a, like I called him like Wasp Hassan. And honestly, he's like he's like worse. He's more, you know, suspect than some of Hassan's takes, I would say, because he's such a heckin' anarchist. But he's like doing it in this like cool guy like kind of way, and you know, he's like, I don't know, maybe like he's got like anarchist like DSA anarchist caucus kind of like vibes, but it all is basically about how like, yeah, you actually don't need to stand with Iran because they're a state and they're oppressive and like blah, blah. And then he brings up like, it was like the day after we recorded that, and I was like, I don't know, and he's like, maybe it's time for people themselves to rise up. People like people like the Iranian Kurds who have been like fighting for justice for years inside of I'm like, oh my fucking god, they're doing it. They're fucking doing it. And then we noticed like then there was a weird period where suddenly there was reporting everywhere, including from Graham Plattner's Zionist stepbrother for the Jerusalem Post, that, you know, he'd talked to sources in Iraqi Kurdistan, and there were training camps. There had been Israel and the U.S. Had been arming and training Iranian Kurdish groups, you know, several different ones, since the 12-day war. So this has been going on for at least the last 9 months. And like they were kind of just waiting for like the green light to like go in. And then I think we saw just the day after that, that's when I was like posting a lot of like, okay, like, you know, Khalid was right. Like, see, they're doing it again. And then the next day, Fox News reports that thousands of Iranian Kurds have crossed the border into Iran and are currently fighting with like Revolutionary Guard troops, right? Like this goes out across the wire. I think it's only reported by like Fox News and some like Israel, maybe I forget what it was, like News 24 or one of these like kind of sus Israeli news sources. Like they're the only ones that report it. And then we start to get like trickling, and I think even like Clarissa Ward, kind of sus reporter from CNN, is in Erbil, like talking to Kurdish people that kind of like are intimating that they've been in touch with, you know, Trump's calling all the Kurdish leaders, and like, and then we see like kind of like a big reversal all of a sudden where a bunch of like, you know, people come out and are like, no, this hasn't happened. Whoa, like what the fuck? Like this literally has not happened. And then I think that I don't even know if Fox News like apologized for like just reporting like literally fake news, but then they just kind of like stopped mentioning that after like 2 days and were, you know, kind of back. And then Trump said some kind of vague comments about maybe we don't need the Kurds. I don't know. Like, you know, he was kind of back and forth. And then we even heard some communications from like, I think the leaders of Iraqi Kurdistan, and maybe even, I forget if like certain of the Kurdish Iranian parties like gave statements as well. Basically the Iraqi Kurds were like, we like, at least publicly, like we don't want anything to do with this. Like we're not going to take part in like attacking, or, you know, a neighboring country. Like don't get us involved.
Probably opinion is like split in both cases, like both in Iran and in Iraq. You know, like I think that like among both, like obviously, you know, they as you were just saying, they see themselves like being as being connected and you know, by their being of the same people, right? So they don't like necessarily observe the strict like sort of border, the border of Iran and Iraq, right? As might become relevant. But in terms of like, you know, who they identify with. But I feel like probably opinion is, but there's probably some who are like, yeah, like, you know, we haven't been treated well by this government, so like let's take it down. But there's probably someone who's like, wait, hold on, like let's like have a little bit of perspective here on what like literally just happened and kind of is still happening in Syria.
Right,
like,
right.
You
and
know,
you did see that eventually.
It would be crazy if there weren't some people who were like, whoa, like hold on a bit, like before you're like, yes, President Trump, like I'm reporting for duty, like we're ready, like, you know, maybe let's pump the brakes a little bit, you know. So it does seem like it seemed like part of like the reason why there was like kind of confusing whiplash was because there probably is some difference of opinion, like, or like there's probably different opinions flying around about it within like the US, like, you know, decision making circles, and also probably like within those Kurdish groups.
Within Kurdish groups.
You know?
Which like we should emphasize, like, you know, as the Kurdish experts like on social media love to emphasize, it's very complex, right? There's a lot of different groups. They're not, you know, like the Kurds is like a kind of a, you know, a little bit too simple, like when we really get into like the, you know, the nitty gritty of it. But you have a lot of different factions that might have like slightly different interests based on their like political base. Like the Iraqi Kurds kind of do have like an autonomous region that has been, you know, I mean, I guess they had some fighting in like the ISIS kind of era, like about 10, 12 years ago, but like have largely been spared a lot of like, you know, unrest and stuff. And so, and they have a very good relationship with the United States and, you know, et cetera, et cetera. So like they're kind of further along in terms of like having some kind of like autonomous political region that they get to kind of control, you know, like Barzani and like that, you know, his party and everything. And then you have, you know, the recently dispossessed like SDF YPG Kurds from Syria, probably some of whom have like fled over to, or like left and gone into Iraq. Like, I don't know, you know, I would assume some of them have, after kind of getting driven out of their regions. And then you have like the Iranian Kurds who are kind of like, those are the ones who probably would go in, but then you do have like 5 different political parties. One of them is basically like a PKK derivative branch, like kind of their Iranian branch. But then you have like a couple other, I forget, it's like the PUK or like a couple other ones that like, I don't know how deep the collaboration has been over like many, many years or decades between these groups. They might have even been like kind of rivals for a while, for, you know, to sort of represent the Kurdish population. And so it does seem that there was a lot of leaking reports that like they wanted some kind of guarantee from Trump. And it didn't seem like they were necessarily, it did seem like there's been training, there's been arming, and there's been some kind of plans developed maybe to enter into Iranian territory. But like it either wasn't the right time, or a lot of the soldiers, you know, that were going to be the ones to do it, like had kind of like got a little cold feet and like second thoughts when they saw how things were developing in the first few days. And let's not forget too, Iran has been bombing like a lot of these like Iranian Kurdish kind of training camps or compounds around Erbil in northern Iraq, right?
Did you see that article in Le Monde, the like about the Iranian Kurds? It was like an interview with this one guy. Like, let me read a little bit from it because it's let me get it up and read a little bit of it because it's pretty good, or like it's pretty interesting. I don't know like how like much of a full picture this provides, but it's you know, it's interesting. So you know, I hate when they have these kind of like literary openings, but the lead is between 4,000 and 5,000 Iranian Kurdish fighters are based in Iraqi Kurdistan. They have high hopes for the U.S.-Israel operation in Iran. And this was published yesterday and updated yesterday. He had the look of a soldier convinced that victory is near. Sitting in front of a burned-out car in a heap of twisted metal overlooking the gray waters of the Great Zab River, which winds through the wide valleys of Iraqi Kurdistan, Rabaz Sharifi spoke of the fall of the Iranian regime as an inevitability. The time for war from the air has come, he said. A ground attack will come in due course and will sweep away this dictatorship hated by the entire population, regardless of their beliefs or origins. At 38, he is a military commander at the Camp of Fighters of the Kurdistan Freedom Party, the PAK, PAK, one of the Kurdish opposition groups to the Iranian regime, with nearly 1,000 soldiers under his direction. The base is one of the main recruitment centers for Iranian Kurds who have fled their country. Located about 30 kilometers from Erbil, the capital of the autonomous region of Kurdistan in Iraq, the camp has been targeted daily since February 28th, when the U.S. and Israeli military launched the operation against Iran. 8 Shahed kamikaze drones and a ballistic missile have struck here in the space of 9 days. The drones give us about 20 seconds, warned the military chief. You don't hear the missiles coming. Faced with the risks, Sharifi relocated his soldiers elsewhere, some in the city, others in nearby camps. But they remain ready. After so many years in exile, they are more than prepared. This is an interesting section. Sharifi fled his hometown of Bukhan at the age of 16 after being identified by Iranian intelligence services for having put leaflets against the regime in mailboxes. In Iraq, he became the youth leader of his party. His life changed in August 2014 during the capture of Mosul by the Islamic State group. The young man then joined the Peshmerga Kurdish fighters and fought in the front lines against the jihadists. Twice, Sharifi was targeted by Iranian drones in 2022 and in July 2025 when he was wounded. On January 21st, within an hour, 3 drones struck the base, killing a soldier. Shortly before and during the mass killings committed by the Iranian authorities starting January 8th and 9th, our agents infiltrated from PAK carried out attacks in several cities across the country, he said, before adding with a smile, "We are the ones who pushed Donald Trump to act."
Oh my god, that would be actually kind of like darkly funny if Iranian Kurdish provocations like psyoped Trump into thinking that everyone was ready to rise up when it was just like good old fashioned gladio terrorism.
Well, I don't doubt that. Yeah, maybe there were attacks in the country during that time, but I don't know if that because I think. He did say it with a smile, but I'll read the rest of what this says. When asked about the White House's shifting position on the Kurds, on Thursday, the U.S. president said it would be, quote unquote, wonderful if they considered attacking Iran, before backtracking and explaining that the, quote, war was already complicated enough. The commander barely shrugged. The situation isn't managed by a Trump tweet. Sharifi insists nonetheless that we like the American president a lot. According to him, the White House understands that if the U.S.-Israeli operation stopped, Iran would become the dominant power in the entire Middle East. For that reason, he remains convinced that Washington will not back down. Nonetheless, he admits that for now, his unit has received no assistance from either the Americans or the Israelis, whether in terms of weapons, logistics, or military intelligence.
Sure.
Exactly. We don't really know. Nor do I necessarily believe Trump when he says it's too complicated. We're not, I think obviously you don't want to, they even say that continually where they're like, we're not going to let the enemy know everything that we're doing,
Right, so I think they're going to telegraph it
especially
that.
if they're getting hit with a million drones constantly and missiles to be yes, the Kurds are on our side. That's probably not the best thing to do.
I mean, what I did see a lot of people saying right after the Fox News kind of alert went out that the Kurds were invading is a lot of people, they were posting fell for it again awards about, the Kurds suddenly were like, whoa, actually, this looks like it's maybe an Israeli psyop to trick Iran into diverting military resources up to the Northwest region in anticipation of something that hasn't actually happened, or to trick Iran into punishing the Kurdish population, which then might backfire and cause them actually to rise up and create a pretext for Iranian Kurds to go in and intervene. Now, I think it kind of does seem like it was info warfare on the part of Fox News and maybe the Israelis to feint that they oh, it's happening right now. It's happening. That said, I think a lot of people were saying oh, phew, they didn't fall for it again award, they actually decided they're not going to do it. And it's hold on, not so fast. All of these people have telegraphed in their various public statements that they're ready and willing and even eager with a smile to go in and try to overthrow, the government of Iran. But they don't want to walk into a bloodbath, meat grinder, and they want guarantees that the U.S. is not going to just immediately sell them out like they did in Syria a few months ago. Right.
The same guy, I think, or another commander says in the same article that if they went in now, there would basically be a genocide of Kurds in Iran. I mean, I don't know, if that's true, but certainly, they basically their point is that we don't have the force of arms to do this, and it would, it would come down. They would come down hard on us. We can't fight against them right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is a mountainous region that you have to to even get like it's not just like a wide open, easy country to like invade. And even if they have a few thousand well-armed kind of troops and they have like U.S. and Israeli air support, the odds of them walking into like a total bloodbath like quagmire seem like pretty fucking high, to the point where I don't even know how much they gain from. And then meanwhile, because Kurds are like 10% of the Iranian population, it might even galvanize like the other 90% of Iran to be like, oh, look, like the Kurds are betraying us. Like, what the fuck? All right. Like, they could, it's like, it's small enough of a problem.
I mean,
they could probably deal with it.
I also think like there might have just been like a lot of like, I do wonder like someone like above said in the chat, I want to give like some, play to some of what has been said in the chat, because people raise good points of discussion. Like, one person said like, oh, I don't think that, he was expecting a Venezuela situation. I think Israel made the decision forcing the U.S.'s hand because they were going to take the hit anyway. I mean, that is interesting. Like, that's kind of what Marco Rubio said, but we talked about that a little bit last time. I'm not sure like I fully believe it, because I just think that ultimately the U.S. has the leverage in that situation. And like, I mean, it could have been like an Israeli gambit, like where they we're like, okay, the U.S. will support us if we like go. But I feel like they went in simultaneously and they both knew they were going in. And I don't think that like Israel would have, been like, was going to like go in like without the U.S., right? Because they would have been much more vulnerable. And I think like the idea that, kind of what Marco Rubio said, where he was like, oh, well, then Iran would definitely strike our base. I think that Iran would love it if like the U.S. stay out of this and they could just hit Israel and focus all their missiles on Israel.
Right.
Like, I don't think that it's true that Israel would then immediately retaliate against all the U.S. military bases, right? Iran would immediately retaliate against all the U.S. military bases, because I think that's like been a huge part of their strategy, is trying to take out these radars and stuff so that they, have less warning time, so they can, attack more easily. Like, they've definitely and they've had to spread like their missiles around like quite a bit in order to try to do that, so they can do this with greater freedom, or kind of struggle with greater freedom. So I feel like they would not have been like, oh, time to go to war with America too, if they were only struck by Israel and America like we're staying out of it. I don't think that necessarily. I mean, America would have gotten pulled into it, because Israel's like, oh, we need help, like, please help us. But they could have waited for that to happen, whereas instead what happened was, so I guess the idea would have to be like Israel being like, oh, we're gonna do it like without you, we're gonna go in, like whether you like go in with us or not. And they're like, wait, okay, fine, like we'll do it. I don't know
Israel,
if they have like that level
I
of, I think that they must have like been on the same page,
right.
I think like,
well, especially because Trump's directly appointed negotiators, Witkoff and his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, were, negotiating with the Iranians, I believe in Oman, right? Like right up to the point where, and I think this is the second time they did it. They did it during the 12-day war as well, where they went and were like acting like they were having real negotiations, and Trump was going to pull off a big deal to like avoid the regime change war and blah, 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 and then just stabs him in the back, and then to do it this time and kill Ayatollah Khamenei, and then try to just decapitate the entire Iranian government. Like they had to be, I feel like they had to be bought in to like every aspect of this plan and know that they were going to deceive the Iranians up to the last minute and then launch this like sneak attack, and fully like with their full chest kind of say like, we are doing this along with Israel. It doesn't feel like they were dragged kicking and screaming into it. They certainly might have been finessed or like persuaded that,
right. But I don't know about the Marco Rubio thing of like Israel was going to go in anyway. So like we had to, I think that like they like they have enough of a sense of like being the big dicks in the room or whatever, that they would have like, if they truly didn't want to do it, they could have like tried to use their leverage on Israel, and like Trump has at least like sort of presented himself as like, taking a hard line with Israel. I don't know about a hard line, but like kind of, demanding things of Israel before Like even during the 12-day war, he was like, Israel, stop it now, right? Like,
right. He told them to stop shooting missiles.
On social media. So at least he tries to present it like in that way, right? So I think that like that's enough that he would have like not, or like they would probably not have like been forced into it like by Israel's like gambit of being like, well, we're going in with or without you, when that would be very foolish on their part to actually do.
Right.
So like they need the U.S. But the connection with the Kurdish issue is like I do wonder like whether both like the integrated U.S. and Israeli force, whether like there was just like a misapprehension. Seems to be the case, oddly, because like we kind of like at least I kind of like bought in a bit more into like Israel's kind of escalation dominance and their like intelligence supremacy after what we saw with the beeper thing, their penetration into Hezbollah, and then with Iran, like, so it's odd like that, like there would be such a misapprehension about like this seeming as you kind of said the episode title, like the kind of blundering into this,
Operation Rolling Blunder.
It seems like it has not gone as they imagined.
On that note, like I have seen written places, and I do remember like reading about this like vaguely over like the last year, that allegedly after the 12-day war ended, Iran really went to work like rolling up Mossad assets inside of Iran because they realized they had a huge problem with like they had a lot of leaks, and even the quote unquote crackdown to like the civil unrest in January of this year. That might have, while that did cause a lot of chaos, a lot of people got killed, etc., that might have provided Iran the opportunity to roll up more like agitators that, that revealed themselves by, trying to attack the regime. So they might have been down. And then even the beeper attack with like, and things with like Hezbollah, like they used up things that they had like spent a lot of time embedding very carefully. And they've been using up all those chits like in the last like couple years.
Right.
So it might be at a point where like they had good enough intelligence to like know where Khamenei was, or that he was at
in his house.
But you would almost think like, they would.
Secret. They seem not to know where Mojtaba Khamenei is, although I do have to wonder like what's actually going on with
we haven't
Mojtaba
seen him
Khamenei.
He was wounded.
I tend on the side of like, yes, he is alive and he's just like hiding because like he doesn't want to like expose himself like at all. But it was strange that like he like they couldn't even like put together a video of him like reading his statement, although I guess in these days like a video of someone doesn't actually indicate anything, so probably like unless like honestly like there will be some who like deny like that Mojtaba Khamenei is alive.
I've heard rumors
like forever,
to that effect.
Basically. But unless you like meet with him personally, like there really in this day and age will be no way to know because
I think a statement was released today that I think was carried by Reuters. That
definitely was like an official statement. The question is like, is this just the IRGC? I feel like Iran's institutions are strong enough that like the Assembly of Experts like still like would function, and like it can't just be this kind of thing where like they're sort of pretending this is like a psyop. But this is something people have like floated.
Here's a question that I don't know pops into my head is like, would the Council of Experts, like the IRGC, whatever, would they release a false, like fabricated statement by the new supreme leader, who either might actually be incapacitated or dead? Like, would that violate something? Would that be something that they would be like, that's like a blasphemous thing to do? Or do you think that like military exigencies like would require that like that's a permissible thing to do?
It's an interesting question. I think that it would have to be like the IRGC, like Larijani, and like who was the like the Guardian Council that was like deciding these things, because like the Assembly of Experts, like their power like has it's possible, like I think that they wouldn't necessarily have like the say over that. I think that it is like I don't know about like blasphemous. Like I think that like deception is like halal in a war situation. Okay. I think that like the problem would be that it might like undermine, if ever like it was revealed, right? Like, which it probably would be in time, to like the people of Iran themselves, right? Like, because this guy's like pretty young, so if they do see a future where this war ends and Iran can live in any kind of peace, right? And like this guy can like come out in public and like show his face among the people, like then assuming they do foresee a future like that, then it would really be like a betrayal of the trust of the Iranian people to present them with a fake supreme leader,
right, like that could cause political problems if like you're caught like doing that when it's like, oh, he's been dead since the beginning of the war, but like we nominated a dead man to be the new Ayatollah.
Right. We like there's actually been no supreme leader, and we've been just like Ali Larijani has been in charge.
Yeah.
And like we pretended that there was because like the president was like being obnoxious, and like he needed to be like reined in so he didn't get carried away, so we had to like immediately have a new supreme leader. Like
that's good. They took care of that very quickly. The apology tour with not time. I feel like not time for an apology tour of the region to say how sorry they are. Like
Pezeshkian, like he's like it's such a ridiculous situation like to have him be president, because he's such like a
moderate,
diminished
like
figure.
He's a reformist, like wants to like
he's not
he's
just
a guy
a reformist, he's like just weak. It's not just that he's like weak,
right. I've heard that from many people that say like his style of speaking, his whole manner is like not strong,
right.
It's not a kind of wartime leader that you would want.
Yes, he's very much not a wartime consigliere.
He doesn't seem. He's one of the few kind of Iranian leaders that we're seeing right now that isn't matching the fervor on the streets of like the videos I see of like people, chanting and singing and like ignoring missile strikes, and just like singing over missile strikes, like and kind of being fearless. I mean, I think Aragchi, right? The foreign minister.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
He's been pretty fire, I would say, in this situation. And
he has good message discipline, for sure. Yeah.
I think I really have to hand it to them for kind of noticing early on that this was like a perfect framing, and constantly all the information accounts, the Telegram channels are constantly like the Epstein coalition has like struck a new target. Like Epstein's friends have like attacked like this,
I've been loving the like AI videos.
I hate to say I love that like the Lego AI like revenge.
My
but finally a good use of AI.
I honestly didn't like investigate the source of this, but I heard that like it was like Iranian produced, but like who knows? But like it was like Trump like being asked about whether he like bombed the Manab girls' school, and then like there's like a bunch of like shaitans in his head that are like lie, and like they like press a button labeled lie, and then like he starts talking about how like the US doesn't have Tomahawk missiles, but
or the one of the best epithets against Trump that I've ever heard, that one of the military commanders called him. He's like, listen, corrupted island man, like you have no idea what you got yourself into. I'm like, damn, corrupted island man, that's good. Like kind of gets down to the essence of Trump. He is just corrupted island man. But like I think the missile with like for the victims of Epstein Island like written on it was photoshopped, but in a lot of their messaging they are beating that drum, and I think that has a better odds of basically getting like the American public to if not to be like on the side of Iran, to be like I'm not going to get like, I don't want to get psyoped into like supporting this, I mean, this is the most unpopular war I think in the history of modern polling. Like upon its starting, this is by far the least popular military conflict that America has like embarked upon, which is like disturbingly contrasted with the fact that there seems to be no real like mobilized like anti-war movement or constituency really, even among like the Democrats. But we're not seeing, like, partly because Trump didn't even bother to kind of like manufacture consent, for the war. It was just like, we're going to do it suddenly. And then there's a million other fucked up things he's doing at the same time.
Well, they have all the institutions in place. Like, certainly they've deployed the real big thing is that like they deployed their people. The real big thing is that they've kind of lost control of like their right flank. Like they definitely, like Tucker I've kind of been like, having like a little bit of like a perverse enjoyment in like Tucker Carlson's like takes during this whole thing. Like, not that I like agree with like,
like,
what he said, but
to...
like when he was like, it's all, it all goes back to Chabad. Like they, they're, not to diminish like the influence of Chabad Lubavitch either, but I remember him saying like some, like he was saying some like interesting thing about Iran. I mean, some like the substance of it, I agree. I'm trying to remember, but yeah, there was one like there's just been some pretty funny things. But I love how it's like been driving like the sort of the Trump diehards like crazy,
Yes, at least some of them, and probably a larger proportion of like the top sort of MAGA influencers. I feel like that was part of the debate over, people were fighting about those polls about how like 85% of MAGA voters like support the war. But then if you look at like who are all the top influencers that helped kind of boost Trump back into office in 2024, a lot of them are at least performatively distancing themselves and criticizing this, right? Like you had Joe Rogan's kind of like, I don't know, man, this is fucked up. Like, you got Candace Owens is just off, like going off about like how Erica Kirk is like a
Rogan
like,
is still kind of
CIA
state media.
asset.
Didn't he have like Schellenberger like on?
He did. I mean, they're still doing such shit
like,
that kind of like spinning the Epstein
yeah.
story and stuff like that. But then you have Tucker is probably the biggest one.
Yeah, I'm not promoting Tucker, by the way. I know he's an op. People in the chat are just saying the Tucker op is working.
No, never forget.
Never forget this guy is like a complete. I mean, also he's like a fool. Like he's ridiculous. Like it, but it like it is. I do like it when they fight. I do like it when like
I do think it's productive
and
that
Tucker
they're
Carlson fight.
Yeah.
And I'm glad that they're like in disarray and
Right.
like at each other's throats.
Yeah, the fact that there's tension in their house is like
Yeah.
I think probably like a good thing, and like at least there is some kind of constituency for.
But, I mean, it is certainly true that like you can't actually depend on like any of these people to like stick to their guns. Like they always will. Like eventually, no matter how vociferous they are, that's like an important thing to remember. Like it is like meaningful in terms of like it sort of registers the political price like of this stuff in a way. But I think that part of the reason why like you don't see the people in the admin like sweating it so much. I mean, basically like they feel about that in the way that the Democrats feel about like, the like
DSA.
pro-Palestine left. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
The DSA. Right. Like they think we own them. Like we don't have to work to get their votes. Like, and when the time comes, they'll fall in line, which probably they will do. Like, and that's kind of like, as I have speculated before, that's sort of the purpose of that really is the Tucker op. In essence, it's to like keep people on the on the Republican under the Republican umbrella in the Republican tent.
Yeah,
right. And it's
he's
like,
a sheepdog.
You can trust me.
He's a GOP sheepdog. He's an old WASP, like paleo. He's really, I mean, he's become kind of like he's grown into becoming like the figurehead of like the old WASP paleocons in a way. Like, because I think you could trace a lot of like his stances now back to that kind of like paleo conservative kind of current that was more isolationist and skeptical and maybe even a little more old school anti-Semitic, like in the old way. I saw somebody posting from some book about how like a lot of the really old waspy like diplomat type like American century type people weren't necessarily like super on board with like going all in with like backing Israel when it was first founded because they had been cultivating relationships with, like kind of like conservative, like pro-Western Arabists, in the region and stuff like that. And like they were cultivating human capital like among like the kind of Arab elites, and they saw this as being kind of like most disruptive. I mean that's kind of when they were cutting their deals with Saudi Arabia, like Getty.
Totally. And there were like still like some, like I think Toynbee might have been like an example of this. Like there were like, and we talked about this a little bit in our series on Palestine. Like there definitely was like at one time like a somewhat significant like contingent of right wingers who like favored like the Arab side. That kind of diminished, especially in the United States. That diminished like was kind of the rise of the evangelicals, like the religious right, the Southern strategy, and all this stuff, like it,
right.
and kind of Israel's messaging, like they perfected their kind of angle on the whole issue. You know,
Right.
I mean, I remember like seeing some documentary where like it was like some evangelical school. I don't know to what extent like this is representative, but I think it is like an extreme example of a general trend, which you know, like this guy was like a teacher at like an elementary school, like an evangelical elementary school. So like Jews are just better than you, and you need to accept that. It's like what, like what's going on, like.
Yeah,
like
their
you know,
brains are
like that's
fucking
like
cooked.
sort of the like the hypertrophized, like metastasized form of like this general kind of ambient like reverence
Right.
for Israel among like American evangelicals. I mean, like we were talking about before, like Pete Hegseth is a prime example. Like, you know, he was
Yeah.
talking about like how, you know, we're gonna rebuild the third temple. Like they deeply desire that. Like, and you know, they really bought into this kind of you know, like a millennialist reading of the state of Israel.
Yeah.
You know, and the same thing with Mike Huckabee. Like,
And I mean, I could
you know.
see an old blue blood like Tucker, that kind of rhetoric could make his like his blue blood boil a little bit, of being like of these like kind of honestly kind of poor white coded evangelicals who are not of the same
Yeah.
lineage as Tucker, even though they're technically white Anglo-Saxon Protestants. The people at the very top, they acknowledge you know, they draw a line, right, of like the poor whites and like the upper class, right? When he sees all of them running around at the behest of like their Israeli friends being like, Jews are better than you, you're dumb, like your blood is worth nothing, you could see like Tucker being like, like,
yeah,
no,
I mean, I think that's
what do you mean?
that's
What do
I
you
think
mean?
that's very I think that's very true. I think like his
You're
whole
the
thing
best?
of like my ancestors are buried in my backyard.
Yeah.
You know, like 5 generations.
This is our country.
Yeah, exactly.
We
yeah,
built
like,
it. My ancestors
yeah,
built this
it's not-
country.
It's not for Jews.
Yeah,
it's for Americans. Yeah, yeah. Like,
Exactly.
That's what I care about.
Like, I think he's fulfilling in a way like his generational mission by having like an old waspy skepticism about you know, in a way Jews kind of emblematic of like the poor white ethnics that came and started like working their way up to like, you know, positions of influence and like, you know, and broke the WASP monopoly on like power eventually. And you know, that there might just be something that irks him a little bit about that. But you know, if they're fighting, you know, that's fine with me. But there's still, there's not like a lot of mobilization. There's just kind of like dejection and like more of like a non-buy-in and maybe like a skepticism from a lot of people, it seems like. Because I mean, if only I was looking at the numbers. What is it like? The number of people who support Americans overall who support this war is like in the 30s,
like way lower
right?
than like the Iraq War. Yeah,
yeah, it's like in the 30s. So I mean, I guess that would track with like, if you know, I don't know how much of the total population.
Yeah, it
voted
is
for
opposed
Trump,
by
but,
most Americans.
right. And I mean,
41% approve.
Yeah, I wonder how, like, what percentage of the population do people who like Trump supporters comprise of the overall, you know, population? I guess if, you know, not everybody votes or is politically engaged, but he won a little over 50% of the vote, so maybe that kind of cuts to, I don't know. I guess that would be like in the 20s or low 30s or something like that. Maybe there's some kind of like Zionist-leaning Democrats that also support it. But if you look at Democrats and independents, like independents, the support for the war drops off like precipitously. And then Democrats, it's, you know, in the teens, I think. You know, it's like maybe 1 in 8 Democrats. Like the Fettermans out there, but you know, probably are the ones who like think it's good.
I mean,
Bill
it's bizarre.
Maher supports it for now.
Of course, yeah.
He didn't support ground troops, but he's like, for now, they're bad guys and they're religious. So you know, you gotta support it.
It's 40% independents, 20%. Well, according to Fox News, so this is going to be obviously like, you know, tilted towards support for it. So Fox News has all voters at 50%. Democrats at 20%, Republicans at 84%, and independents at 40%. You know, but you know, we could probably assume that each of those numbers are in fact lower because I don't even know how they're. It's a Fox News poll.
Right. So yeah. I mean, I think that just like based purely on vibes, that
Yeah,
like
the vibes definitely indicate
like I feel like 1 in 4 like MAGA
thing.
voters would be like, what the fuck is this? Like at
Yeah.
least, you know, so like, yeah, 85 feels a little bit high, but I'm sure, yeah, probably a majority of people who voted for him have been psyoped by whatever media they consume into thinking, at least for now, that this is like a necessary act, that, you know, he's got the 5D chess all planned out.
And you have to like bear in mind, you know, like a lot of people in the United States are gonna like, they're gonna hear the sort of a standard talking point of like, they've say death to America, which is like the most like shit. People like it's called an idiom, guys. It's the equivalent of saying down with.
It's a
like,
diss.
They say
like,
Marg bar everything.
Yeah, it's like down with something. Like, you know,
they want to kill every American.
Or like if we were saying like fuck the Ayatollah or something. It's like that.
Yeah,
like,
it's literally like saying, if you say like fuck somebody, it's like saying they're trying to have sex with him. Like that's as like the level that this is operating on. It's like idiomatic. But anyway, but a lot of Americans like will hear, like they say, they've been saying death to America for 47 years. Like we've heard these people repeat endlessly over the past 13 days.
This
and they'll
must
be like,
work
well,
on boomers.
if they've been saying that, you know, then I guess they need to
go. This must
and
be.
I trust Trump.
Well, some of the, I mean, I've even seen some of these like younger, you know, like war monitor channels like on YouTube kind of like repeating just kind of like military chud, kind of like little things like that. Like, well, you know, they chant death. They've been chanting death to America for us for 40 years. They're #1 state sponsor of terrorism. So honestly, like, it's I heard this one guy, they're very like Slava Ukraini channel, being like, yeah, I heard some people like comparing this to Putin's invasion of Ukraine. I think that's just totally false, because they've been chanting death to America for 40 years and they sponsor terrorism. So actually, like, we had very good reasons to attack them, like, preemptively. And it's like totally not. Like, how dare you actually compare us to Putler? That's like totally ridiculous. And it's like, all right, like, you know, if you think Putin, you know, aggressively, preemptively invaded a country, like, you got to give it up to like America just did that shit too, you know, like, but for some reason you say that they chant that to America and they're #1 state sponsor of terrorism worldwide, with like no evidence to back it up. Like, people just go, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Like, or at least a good chunk of Americans are just like one-shotted by that.
And they've killed like, a billion Americans.
Death to America.
Like,
in Iraq, the war that we had no fucking business being in the first place, and like gave them a golden opportunity to like attack us. Like, sorry, like that. Yeah, like that's gonna happen. Like we called them an axis of evil. We were saying we had military plans that they were next, and in fact, like, it took longer, but they ultimately were next. You know. And so, yeah, it's just like these little tropes. You know, you can get the people who are like Iraq veterans pissed because it's like, this is the ultimate. I think Pete kind of has chosen to sort of look at it that way, of like, these are the ones that killed all my buddies. Like, I don't even know if he was deployed. Like, was he in Iraq?
I saw a bunch of that. I think he was in Afghanistan.
Okay, yeah, but it's kind of this idea of we're getting him back for our boys, like, you know, and in fact, kind of doing.
I did see like a bunch of like slop articles and stuff about that, where like the Gold Star families are like, finally vengeance for my boy. Like, give me a break.
Shut the fuck up. Like, you should be mad at like the Bush administration for doing that shit, not Iran, or the resistance in Iraq. Like, get the fuck out of here. But I think that is kind of like the, you know, it's almost like the Rambo, like, we wanted to win, but somebody would let us win, you know? And it's like that kind of bullshit, where it's like, if only we could go do more, like, double Operation Rolling Thunder and like 10 times Phoenix Program, and just be like total Colonel Kurtz, and like chop the arms off children, and like be completely savage. Then we get
to win this time.
Do we get to win this time? That's literally Pete Hegg said.
It's like, yes, you get to win this time.
Yes, you do. So I think maybe he thinks that's a powerful thing for the kind of like ex-military kind of community in general, and like the millennials that served in Iraq and Afghanistan, that, you know, we can finally get back at these motherfuckers who, you know, like killed our boys and all this kind of stuff. Like, this war that, you know, has been over for a while now, you know, like, but it's and then even the kind of thing like, well, I wanted to win, but somebody wouldn't let us win. That's kind of like woke war discourse, right? Of like, oh, the Vietnam War was too woke, you know?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I remember being a kid and my dad used to take me to this army surplus store, like in the Bay. And, like I loved, like, I thought military stuff was cool. I actually used to buy, like, I remember buying a bunch of, like, Warsaw Pact, like medallions and, like, Soviet shit back when I didn't know, like, what it was. But I think the guy who worked there was, like, a classic, like, 90s, like, boomer Vietnam vet that had, like, a vest with all the patches on it. And I distinctly remember him saying two things. One, that something about I was in Nam, but somebody wouldn't let us win. They tied one hand behind our backs. The whole time it was like that kind of thing. And then I also remember I found a Mexican parachutist army thing. And I'm like, oh, I didn't, I was a little kid. I was a little gringo. I was like, oh, I didn't know Mexico had parachutists. And he's like, oh yeah, well they got a whole invasion force coming in here right now. It's like you haven't seen, they're already invading. This is in the 90s. God. So it's it's sus. But I think that's a lot of veterans, especially of wars that we don't win triumphantly, kind of have a little bit of potentially a chip on their shoulder or unresolved. The PTSD kind of hits a little different when you have a conflict that sort of ended in disaster and you still kind of, you could still kind of be activated by certain media or propaganda that leans into remember what those motherfuckers did, they blah blah blah. We need to, you get one more chance to redeem your, we can redeem ourselves for this lost war, so everybody didn't die for nothing, and it can finally have meaning, and the good guys will win, and that kind of, I even think the utility of that is not hitting super hard. I bet they're probably a decent amount of veterans from the global war on terror that are either this seems very stupid and a dumb idea, or it's bad, it's just not good or whatever. Just because it obviously is craven, and also seems to have been launched without full kind of strategy plans for every possible outcome, which it seems like they were caught at least a little bit unawares by, for example, Iran's effectiveness at blasting the Gulf and the military bases in the Persian Gulf. They do have missile defense over Israel, but still, Israel is getting hit every day by at least a few missiles. They're keeping the psychological pressure up, and they're depleting their Iron Dome. But I feel the Gulf is way more exposed, and it's getting whacked in ways that maybe they didn't think they'd do.
And I think that there is definitely, I mean, we've seen how the intense the censorship is of videos of even, American media, they aren't allowed to show landmarks and stuff. There's a lot, you can get 5 years in prison for posting a video of a missile strike. So I think that there is definitely, as people in the chat are saying, some fog of war in terms of the casualties. I think, I mean, we just saw kind of an example of this, right? Where the missile strike in Kuwait, originally it was no casualties, and then it sort of became 34. I don't know if it was 34 dead, but 34 seriously injured.
I think there were 6 dead from that specific strike, but there were dozens. And then I think the overall total is either 130, 150, and a lot of those, not all, but a lot of those are pretty kind of serious injuries. Taken out of commission, basically, which would, if you get hit with a explosive drone or, a hypersonic missile or something like that, they might not kill a lot of people, but they're maiming and injuring, and they're wrecking the infrastructure of these bases and making them it doesn't take that many drones and missiles to make a base kind of tactically unsafe to hang out at. You know what I mean? I think that's kind of, they're doing a lot with not that much relative firepower. When we say they've destroyed, maybe Al Udeid base or some of the ones in Kuwait and Bahrain. I think in a lot of cases, these are very select strikes on particular facilities on those bases, but ones that really gum up their operations and also create a climate of this is that you can't really work and operate under this climate because every day they're sending more and more drones and shit, and they could shoot down most of them, but if one gets through, I think in the worst case, for them, like the worst case scenario, like 6 soldiers get taken out, but it can still fuck up like the aircraft repair facilities. The radars, like you said, have been targeted pretty heavily. It's still a little up in the air, like how much damage has been done to the THAAD radars, but it sounds like the one in Jordan was heavily damaged. And I keep hearing that we have 8 systems like worldwide. And I had heard that there were 5 of them were like in basically the Middle East, Persian Gulf area. And I had heard that like all of them had been damaged, it literally struck like to varying degrees. I don't know if they've been put back online or if it does kind of seem maybe that one of the ones that was monitoring launches at Israel might have been taken out because it seems like their warning time has gotten a little bit less. But then that's also like Hezbollah now has joined the conflict and is launching coordinated missile strikes, it appears, with Iran. So they're really like pushing the Iron Dome to like, to be as busy as possible whenever Iran is shooting a big, like a hypersonic missile or one of these cluster munitions, which they seem to have been increasing, like at least sending like 1 or 2 a day of the ones that kind of break up into like 80 tiny warheads.
The Khorramshahr 4.
The Khorramshahr 4. Yeah. Which it seems very difficult for like the Iron Dome to intercept like all of them. So even though
the Iron Dome, I think the Iron Dome is just for rockets, and like I don't know, they have some other name for like their missile interceptors, like David Sling
or something like
that.
Yeah,
some epic
they
name.
have David Sling. And I've seen video. That's another thing that's getting very annoying. Like on the flip side, you're seeing a lot of AI videos that are purporting to show the fucking like epic destruction of Tel Aviv, and like I saw some videos that like pictures you could zoom in and then like it's obviously AI if you look at it closely, but it makes people that are kind of rooting for the axis of resistance here, it makes them very excited, and so they repost it.
I found the AI ones relatively easy to spot, but like there have been like definitely some old videos.
But are a big
on the
problem.
other hand, there's been this thing where like, especially for those who are like trying to use X to like keep an eye on the situation, to monitor the situation. Grok is like Grok is basically like in the Mossad, and he has been like deployed to like label everything old basically. So you can't you can't trust like Grok. I mean, I think people who
definitely
listen to the show know that, but you'll see like a lot of these like this is old about videos that are in fact not old. And seem to show like a lot. But I mean, who knows what the reality of the situation is? You'll constantly see like almost everything is being intercepted. Obviously, it's not the case, but again, I think that like we, in the same way that like we kind of like the picture of like that like Kuwait attack became like that situation became clearer over the course of the week. I think like we might see like the U.S. casualties picture. I mean, of course, like it is a matter of like there aren't like as many like U.S. U.S. service members like around to or like that are kind of in a vulnerable location relative to like just basically like people living in Iran who are just being carpet bombed at this point.
But totally.
Or to what carpet bomb to the extent that they can, because they don't have like full air superiority, but I mean, they definitely are like they're taking like the THAAD like radar like out of South Korea, right? Which is like moving it to the Middle East. Did you see this?
I mean, that's a sign that they are kind of getting fucked up, and like they're being kept busy by Iran's launches, and they've
South Korea was mad about it too, because like they had to like take a political hit with China over like establishing that radar to begin with. Like it was like a whole political thing, and then they definitely expressed their dissatisfaction with the fact that they were just like packing it up and moving it, so it does kind of show that they
only have 8, and if Iran's even taken out 1, like that's that's a big boost to their capabilities. But if they've taken out like 5 of them, like yikes, actually that's like pretty, because those are very expensive, and they require some time to like manufacture, and they require certain rare earth minerals that I believe China has like exclusive access to and could deny them if they felt like it. I don't know if they would, but like it's not just something that they could roll off the assembly line in like a month and like replace. This is like this like degrades the impenetrability, like the shield that protects U.S. military forces around the world and the allies of the U.S. Like it's supposed to be this magical system that can like counter any threat, and so it makes like South Korea feel safe. It makes the Gulf countries, and Israel feel safe. But if they all get degraded in the span of like a month, that alone is like a pretty big blow for such an asymmetrically like smaller, like less powerful country like Iran. Like their ability to deliver on like asymmetrical threats is actually like pretty impressive, I would say, at this point.
Yeah.
And it's very like like they've clearly put a lot of time and targeting and probably intel. The other thing that's kind of impressed me was these weird drone attacks on various hotel suites in the Gulf states, right? That started happening like pretty quickly. And I haven't seen any confirmation of this, though. I mean, even the Pritzker Hyatt Hotel in Riyadh was hit with one of these like drones. And, like the rumor is that, well, once these bases all started getting lit up, they evacuated a lot of the, CIA people, military people into local hotels in the city, thinking that like, okay, they could remotely kind of run their ops like from these, hotel suites, and like Iran wouldn't know about it. But somehow they do know about it, right? It appears that they have intelligence that like, oh, we know that like the CIA has like on like the 38th floor of, not like the Burj Khalifa, but like, a building like that in like this exact window, whatever. And we can fly a drone. I don't know if they're tracking their phones or something, but like we could fly a drone like right into it and boom. And, not only is that send a very strong message to the Gulf governments, but like it tells the intelligence services, the U.S., that like they've got a lot of intel, right? Like, and there's rumors that Russia and China have been helping with targeting. I wonder if maybe they have some capabilities. I mean, Iran is pretty sophisticated in terms of like cyber ops. I think that it wouldn't shock me if they'd figured out a way to do that. I heard that like reports of U.S. service members like deleting all these different apps off of their phone because like right after the war started, because I think they said Snapchat, maybe a few others were susceptible to like compromise or whatever. So they could track like U.S. soldiers' location data, their movements and things like that. So everyone's had to like wipe their social media and like kind of go, offline, stop posting, things like that. So those are all like asymmetric things that, and they're able to do this with drones that cost what, like $150K, and then you have to spend millions of dollars worth of interceptor missiles.
Yeah, the
to shoot one
interceptors
down.
like are like really like the again, I'm not like a missile expert at all, but it does seem that like the missile like balance in terms of like the expense is like heavily favors Iran. Like I don't,
I forget what the term is for that, but like the
it's
drone
like the missile
cost,
math.
the drone math or something like that,
Yeah.
where if they have a big enough supply, they could run up a hell of a bill for the U.S. and Israel, trying to intercept all these things, and then at a certain point,
like
you
the missiles
do
themselves are like $100K, and then like it costs like $1 million to build like an interceptor, and then you need 5 to take on one missile. It's kind of like,
And I've heard
oil
that,
is at like $100 a barrel, and it's kind of like.
Well, that's the other asymmetrical thing that has developed since I think we did our first episode like 11 days ago, is for all practical purposes, the Strait of Hormuz is shut down. Unless Iran, it's still a little unclear. Iran might be letting Chinese and Indian vessels go through under specific circumstances, but any country that, or any oil tanker that is affiliated with like the U.S. or an ally of the U.S. is being effectively blocked. And several tankers, I think just yesterday, were blown up by something Iranian blew them up. And I think to drive the point home, because Trump was talking a big game about escorting. Like first he said that like captains of these ships should like man up and just like go through it. And then he said, well, we're going to provide like extra insurance for blah, blah, blah. But I think that has to be like approved by Congress, and like it's not an immediate fix for like anything, like to do some kind of insurance coverage. And then he said, oh, we're going to have the U.S. Navy escort people through. And then there was like disinfo that the U.S. I think they were trying to like manipulate the oil markets.
Yeah,
honestly.
They said like, yeah, exactly. That's really what it is. And like that's probably like part of the reason for like the continual declarations of victory. I think is to like kind of reassure the markets.
Yeah, the AI bots that are trading oil futures just see that and go like, oh, you know. So I think what we saw is over the this last weekend, oil futures shot up to like 120 a barrel, I think, for Brent crude oil. And then Trump rolled out all these things about like, oh, we've already won. We're gonna keep the Strait of Hormuz open. We're releasing a bajillion barrels of oil from strategic petroleum reserves around the world, you know, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And then you saw it get battered back down to like the 80s. But now, as of today, let me just check right now. It's been very dynamic, but Brent crude is at 101.2. So it is broken past, and Murban crude, I forget what sector of the world that, if that's like specifically like Persian Gulf oil or whatever, that's at 121 right now. And I've also heard that diesel, the price of diesel is like that's an even bigger problem to kind of deal with, because that's been going up as well. Obviously a lot of like trucking, industrial type shit runs on diesel fuel. And I've also, you know, heard about the jet fuel incoming jet fuel crisis now, because a lot of the, I guess, you know, the jet fuel, it's either made from diesel or it's made from the kind of light sweet crude that comes from the Gulf, and then that's all getting cut off right now. Basically I've heard about 20% of the world's global oil production is effectively going to be like taken offline for the foreseeable future. And Trump seems to be kind of being like, well, there was a phrase that came out, all of his like defenders came out in the last week of short-term pain for long-term gain.
Yeah,
right?
I was seeing that. Yeah, like literally all of them saying the exact same like hypnotic phrase: short-term pain, long-term gain.
Of course,
it seems like a refueling aircraft was shot down.
Really?
Just
now?
Just as we are airing this.
Oh my God, this is live teleprompter.
Yeah,
for you folks.
U.S. Central Command is aware of the loss of the U.S. KC-135 refueling aircraft. The incident occurred in friendly airspace during Operation Epic Fury.
Oh my God! The ghost of Kuwait. The ghost of Kuwait strikes again. Oh my God!
Yeah, 2 aircraft were involved in the incident. One of the aircraft went down in western Iraq, and the second landed safely. This was not due to hostile fire or friendly fire. All right.
Okay, so who did it? Like it just crashed on its own?
It just sucked, and it just crashed for no reason.
All right,
it says apparently hit by some random person. Again, this is live, folks.
Yeah.
There are rumors that it was hit by a 358 missile, and that there are dead Americans. But
interesting. Yeah, I'm looking on my various channels right now, and I'm not seeing active GPS jamming detected as military satellites move overhead.
It was the ghost of Kuwait. It was neither hostile nor friendly. It's the only explanation is that it was the ghost.
The jinn of Kuwait. Yeah. The jinn of Kuwait.
They were flying over Wadi Al Jinn.
Exactly. The jinn of Kuwait has declared what side they're on, I think.
Yeah.
You know, like we said, some jinn can be good. They're not all bad. They're not all bad. Some of them are heroes.
Like, it's very bizarre to say it wasn't due to friendly fire or like, how epic, what epic fury. I mean, I don't know. Is it more embarrassing to be shot down by an Iranian missile, or, you know, to be shot down by your enemy, or just for your plane to just drop out of the sky for no reason?
I feel like that kind of sucks. Like dying in a war accident is kind of like that kind of does suck. Like at least if you get, you know, blown up by, you know, like somebody, you know, I feel like there's more, you know.
Yeah.
But they're dead. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, U.S. KC-135 downed over Iraq. There were 6 crew members on the plane that crashed, as per prominent Israeli sources. Yep, a refueling aircraft went down in Iraq, and rescue efforts are underway. A second aircraft landed safely. So this would be one of those planes that like flies up to like an F-18 or an F-22 and like refuels it in air. Right. So I guess that's what they mean, that maybe it's possible, I guess, that maybe there was an accident while refueling a fighter jet or a bomber or something like that. Or, maybe it's possible that one of the Iraqi militias they've been pretty active, I have to say, throughout this conflict now, right? Like they've been sending like I don't know if they're Shahed drones or other kinds of drones, but they've been kind of attacking various U.S. military bases in Iraq, right?
Yeah.
A lot of attacks on like in Erbil, where these purported Kurdish freedom fighters are like stationed and camping out. I think whatever the U.S. base in Basra is, I think they've launched some attacks against that, and it's not impossible to think maybe that if they had the right kind of I don't know, I guess like a C-135 or what, like a refueling plane is kind of a low and slow kind of plane compared to like a fighter jet, so it might be easier to take down. It probably has to like slow down to like refuel a fighter jet, and it could be more vulnerable to getting knocked out of the sky. But damn, yeah, it's crazy to lose.
Like, how are you crashing into the other plane while engaging in close maneuvers? It just seems like that's what people are speculating. Like, it just seems like,
yeah. If you look at the picture, it is kind of a daredevil act of like, the jet is kind of flying right underneath the big plane, and then this little like spigot comes out, and you kind of like,
yeah, but it seems like it'd be something that would be easy to practice and something that like you'd think like our war fighters would be able to like do.
Right,
but I mean, possibly not. Yeah, I mean, people in the chat are saying, yeah, like maybe the U.S. prefers the idea of like an accident to getting hit by their enemy.
I'm sure they do.
I
yeah,
mean, it's also possible. It's totally possible it's an accident, but it also could be a lie. Yeah.
Yeah, there often are like there are weird, especially with some of the aircraft that are a little like some aircraft in the military are like notorious for crashing. I feel like the Chinook helicopter was like the one with the kind of the rotors on the front and the back. I feel like, and the Osprey I think was kind of notorious, which had the kind of two big like beefy wings with like helicopter rotors on each side. Maybe that one was like specifically the one that was like prone to crashing all the time. You also can't rule out that like some Fort Bragg psychos got like lit up in wherever, Niger or South America, wherever they're operating, and then they just kind of like make up a story about like an accidental crash, so they don't have to answer any questions about like covert operations. That's always like a possibility. But I think they would generally like given the vibe, the propaganda vibe of the Trump administration right now, I wouldn't put it past them to dress up like Iranian shoot downs as accidents, even though it is, or like Kuwaiti friendly fire. Like both those things are kind of embarrassing, but they deflect from the fact that Iran is scoring hits against you. And like right now they're really going, like the amount of times I've seen administration people or even the talking head, like retired generals, the mind warriors that go on Fox News that have just been repeating like, oh yeah, Iran, like we have total air superiority, like all their navy's totally destroyed, their air force is totally destroyed, like their missile launches have been reduced by 85% since the first day. Like it just wait like another day and then they're totally going to collapse. Like we've got, so to have like then Iran or one of its allied groups like shoot down and kill a bunch of airmen, like they're clearly not totally neutralized I think the missiles and the drones kind of prove that they still have that capability. I don't even know if the US knows how many launchers they have left. There probably a lot of them are hidden underground.
Yeah, I mean they are underground. Yeah, and they kind of they might be able to blow them up when they emerge from the ground, but doesn't mean they know how many are under there.
Yeah. I also saw, I don't know if you saw the very like cracked out map that maybe it was the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff was sharing in one of the briefings a couple days ago. They just had like these like nuclear style like heat map blasts like all over Iran to like show our progress and what we had hit. But even in that kind of very exaggerated, goofy, sort of poster, that like sit-rep poster, you could tell that they had struck very few strikes in eastern Iran. right? Because those are harder. Those are harder to do. Like, you risk getting shot down. I think even a lot of I heard in the first week of the war that a lot of the missiles that were being fired that were going into Iran were like, I forget the name for it, but it's like the type of missile that you fire from like a long distance. And it's not one that you drop directly over the target, which means that they're kind of going a little bit into Iranian airspace, firing off a big missile, and then like getting the hell out of there.
No, there was a thing where they like said that they can't actually go deep into the airspace. Like it does seem like they have to shoot them from basically from friendly airspace. It seems like kind of like they are kind of like it is. Yeah, definitely. Like, and there kind of was a thing where they're like, we have like decimated them. Like we are just like, have complete air superiority. And then they're like, a day later, they're like, we are so close to achieving air superiority. Like they definitely aren't able to. Yeah.
It's a little backtracking, a little goalpost shifting going on, I think. And I'd also heard rumors now. I don't know if it's totally true, but that or people speculate that.
And the fact that it's all on the border too, by the way, like does show like that their plan maybe is like some kind of like ground invasion, like from. Across the border, or like that,
soften the belly up
whether it
on
was
the
a proxy
western
force or not, that might have been their imagination, right?
Well, I also do wonder in all of this hubbub about Kurds and airstrikes and all that stuff, whatever happened to all those ISIS guys? Remember?
Yeah,
like the ones that were in the camp that the heckin' Kurds were like in the U.S. were guarding in like eastern Syria. Like, didn't they take over that camp and like empty it out, or like the Syrian government?
A lot of them were like released. Yeah, I'm not sure like where those people went or if they all show up like in Iran.
I mean,
it's totally possible. I mean, ISIS, definitely
right?
like a Sunni kind of like a extremist, definitely hate Iran more than basically anything.
Yes.
Especially those who fought in Syria. I mean, you've like obviously probably seen like the sort of Syria situation, which is like just deeply like awful and like shitty. What's his name? Al-Shara, or better known as Jilani, like saying like, I support disarming Hezbollah. I mean, we all knew that he supported disarming Hezbollah, but also like read the room, like, have like, it does seem like a lot of Syrians are just like, have like trauma from the Syrian civil war and like just can't get over their hatred of Hezbollah to prioritize like the needs of the broader ummah. I mean, it's like a curse. I mean, but
sure. I don't know how popular his decisions are. Like he's just. It seems like he's just saying whatever sounds good to the U.S. and Israel at this point.
I mean, I think that I think it does have a fair amount of popularity in Syria. I mean, certainly there probably are some who don't agree, but I think that Hezbollah's reputation in Syria is not with certain people in Syria is not a super popular, especially and I think there could have been a rapprochement, but it obviously didn't happen. I mean, I was thinking
that's why he was
there anything that do I think that was
why
he was
I personally think that's kind of why that's why Al-Shara was picked, is because he's not going to have a rapprochement with Hezbollah. He's going to
there's really no alternative to that, no one who came out of HTS or Al-Nusra or anyone who came out of the Sunni insurgency in Syria is going to is going to be friendly toward Iran or towards Hezbollah. It just is not going to happen. I was wondering the other day, or I was thinking the other day, was there anything that Iran could have done to manage the Syria situation better than they did, because I think there's definitely a good argument to be made that what they and Hezbollah did was the right call, that there was no real alternative, because especially early on in the conflict, if they kind of tried to throw in their lot with the insurgents, then they probably who would have emerged if they removed their support from Assad would have probably been some kind of FSA empty suit, straight up US proxy, not to understate like how compatible with like the needs of Israel and the U.S. Jelani is, but certainly one could be more so even. I mean, imagine if you had like what Jordan has in Syria. Of course, Israel is shooting down Iranian missiles from Syrian territory, which they have not been able to get back. But just imagine if you had like like those THAAD radars like in Syria, or those like our anti missile defenses in Syria. But still, like he sucks. Like it's but certainly.
But I would keep an eye out on the mysterious like ISIS veterans, because they too, in a way, they unlike the Kurds, they. I mean, I guess it depends on what ISIS people think they're doing, but like, I guess like a Sunni faction won in Syria. So like, in a way they didn't get like, though I guess like al-Sharaa is like technically anti-ISIS, but then, at the same time, they also got like kind of dispossessed as like as a caliphate or whatever, like their state was kind of smashed. And they might be looking for payback against Iran, who they probably blame for like playing actually like a really big role in like dismantling the, so-called Islamic State.
And also
entity.
like, I mean, whatever you make of like just the, whatever you make of the like resistance in Syria in general, or like the insurgency in Syria in general, like Iran and Hezbollah like crushed it, before even like the like you could say like, oh, it was all ISIS, they were all Takfiri jihadis, like whatever, it's a bit more complicated perhaps, like well, again, like I said, I think that there might not have been a better thing for a more reasonable thing for Iran to do under the circumstances, right? Because you would have ended up with like one of these like early on like FSA like guys who like arguably could have actually been like worse than Jelani, but
I don't think there were any like good options
besides
doing what they did.
So that's I think the reason why like you do have like people in Syria who still like have a certain grudge against Iran and Hezbollah. So it's not really that this is necessarily unpopular, although there may be some who disagree. But I think
I would wonder.
There still is kind of like a wound from that conflict.
I'm sure, but the kind of like siding with Israel like publicly also has to feel like not good.
I mean, there's like
and they wouldn't be allowed to do anything else. Like certainly not by the Trump administration. Like their hold on power kind of depends on them going along with whatever the U.S. and Israel want at this point.
Right. I mean, they both can't like basically they can't mention like Israel or criticize them, but they also, because of what you said, like the sort of like the popular opinion. Yeah, you're probably right that like in general, like probably Israel is deeply unpopular. So that's why it has to like, even though there is like a fundamental contradiction, like people are able to, for whatever reason, compartmentalize that. Like, it's not just exclusive to Syria. It's throughout the whole Muslim world. People are able to do this thing where like they hate and want to destroy Iran, and somehow they're also like, yeah, but I still like, I'm still anti-Zionist. Like I still hate Israel, and like I still like want Israel to be destroyed, even though like one of Israel's main objectives is like the same as yours. That's like kind of a widespread sort of cognitive dissonance. So that's kind of like
Iran has
defines the Syrian. It kind of like defines what seems to be certainly prominent Syrian mentality on the whole issue. It's like, yeah, we hate all of Israel's enemies, but we're just not gonna, put the Israel issue aside. It's not like we like Israel just because we hate all their enemies. But it's
almost
like
a little bit of like an Islamist trot vibe of like, yes, we all agree that like we have to defeat U.S. imperialism in Israel like one day to achieve final victory, but actually the most important thing is like destroying Iran, because like they betrayed the revolution. They need to go. Blah blah blah. Broadly speaking, they betrayed the revolution, and like all of our efforts are going to be actually collaborating with the U.S. and Israel to destroy them
trot
first.
Vibe, and there's like it's over. Like there's no like Iran isn't going to like come back in and start like killing Syrians again. Like can we like. This is like it's funny because it's kind of like this is almost like kind of a thing that you'd almost hear like al-Sharaa or Jelani say, I prefer to call him Jolani because I think it underscores the fact that like Israel's currently occupying the Golan Heights.
Yeah.
But he but yeah, like I mean, this is almost something that you could see him saying, like when he's trying to make like Trump or whatever, David Petraeus or someone like that happy at some international conference, that like score settling needs to be like laid aside. Like we can't like be driven by vengeance. Like it's I don't think that like Iran is definitely not like the main threat to Syrians now, nor is Hezbollah at all. But for whatever reason, like this grievance has to be prosecuted,
Well, yeah, it's very regrettable.
Yeah,
but,
and what is true, people say is that ISIS has killed more Sunnis than Shia. I mean, I don't really know the math in this, but I don't doubt it for a second. That may well be the case.
But I feel like
in terms of the question of is Jolani ISIS or Al Qaeda, he was at one time in ISIS. He was prior to that in Al Qaeda, and then after that he broke with ISIS. He was in Al Qaeda, then ISIS, then Al Nusra, his own thing, and then Hayat Tahrir al-Sham. But
But then there's some other. A few people in the chat are bringing up like Azerbaijan and like the tensions there that kind of seemed like they were boiling up, and then Iran kind of made an effort to like tamp them down. Because I think there might have been an Iranian missile that flew into Azerbaijan. There's been rumors that there are like Mossad operatives like operating kind of semi-covertly in Azerbaijan, and I think Israel receives a lot of oil via a pipeline that comes from like Azerbaijan. And so I think that's why it's maybe like a sensitive topic, like a sensitive area, like the idea that maybe, if Iran were to strike that pipeline that provides the majority of Israel's oil, that would obviously be bad for Israel. But at the same time, like Iran and Azerbaijan share a border, and I think they wouldn't want. I think they're kind of like vigilant about some kind of like Western coalition military, invasion coming across. And I think they also, it's like one of their few like trade routes that is still like open. I mean, I think the border with Turkey is still open, and the border with Azerbaijan is still open. So I think they're like sensitive to, they don't want to shut off too many of their trade routes, right? But I don't know. It seems like let me see. What did people write in the chat about allegedly there is a drone base in the corner of Georgia near Azerbaijan being used by Israelis. Oh, in Georgia. Interesting. Also, Georgia has lots of IRGC for money laundering, as well as more recently, Israelis. Interesting. Baku claiming a drone strike that Iran denied is interesting. Yeah, that was what I think happened like last week or a few days ago, was the government in Baku was like, you launched a drone at us, like we're readying the military. I think there was a kind of talk about like kicking out the ambassadors and kind of stuff like that. It seemed like Iran kind of slipped in very quickly and was like, no, like we didn't, like kind of like if that happened, it was like a mistake. I don't know. It's a very murky. But they seemed like they were, and I think even Pezeshkian's comment about like our neighbors, like we apologize for any incidents of striking our neighbors, like we didn't mean to do that, blah blah blah. Like a lot of people interpreted that as like backing down and like apologizing for striking the Gulf countries. But then I saw other people like quibbling with like the Farsi translation of like what he actually said. And then other people were like, see, this is why he's not like a good like leader in wartime. Like he's like a little bit of a muddled communicator. Because I think people were saying, well, I think he was talking about specifically probably Turkey and Azerbaijan, because there were reports of a couple missiles flying into Turkey that were intercepted. And then that kind of got like debunked or like, so it was like for these two countries, like we're not like trying to attack you guys right now. Like we don't want any smoke with you. We're just attacking U.S. assets in the region. So actually, it wasn't like him saying like, I'm sorry for blowing up like Kuwait and Bahrain and all that stuff. But it kind of came off that way, which is maybe why they like reined him in a little bit. But his intention might have been to like mollify Azerbaijan a little bit and kind of signal that like we're not necessarily picking a fight with you right now. Like we want to be chill. So yeah.
Is it true that Azerbaijan is the only Muslim majority country to maintain full diplomatic ties with Israel during the genocide of Gaza?
That might be true.
Doesn't it? But I feel like, what about Morocco? What about the UAE? What about Jordan? Maybe they have like some kind of.
I don't know about only, but I know they have like decently strong ties. They have strong ties with Israel, like economically, and I think even militarily. I think in the conflict with Armenia, right? Like I think that there was something. There's been little conflicts over that. What is it called? Nagorno-Karabakh. I might have gotten that wrong, but like that disputed border region.
Right. It's a better job than I would have. Yeah.
yeah. So I think that. Israel was supplying like drone technology and shit like that to Azerbaijan to use against Armenia, which I think was being backed by Russia in that particular conflict. But so they have like some kind of military relationship, and then like the aforementioned oil pipeline is very strategically important, for the relationship between both countries, and could be vulnerable if Iran really wanted to go after it and fuck with Israel's oil flow.
Right. Certainly, Azerbaijan, it's in the chat, it's on their Wikipedia. It definitely is on their chat. They have diplomatic ties with Israel, but full diplomatic relations with Turkey, Pakistan, the United States, Iran, and Israel. But are they the only Muslim majority country that had full diplomatic ties? Because what about those other like Morocco and Jordan? But to what is the model's other comment that about questioning a lot of anti-Shia propaganda that's been shoved in my throat for years. Like personally, like as a convert, like I didn't like until like several years after like initially becoming Muslim, like did I like appreciate the depth of like anti-Shia propaganda that a lot of Sunnis like have heard like growing up and stuff. Like one that came up like a lot amidst all this, people talking about how like they had been told like again and again like by authority figures that like Iran and Israel like are secretly friends, that like they're secretly working together. Like this is something that I saw like a bunch of people express. Like I was always told that. It was always insisted to me that like really Iran and Israel are working together. And this obviously like is not the case.
No, not anymore. Like, I mean, the most you maybe could say is like during the Iran-Contra scandal, Israel was a go-between for brokering like arms deals between Iran during the Iran-Iraq War.
Right. There have been, the
relations between the two countries didn't completely, because they were like very close, like under the Shah.
Yes.
And they didn't completely go away overnight, but then like gradually, like the relations like hardened, and then I think by like the 90s, then they saw themselves as like geopolitical foes, and then you could point to a much longer history of like the Sunni leaders of like the Gulf monarchies doing exactly that, like having a secret relationship with like U.S. intelligence and the Mossad and Israel, even if publicly they kind of. But then you see the Abraham Accords happen. Right?
That's probably like the sort of the kernel of truth. Like in that, it's like like Iran and Israel like have had like some kind of relations and some kind of trade like between them and some kind of exchanges. And like that then becomes like this grand thing where it's like they're both like two prongs against the true Muslims, but. I mean, I saw people in the chat mentioning Erdogan's calls for unity. However sincere those it can be taken to be, I certainly agree with the sentiment, and I sincerely think that's really like the sectarianism is the ultimate on top and the ultimate psyop like on the Ummah. It's a problem.
Sure.
Yeah,
especially when the great Satans and the little Satan are both coming for everybody basically to dominate, and destroy all resistance. Like it does seem like.
I mean, they're already talking about probably part of the reason for Erdogan's gestures towards unity is that they're already, again, kind of trotting out. This is, I mentioned this on the show going way back around when Syria first, the Assad government collapsed. Like saw them talking about this too, like the fear of the like quote unquote Sunni axis led by Turkey, right? They were expressing that way back then, but now they're trotting that out again, that like Turkey is our next enemy. And like they're never gonna stop, right? I mean, BB was going on this megalomaniacal rant about how Israel is a new superpower. Israel rules the Middle East. Like
I have seen a lot of analysis that does say that despite Turkey being, it's another one where Turkey is kind of complex because, like, yes, they are a NATO member, they're like an American ally, but they also both have their own kind of like regional ambitions, and like those are, if the greater Israel shit really is going to pop off, that those two visions are going to bump up against each other in uncomfortable ways.
Yeah, they're not going to allow any sovereignty. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, they want to take over. Like they probably want to subdue Turkey and all these other things. And I would even be willing to bet that part of the drag on sending in the heckin' Kurds is that Turkey looks at this and it's like, oh, they're being armed and trained and advised by Israel. And then, remember the David corridor, stuff a lot of stuff in that Mormon Mafia episode we did like last fall, I think is like very pertinent to today.
No, yeah, we even talked about this exact, like the sort of Kurdish diaspora group supporting like uprising in Iran, like
that was when we first
like we talked about the same.
We said let's actually look and like are there Kurdish groups that maybe like blah blah blah, and we found articles intimating that as far back as the 2000s, like within a few years of like PJAC, which was founded by PKK people. Within a few years, they were receiving kind of low-key support from like Israeli intelligence, and were kind of there were plans being kind of cooked up to use them in the future as a internal destabilization army in ops against Iran. And so Turkey is caught in this like weird situation where like that. On the one hand, they want to go along with like the West and that maybe even Israel up to a point, but like if they use the Kurds to establish like a pro-Israeli kind of enclave that is also historically has some beef with the Turks, right? I mean, like, to a large extent, rightly so, right? Like they've been a beleaguered minority and that there's been civil unrest and shit. But if they emerge as a pro-Israel kind of power bloc, and then maybe are kind of connected to Iraqi Kurdistan, and then
exactly. If there's like a PKK or Kurdish foothold anywhere in the Middle East, like whether it's in Iran, certainly on Turkey's doorstep in Syria, but like anywhere in the Middle East, like that's a problem because that like Turkey is trying to like get rid of the PKK, right? Like there's
a peace process right now.
Literally, exactly. Yeah, they're supposed to be like fully disarming, right? They're supposed to be dissolving.
Öcalan himself called for it for the disbanding of it last year, I believe.
So exactly. So like the idea that like the U.S. or anybody would come in and be like, actually, like we need you to like take over Iran for us. That's like obviously kind of a hurdle to that because it's like, oh wait, hey, we got something like cooking over here, because like again like. You don't want to overstate it, but you also don't want to understate how much like these is still like one people, or like they conceive of themselves as being one people, So like when in the same way that like despite like the deep sectarianism among Muslims, like Muslims can still be like fired up by like even the Islamic Revolution back in 1979 was like a huge like moment of like energy for Muslims like in the world, and even when. If Iran, has successes against Israel, it can inspire Muslims everywhere who are Sunni and across the whole world. So like it's the same thing I imagine with Kurds. If they have like if they're able to like set up this sort of autonomous enclave anywhere, that's gonna fire up sort of the Kurdish autonomous movement everywhere, I would think.
Right. Which has been, tolerated and sort of nurtured and allowed to like exist by like Western actors, like despite its frictions with like NATO member Turkey for, a long time now. And even despite like their past, some of their past identities as like Marxist Leninist, like the PKK kind of nexus, right? Like, if you go to like Berlin, there's like Rojava, like PKK, like YPG, like graffiti and kind of like stuff like all over the place. At least it was a few years ago when I went there. Like the sort of Kurdish like diaspora community, just as there's a large Turkish population there, there's like a lot of like hype for, and I think the general vibe is like the European leftists there are very like pro, as well. Like they think it's heckin' the coolest thing ever. And it would probably be applauded by kind of across the political spectrum, like in the West, if like a Kurdish autonomous kind of parastate, rose up in like that little corner of Iran, and you could see it like being, subsidized or like promoted by the Israelis, either to create maybe kind of like a buffer, like a pro-Israeli buffer zone between the lands that Israel is going to take over and like Turkey, or just like a partner of Israel in waging like aggression against the enemies of like the West. Either way, that's like, for all the bad things like Turkey has done over the decades, like against the Kurds, it's strictly speaking in realist terms, like it's not like a crazy thing for them to be like worried about, right? Like there's a lot of ways in which that would like threaten and like destabilize sort of the eastern part of the southern flanks of their country. Just at a time when I think like they are trying to like diffuse the sort of long insurgency of the PKK and like getting Öcalan to like basically say lay down your arms in Turkey and like kind of convert into like a political organization. That's basically what they kind of agreed to do, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like demobilize their paramilitaries and like.
I'm gonna quickly have iftar. I'll be back in a second. Yeah.
All right, word. Yeah, but it does also kind of make me wonder. I forget if I read something about this, but the idea of kind of neutralizing the threat that the PKK Kurds like specifically posed to Turkey, so that Turkey could support their operational activities in other places, like for example against Iran. I don't know if that's like kind of actually what's going on, but you could see it as kind of like if the PKK, if there's a negotiated peace settlement with the PKK, then maybe Erdogan isn't so worried about U.S. and Israeli support for PJAK, or maybe like, I don't know, remnants of they seem to have just dropped the sort of YPG SDF in Syria because they have another U.S. asset that is sort of locking the country down. But even with that, I wonder if you're dispossessing and maybe driving out some of these like seasoned YPG SDF fighters out of northeastern Syria. Maybe some of them go to hang out in Iraq for a while. Maybe they link up with some PJAK comrades of theirs and, I don't know, like be put to use. At the same time, maybe a lot of them do actually feel, I don't know if we can fully rule out like a sense of betrayal, which should be quite obvious at this point, that if you go to fight and die for the Americans, they are going to historically drop you the minute that it's not convenient for them anymore. So maybe there is some like really organic reticence on the part of people that are familiar with the Syrian experience into like going along with something. But there still does seem to be a lot of yearning on the part of the Iranian Kurd political parties in general, the 5 or 6 that announced right before the war started that they were like calling for an overthrow of the Iranian government. Those people are pretty like they're pretty pretty brazen about their willingness to join like a U.S. Israeli coalition, but it seems to have switched to like a kind of stand down and stand by kind of order, maybe from the U.S. or Israel, where they've realized that the juice is not going to be worth the squeeze at this particular moment, or they have to soften up.
But I have 2 Mandarin origins.
Okay,
what's up?
All right,
okay,
that's cool. Yeah, I was just kind of riffing and speculating on the extent to which the
snack.
Kurds.
I don't like to snack during the show. Sorry to the person in the chat.
Yeah.
but I have to during
maybe,
Ramadan. It's almost
you know,
over.
it's okay. You can just try to lean away from the mic or maybe mute yourself.
Well,
when you're not
I'm
talking.
eating a very soft food, so I think
All
it
right,
should be
Chad.
fine. But I'll lean away.
We'll find out. Yeah. But well, actually, okay. Another thing happened today that was a little weird. Well, yesterday, my homeland, California, was allegedly the subject of credible FBI threats. By which I mean the FBI is about to target California with some gladio terrorism or something. There was a report that went out to California law enforcement about credible information about plots by Iran to launch, I guess, like Shahed drones at
This is an insane story,
some
but like
target in California.
Yeah, and it was based on literally nothing, like literally nothing at all. Like it was just a made up story, right? Like they got one anonymous tip or something, right? Like that was like what they admitted to.
Yeah, like what are they going to do? Blow up Beverly Hills? All the Persians there? Like, you know, it's just funny to think like California. I guess you know
that it would be funny if it was like an attack specifically on like the Iranian diaspora, like they were going after like Tehran-Jalis for
one of the little ralies where they're all like chanting about exactly. I mean,
saw,
there
like,
is a
an awful
hotbed
AI video of like a fake like rap concert that would happen in Iran after the Shah is restored to power, I guess. And it, like Goldie Gamari and all those people were in attendance. It was unbelievable. Anyway, sorry, continue.
So nobody here I feel like is it's kind of like, what would you even attack? Like that's like, it's silly. You know, it's not even fire season anymore. It rained too much, you know? So like, what the fuck? But you know, Fox News has been beating this drum now that like, and the FBI has been putting out vague warnings, but then, you know, people were already saying yesterday, like, oh, Gladio incoming, false flag incoming, here we go. And then today, what do we get? We get, at least by my count, 2 attacks happening this morning, right?
Mm-hmm.
One of them was an individual. I don't know if they've been identified yet, but somebody in a suburb of Detroit drove their truck into the entrance of a large synagogue and then jumped out and started opening fire. It sounds like they didn't hit anybody and they were killed by maybe security on site or cops. But there was a huge, you know, we were the big spectacular presence. All the media was covering it this morning. And then weirdly, it was like, I think, I forget if I was watching like MS Now or something, but I heard very little about the other one, which is a shooting at a college. I forget which one. Like maybe you can look it up. But it was, I think they identified the suspect that was also killed. I don't know if how many people were injured or killed. Or
wasn't it
anything.
Minneapolis, Old Dominion?
Yeah, Old Dominion in Minneapolis.
Is that where it is? Let me see. Oh no, sorry, it's Virginia, not
Virginia,
Minneapolis.
okay.
There was a different shooting in Minneapolis that I think was recent, but
today as well. I initially heard
ROT students subdued and killed a gunman who yelled Allahu Akbar.
Was this at Old Dominion?
Yes, that was. And according to the FBI, the shooter had been in the army and pled guilty in 2016 to attempting to aid the Islamic State. Okay. So
you know, a long-term like psyoped PTK asset that I guess has been got hooked up by some of those, you know, online
former member of the Army
recruiters
National
years
Guard
ago.
was sentenced to 11 years in prison and was released from federal custody in December 2024.
So he never got to go to Syria. He just like wanted to join ISIS and
he
tried
some
to?
kind of material support to ISIS. I mean, maybe he gave them intelligence. Like, I mean, I can read about how he attempted to aid them. He was plotting to help them. He wanted to help them with a Fort Hood style attack. So I guess, you know, as soon as he got out, the first thing he did was attack. But yeah.
But an ROTC guy tackled him.
Yeah, I guess more than one. But yeah, the ROTC students subdued and killed him.
And what happened in Minneapolis? I haven't seen as much about that.
I think that was like not, you know, quote unquote
war
Islamic
related
terrorism. Yeah, I think it was
see.
just like a normal shooting, a normal American shooting.
Yeah, just a classic mass
you know,
shooting.
not
yeah.
like a false flag, really.
Let me see if there's any updates on the man who was killed outside of Detroit. The FBI agent in charge provided no details. Oh no. Yeah, let me see. West Bloomfield incident. Wow, AI has already named it. Yeah, suspect dead. Described as a targeted act of violence against the Jewish community. The vehicle is registered to a Michigan man originally from Lebanon. All right. Interesting, right? Like,
yeah.
oh, he must be a Hezbollah guy, like, all right.
Well, I mean, like, it is certainly true that, like, they don't need to, like, do, like, really, like, send, like, PTK agents out there. Like, there are, like, people who are, violent or who want to, like,
actually, okay,
take revenge, like,
well,
out there.
Actually,
who, like,
no, now that you say
natural...
that, this is apparently a guy who's from Dearborn Heights. Yeah, shout out Dearborn, biggest Muslim or Arab community in the United States, right?
Yeah, Arab, as far as I know.
Yeah, beautiful part of Detroit. And the car was registered to a man in Dearborn, originally from Lebanon. Authorities are investigating reports that the man told people he had multiple family members who were killed in an Israeli airstrike in Lebanon in recent days. All right, well, if that's true, I mean, I guess you can't rule out. I mean, this guy, yeah, like that could be what happened. It's very odd to me that these would happen kind of like one day after the FBI was like really hyping up the sleeper cells, and then issued this very like weird threat about California and like drones. I guess they would like covertly sail a boat, like a ship or a submarine up to the coast of California and then like unleash a bunch of drones. Like, it seems like a kind of over the top, like an unlikely kind of mission. But yeah, you also can't rule out the they were on our radar, but like we just kind of didn't. We let them do it,
Well,
kind of thing.
I mean,
like,
we know how like the FBI like operates with like potential Muslim terrorists. Like they kind of like
course.
Egg them on and like try to entrap them. But yeah,
I'm sure this FBI, especially with Cash at the helm, like again, cannot put it up like past them by any means.
Yeah. I guess I cannot, and like when you told me that there was like a mass shooting today, like when I searched like mass shooting, like the main things that came up, I really think were about Minneapolis or like some other place with an M, but now I can't like find any references. So maybe I was completely wrong about this and hallucinated it. I don't know. Or maybe I was reading about the Oakland one and I like got
maybe you got maybe because it's Oakland County, Michigan. It's which sometimes throws people. Yeah,
okay,
not Oakland, California.
I thought it was. Yeah, I thought Minneapolis maybe because it's been in the news and like
Believe
something
me,
like that. But
it always threw me for a loop.
Yeah.
About 17 hours ago, Disneyland's swatting
a possible mass shooting going on right now.
What?
Or like some kind of attack like that is unfolding right now as we speak. A truck attack into a synagogue outside Detroit.
Wait, that is the one we're talking about.
And then that's the same one. Well,
West Bloomfield. Yeah. The guy was from Dearborn Heights, but nearby is West Bloomfield in Oakland County.
Okay.
It's like
so this is recent just because they're having like a news conference.
They're doing
about
updates
it now. I
on
see.
it. Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm not seeing any. I'm not seeing any other like events from today necessarily that are besides those two. There was a Disneyland swatting hoax yesterday. that a heavy presence of police officers responded at Disneyland after reportedly receiving calls of a mass shooting at the beloved theme park Wednesday night. So this is last night, I think. Footage of the scene obtained by KTLA showed at least a dozen Anaheim Police Department patrol cruisers staged on Disneyland grounds. Anaheim PD Sergeant Matt Sutter told KTLA, investigators believe the incident was a swatting, a criminal hoax where a caller reports a false emergency, often claiming there's an active shooter or a bomb threat, prompting a response from SWAT teams, but that police were clearing the scene. That's interesting because California was like mentioned yesterday, and then last night somebody swatted in a mass shooting report, a fake mass shooting report at Disneyland, the crown jewel of California culture.
Yeah, we're in full 9/11 mode. That reminds me of like Disneyland was like they were always quoting Disneyland as like a target for like the second 9/11 after 9/11. Remember?
Right. To kill the magic forever would be that is kind of like assassinating SpongeBob.
Yes, it would.
Not to be
it would
macabre,
be like assassinating SpongeBob.
It's the closest thing that you come to
Yes, it would be assassinating Mickey. It would be
right.
Right.
I mean, you could do it in a way where
Mickey.
it's just infrastructural, and you send in some shaheads to take out the castle. The evil monarch.
the Magic Kingdom.
While it's closed. It's like nobody's gonna want to go to Disneyland. I don't think they're gonna be. I don't know. Would Disney adults like go out en masse and like the way like doing like the Shia like like that kind of thing? Like would Disney adults do that?
They
like,
might. Yeah, it might,
actually,
Ron.
Like, be careful. Be careful. Like, don't. Maybe leave the Disney.
Disney adults.
It's
exactly.
actually our national religion. It's like killing the Pope of America. To destroy Mickey. But I don't know. Yeah, but so there's that's where okay, potentially that kind of weirdness on the domestic front, especially because this war is being perceived as like
they're desperate, like for like a causus belli. They really want that false flag to or that serendipitous flag that will fix those opinion polls.
Do some narrative heavy lifting.
It's I mean, but like ISIS, I mean, again, this is like those elements of nuance that like the American voter like will not understand,
right.
That like ISIS and Iran like are arch enemies.
They're ops. The idea that's the funny thing is like, I mean, I can almost guarantee that Fox News would take this one case. Let's just say for now, it obviously could be sus. Let's say like maybe it's true. A Lebanese man, living in Dearborn, had multiple family members killed by one of Israel's murderous airstrikes on Beirut this week. And it just like he was so pissed off and so enraged, and it was an Israeli airstrike. And I don't know what the political orientation of this synagogue is. Obviously, we don't want to assume that they are like super pro-Zionist, pro-Israel.
I mean, I think we can. Most synagogues in the U.S. are.
Unfortunately, like even the reform ones, right? Like in nice suburbs, like are going to be, like do they have Israeli flags out front? Like, this country just killed all my relatives. Probable. Like maybe a guy snapped and he did this. Then, and maybe he's he's Shia. And then like an MK'd like U.S. Army guy who already went to jail for like getting honey trapped into like helping ISIS and then got released. Like goes on just like a mass shooting spree, but like if he's still rocking with ISIS, he's like a hardcore, Sunni, extreme Sunni, like and like these two things are going to be flattened into Islamo-terrorism is happening, right? When it's one, you could kind of like make an argument. It actually doesn't seem
Islamo-terrorism alert,
Like I mean, actually that. That version of the story, it's like his relatives were killed, kind of almost. Kind of points away from like Iran called him up and were like, do it, like because like his family was murdered. Like this could be really a lone wolf, like organic, just a guy flipping out and doing this. The other one, it could also be a lone wolf, but like it's in support of a group that despises Iran and would even probably join like a U.S.-Israel coalition to like invade them and like kill all the Shias and like take over. You know what I mean? Like, or at least part of Iran, right? Like there is a kind of there is a Sunni minority in like the southwestern like little portion of Iran, right? And so it's like maybe they use them down there because I could see maybe the Kurds and ISIS guys, maybe they don't get along. You couldn't put them in the same fighting force together. That might be problematic.
I mean,
they
and
might not
I
like
wouldn't
each
say
other.
that like the Sunni minority in Iran is like necessarily like in league with ISIS or like
right.
of ISIS at all necessarily.
Yeah, just that this would be like a more natural place to like project them onto, to like hoist them onto like that region versus like, if you're gonna like attack anywhere kind of thing. Whereas you'd give the Kurds kind of responsibility for the Kurdish regions, like sort of like your best bet. Yeah, I don't think that there's any indication that they're gonna like they would be down with ISIS at all. Yeah. This would be very much an invasion. But I do wonder, like, where are all those guys? Because I think they don't mind serving like U.S. and Israeli interests. I think they attack Iran all the time. They're kind of like mad dogs about Iran, like they've been doing terrorist attacks in there for years since their sort of parastate collapsed. But I don't know. I still see the boots on the ground thing as being like very fraught, and like the U.S. is hesitating because there's no easy way to do that, right?
Yeah, and also like ISIS is like a lot different from like a PKK because like you can kind of like coordinate with the PKK and you can like give them like air support and like sort of like strategize with them and like embed with them, whereas with ISIS like it's basically just like like as you said, like they're mad dogs and like they just kind of
you kind of do have to support them secretly, like you can't not to, publicly advocate well, unless they do an Al Jilani kind of makeover, like, but not while they're like going in and doing like weird ethnic cleansing and even
with HTS, people. Like they like it was very much like hush hush and like not very 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 indirect. And the HTS is much different. Like at that point they were like enemies of ISIS. You could obviously like criticize like the government in Idlib, but still like was definitely distinguish itself from the Islamic State at that point, where like they kind of don't seem to be something like as easy to work with in that way generally. But I mean, obviously, like I think it's a very amorphous phenomenon, ISIS, and they're
kind of a chimera. I would say.
Yeah. So
then you have ISIS K kind of like floating around.
Yeah, ISIS K is like a
good
whole
old
other
ISIS
situation,
K,
which they definitely seem to have. It does seem like ISIS K really like strikes at like serendipitous or very very convenient times. Like it almost seems like at the ideal time for like the U.S. empire, like they always seem to attack. Like
it's kind of like Bigfoot or Mothman. They show up like immediately preceding momentous like geopolitical events. Like there's always oftentimes you see a Mothman or a Bigfoot. There's reports of some kind of blue beam Bigfoot invasion. I'm sure you saw that. Right?
I didn't.
What? You didn't?
What? There's a Bigfoot invasion?
Did I not send that to you? It was some like conspiraslop like Bigfoot. Somebody was saying something about there's Bigfoot tracking going on. They're on the move. They're mobilizing. I don't know for what.
They're mobilizing. Oh man. Oh god.
Bigfoot
what are they doing?
Invasion. Let me look this up real quick. I swear I must have. No, I think I like retweeted something. Let me see if I can look it up right now. It was. I admire the the commitment to the Bigfoot posters, like making it geopolitical.
Yeah, that's great. They're mobilizing.
Let me see.
I'm trying to find it. Did you?
Oh yeah. Here we go. From Chad Tinfoil Enjoyer reposted this. Several sightings of Bigfoot reported in Portage County, Ohio. This is from the Bigfoot Society Facebook page.
I'm mutuals with them. Yeah, okay.
The Bigfoot Society, or
no, with a Chad Tinfoil Enjoyer.
Oh yeah. No, we are MUFOs. Yeah. Breaking: major Bigfoot surge in Portage County, Ohio. The Bigfoot Society is tracking an unprecedented cluster of activity. In just the last 96 hours, there have been 5 separate high-credibility reports stretching from Mantua to Windham. We have received many of these directly. The Bigfoot Mapping Project have been documenting these reports as well. We are looking at a documented corridor of movement across the country. Here is the timeline of what has happened so far. Okay, March 6, 12:23 p.m., Mantua Center. A local researcher from MTCR observed a 9-foot-tall brown male standing 120 yards away near SR-44. The creature displayed high situational awareness and retreated at high speed once it realized it was being watched. March 7th, 10:52 p.m., Mantua area. A second witness, Dylan Obney, reported an 8-foot figure with long arms and dark brown hair. He heard heavy, rhythmic footsteps and a deep, vibrating grunt that preceded a, quote, forest hush. Total silence. Physical evidence in the form of oversized muddy footprints was located at the scene. March 9th, Garrettsville. The activity shifted 8 miles east. A hiker encountered an 8-foot Sasquatch covered in black fur. The witness was startled and evacuated the area immediately.
Wow, yeah.
And March 9th, Headwaters Trail. Just over an hour later, witnesses Anonymous and Jacob Taylor had a 15-second face-to-face encounter with a 10-foot black figure. They noted 2 critical biological details: a stilt-like gait and a shoulder pivot, turning the whole torso to look rather than just the neck. A strong, musky odor was present. And finally, March 9th, Windham. 1 hour ago, a resident at a dead end near the wood line spotted a 6-foot brown figure running with an impossibly long stride. The witness, a longtime skeptic, was stunned, stating, "I know what I saw, but I don't know what I saw." Wow, skeptics own.
Well, yeah,
all right. That's the evidence of the
skeptics,
Bigfoot.
BTFO, and none of them took a picture or anything. They didn't have a chance to.
Yeah, I guess they didn't. Yeah. JD is blocking. He flew back to Ohio, and he's blocking all the footage from coming out.
Oh, yeah, probably true.
Yeah, maybe they're mobilizing against JD. It's hard to tell. But yeah, I guess the Bigfoot people, they're monitoring the situation as well, just like we are, just in a slightly different way. But yeah.
That's well. I hope that they're on the side of the resistance, and they're.
I feel like according to Bigfoot lore, like they would be. Right, like the Bigfoots are fundamentally. I mean, I guess they're gin.
I guess it depends on the Bigfoot lore.
Right,
Mormon Bigfoot lore, maybe not. I don't know, but because in Mormon Bigfoot lore, isn't it Cain who was like doomed to wander the earth? Although I feel like that report inherently is incompatible with that because there's obviously multiple Bigfoots at multiple locations. So, yeah. It's probably it could be Iranian sorcerers, Iranian Sahir, who are deploying their jinn assets in the U.S.
That would be the ultimate sleeper cell, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, I remember during the 12-Day War that like they were talking about how Israel was using jinn in their attacks.
Right. I do remember a little bit of that. Yeah. I'm trying to look up what Trump. I think Trump's been talking some shit while we've been on the air.
I remember him saying something like about how, speaking of these attacks, like he was talking about how like we know like who all the terrorists are, like they're out there, but like we have our eyes on them, and it's like, well, wait, like you've been like deporting people for like writing op-eds, but like you're just like letting the terrorists like lurk here, and you just are watching them. Like,
yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, like Eddie's like, I think
you're not going after them. Like our war fighters are like crushing like 10-year-olds, but they're not going to go after like the terrorists, even though you know who all they all are, and you are watching them. Like, seems like you like want them to attack. Like, what's going on?
Yeah, it's a little odd. Yeah, he said Yeah, he says that the World Cup team from Iran, he said the Iran national soccer team is welcome to the World Cup, but I really don't believe it is appropriate that they be there for their own life and safety. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. Why does he do that weird passive aggressive thank you for your attention to this matter? He's really addicted to it now.
It's a weird thing.
He adopted it at some point,
like a boomer
after
like
2020.
email quirk that like he somehow gained. I think that he put it in like, I remember him putting it like in some of his like tweets during the 12-day war, and then like ever since then, I feel like it became like a whole, maybe people around him liked it, and it became like a catchphrase. Yeah,
he likes to say something kind of like off the dome and like insane, and then end it with that like very like formal kind of
true.
statement.
It's kind of like the new sad, but now
it is kind of the new sad. Yeah. So he hasn't really been truthing a lot today. It looks like he said the U.S. is the largest oil producer in the world by far. So when oil prices go up, we make a lot of money. But a far greater interest and importance to me as president is stopping an evil empire, Iran, from having nuclear weapons and destroying the Middle East and, indeed, the world. I won't ever let that happen.
Destroying the world.
Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. And then he threatened the lives of the Iranian soccer team. Then he insulted Jerome Too Late Powell for not dropping interest rates immediately. And then he says that the FIFA World Cup this summer will be the greatest and safest sporting event in American history. All players, officials, and fans will be treated like the all-caps stars that they are. President, so no thank you for your attention to this matter. But, how the fuck is the World Cup going to happen, like, this summer? Is everybody from South America going to come up here, I guess some of the matches in Mexico. I forget. I
really don't know anything about the World Cup
North
or
America
sports. Period.
Yeah. Some of it's going to be in LA. I know that, and then the Olympics in 2028.
Sounds like a big target for possible attack.
Yeah. But I
on
don't
our freedoms.
I mean, I haven't
to play games. Yeah.
I don't even know if Pete did like a war update today, or if they've had any brief. I guess maybe Caroline Levitt did a briefing today, but they seemed it really like this has been such a low information war. Even 2 weeks in, it's like we're getting. I remember when even the first Gulf War, I was like very, very little, but the kind of like Norman Schwarzkopf, like going on TV every day and being like, "This is what we attacked," and like they kind of
the first,
repeated that
hyper televised war. Yeah,
right,
it was
right.
Yeah.
And then Rumsfeld kind of repeated that in the second Gulf War, where he would go out there and ramble about known unknowns and shit like that. And I feel like Pete, I think some people have called it like he's doing a kind of crystal meth Rumsfeld kind of performance where it's kind of he's trying to do the Macho Man Rumsfeldian thing, but it's way more like cracked out and like weird, and it's just like a lot of like bragging and like saying that like we're kicking everybody's ass and it rocks, and like not giving a lot of specifics.
It comes. I don't think that Midge Decter would approve, because it does come across like kind of like juvenile and like fratty and like not true like manliness that Rumsfeld had. Because it does seem to be like driven by like a deep seated like insecurity and just general like, I mean, not to overinflate this element, but I think that he has like I mean the Koof juice I think is calling to him, like he has like the instability of someone who is like in the thrall of like multiple kind of like addictions and pathologies. Like he seems to be like really frayed at the edges. I mean,
there's no way he's on the wagon. There's no way. Like I cannot believe it. Like
I don't think so. I think he's like been drunk in like some of his like press conferences and speeches like before. He has seemed drunk anyway. And I still like hold to my theory that he is like just constantly like in the grip of like AI psychosis, like just constantly like corresponding with Claude about what to do next. I mean, like I don't doubt that like some of our kill chains like are coming from the AI. Not to, AI is like a human product, and that's the thing. Like it doesn't actually have. I remember, someone commented it last time, that we don't want to let the AI shift blame from like the human beings who are responsible for this, which they obviously shouldn't. But because AI doesn't have like any agency of its own or any intelligence, despite being marketed that way. It is something that like human beings use, and actually like the only people that the only people that it like lets them off the hook with is themselves. Like they use it to like avoid their own sense of responsibility. Like say like, well, this is what Claude told me to do or whatever. But obviously that's not actually an excuse. So I mean, I don't doubt that like in terms of AI being used to kind of insofar as there ever will be any kind of like quote unquote investigation of double tapping the elementary school, probably it will be blamed on something like that. I can only imagine. In fact, that may be like the go-to excuse for these things, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's the case. I think that your theory about how this is something that's like meant to kind of like terrify the population or like in some way mobilize it, like that this if you don't get on board with this, if you don't do what President Trump has ordered and rise up, then like this is what's in store. But of course it's kind of a weird gambit in that sense. But at the same time, Israel of course it was an American missile that did this, but Israel, I mean in Lebanon, as they have it in Gaza abundantly, they're just a deeply depraved country that loves to kill kids. I mean, the U.S. is too, but Israel and in Gaza,
they
and
are
Lebanon
kind of the tip
really,
of the spear.
Just
they've had the most practice with it now of any chief,
They relish it on
American
they seem to
Empire.
relish it on a different level, but I don't want to diminish how much the U.S. relishes it, but yeah, I think it's plausible if we ever get any kind of like accounting of what happened at all, that was like to kind of suggest that it wasn't completely deliberate, then it will either be like blaming like the LLMs, like blaming Anthropic, or it will be like.
If all else fails, you could blame the LLM for hallucinating a target, and like I just believed it.
Yeah, they may also just go with like because I mean that's also kind of like, okay, well, why didn't you vet the targets you were getting from this like stupid like text predictor? They might be more likely to go with like the it was actually like right next to an IRGC like naval base or something, and like they were using these girls as human shields. That's probably what they may say.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I'm seeing there was a small fire that broke out today on, I think, was it the USS Gerald Ford? Yes. A non-combat related fire originating from the laundry area. 2 sailors were injured. Yeah, a lot of people have been pointing out that, like, because remember there was the clogged toilet fiasco on the way to right before the conflict started, and like the sailors on the Gerald Ford I think they might be breaking like U.S. military history, or at least since World War II, of the longest deployment of any aircraft carrier without getting to like go back home and like see their families or whatever. Like they've been, I think it's been over a year at this point, and they were I think supposed to be out for 6 months, like normally. Like they've been extended way beyond when, and now they're being asked to like go park themselves outside of Iran, like, and potentially get targeted by like drones and missiles and shit. And it just morale might be very low on this ship. So some people are maybe thinking, did somebody set that fire in the laundry on purpose? Because they're pissed off.
Is that what happened? There was a fire in the laundry.
According to the Telegram thing I just read, it does seem to be like, it was like a fire that started internally, and a couple soldiers were like injured by it, and they put it out. I think some people are also saying, oh, interesting, like maybe a drone like snuck up to them and like hit them, like a fire broke out. But it sounds like it was inside the ship.
Yeah, our Gerald Ford suffers fire.
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah, I'm really not seeing I'm not seeing a lot of updates right now the plane that
It
crashed.
originated in the main laundry spaces. The cause of the fire was not combat related and is contained. There is no damage to the ship's propulsion plant, and the aircraft carrier remains fully operational. 2 sailors are receiving medical treatment. Okay. Yeah. I'm not sure where the laundry is. I mean that could also be a lie. Who knows? But yeah.
Yeah. Israel's currently bombing Beirut. It appears.
I mean, they're like hammering
nonstop.
Lebanon insanely. Yeah, it's unbelievable. They've like massacred people in Lebanon.
Mm-hmm. And in the West Bank, like settlers are going psycho as well, and just like going and kind of like lynching people, and
what depraved society.
Truly. Yeah, I'm looking at Fox News has Gordon Chang from the Anti-China Hawk from the Gatestone Institute right now talking to Laura Ingram, probably saying China's like behind all this. Oh yeah, though literally the headline is China supporting Iran behind the scenes. Yep.
Right.
So there is that aspect. I forget. I was looking at some like geopolitics stuff that was kind of discussing this like China angle, and how this could be a kind of a strategy of denial of like resources and whatever to China. I'll just read, and this is probably, let me see. It's probably written by AI, so it's annoying. I'll just probably this from Grandmasters of Geopolitics. It says that
Grandmasters of it. Okay.
It says for decades China has lived under a single strategic nightmare, the Malacca dilemma. 80% of its energy imports pass through this narrow
This does sound like a
strait.
script for like an Emirati influencer that like an Emirati like YouTube influencer would read, and there's like AI generated graphics.
It's titled "The Siege of Dragon."
Okay. Nice.
So it says, like a choke point. This is a choke point that U.S. Navy could, in a crisis, simply shut down. To survive, China built a landward fortress. Hundreds of billions poured into the Belt and Road Initiative, railways, pipelines, and ports designed to create an overland escape route from Western maritime pressure. At the heart of that fortress lies Iran. And now, as American and Israeli strikes rain down on the Islamic Republic, Beijing watches its entire Eurasian strategy come under siege. This is China's landward strategy cornerstone. Iran is not just another trading partner for China. The country sits at the crossroads of Central Asia, South Asia, and the Middle East, a natural bridge linking Russia, India, and Europe. Chinese companies have spent 2 decades embedding themselves into Iran's infrastructure. They built the railway from Tehran to Hamadan, modernized the ports of Chabahar and Bandar Abbas, and developed the Azedegan and Yadavaran oil fields. In July 2025, Beijing signed a contract to electrify the 1,000-kilometer Sarax-Razi railway connecting the Turkmen border to Turkey, a route Tehran calls the safest and most economical link between China and Europe. Through Iran, China planned to bypass the Malacca Strait and secure energy supplies beyond U.S. naval reach. Now, however, the U.S. seeks to strangle that route. China is the world's largest crude oil importer. Iran, its second largest supplier after Saudi Arabia, accounts for roughly 13% of China's seaborne oil imports, much of it at discounted prices, sustaining China's manufacturing economy. Almost all of Iran's exported oil goes to China. Venezuela, another sanctioned state, sends over half its exports to Beijing. Well, or it did at least. Together, Iran and Venezuela supply around 17% of China's total crude. Over half of China's oil passes through the Strait of Hormuz, now at the center of the crisis. After recent strikes, vessels began avoiding the strait and crude prices surged over 12%. Qatar, producing a fifth of global liquid natural gas, temporarily halted output at Ras Laffan after an Iranian drone strike. China holds strategic reserves, roughly 60 to 90 days of consumption, according to Western sources, enough to weather an immediate shock, but insufficient for long-term stability. So Washington's Go game. This is actually interesting in light of, we brought up Go before, but interesting if true. The U.S. is no longer playing Western-style chess, where the aim is to capture the king. Instead, it has adopted the logic of ancient Chinese Go. In Go, the objective is not to destroy. This actually, it's be funny if they like used like the Google AI that like plays Go really well to be like make a plan for us.
I don't think
like,
that the same AI that's Google DeepMind or whatever that plays Go is the same like LLM one. But yeah,
no,
I
it's
don't know.
not.
It'd be funny if it had like a Go fixation.
It does make me wonder though if like in the military has availed itself of like the Go bot for like war planning, like game theory type something, you know, as opposed to just
entirely
Claude.
possible. Yeah, I will.
You know?
They probably have like the most advanced like or whatever thing, but I think that from what I've read, like commercial models of AI like aren't necessarily like so far behind whatever like proprietary military LLM they may have. I think that it's still, but yeah, they might use the DeepMind for something else. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
it would seem like they would, but you don't hear too much about that. It's no. AI still, even like for these people, seems to like indicate like LLMs, like just talking to like the $200 a month version of ChatGPT.
But I do wonder if that's kind of like what they put out in public, and secretly they think they've got like the super secret, like ultra advanced, like DeepMind, like Go champion AI also help like different kind of classified AI systems, whether they're better or not. Is kind of like
I think that they certainly
but...
have like the one that will like tell you how to kill kids. Like which I think the normal one won't do, so they at least have that special one,
right? It's possible they're using AIs and not telling us about them because they think that they're super advanced and secret and provide an epic advantage or something like that. But anyways, going on here, in Go, the objective is not to destroy pieces, but to surround territory and control key nodes. Washington does not seem to seek Iran's collapse. It learned from Iraq and Libya that failed states in the heart of Eurasia become geopolitical black holes, wrecking the very transit routes Washington might wish to use. The goal is strategic disciplining. The U.S. aims for a, quote, cooperative Iran, a state forced to decouple from China and become a predictable, manageable partner of the West, a regime that remains in power but stripped of its regional teeth and strategic dependence on Beijing. This explains, it says in italics, why Donald Trump has expressed skepticism over Prince Reza Pahlavi's ability to consolidate power. The U.S. does not need a new government, only the current regime's capitulation on favorable terms. Now, I think that's all interesting information. I'm not sure if I I just don't know. I'm not 100% sold that like they don't want to collapse the regime of Iran because they're afraid of it becoming Iraq and Libya, and because like it would wreck the very transit routes Washington might wish to use, and thus they just want to strategically discipline them. I'm sure that might be like an acceptable outcome of this campaign for like the Trump administration, but at the same time, I'm not so sure the U.S. is like, oh, we learned our lesson from Iraq and Libya. We don't want to like cause an anarcho-colonialist hellhole. We don't want to turn our enemies into just like a black hole of like chaos and war. I think wrecking it actually gets into this article that I'd found recommended to me via Naked Capitalism, which has had pretty good like coverage of the like economic impacts of this. But there was this paper, it was either from 2017 or 2018, called Sanctioning Iran, A Nietzschean Theory of Negative Imperialism by Juan Cole.
Yeah, right. We were talking about this a little bit before. I actually didn't realize that, like I was telling you, I actually didn't realize like Juan Cole, like it was kind of like, it was like more of a real one than I had appreciated. Like he, like I kind of knew him like as like an Islamicist, like someone who like had written a little bit about like the Quran in late antiquity and like early Islam and stuff. But I didn't realize that like he also did like some like geopolitical stuff.
Yeah. I came from the opposite of like I had no idea he was an Islamicist. I just saw him writing this essay about kind of like geopolitical theories of imperialism, and was like, oh, cool. Like, and I think he wrote a book about Gaza that came out more recently. And didn't you say, wasn't he like threatened or like targeted by some government official?
Yeah, he had like I guess under Bush, like the CIA, I guess like sought blackmail information about Juan Cole, according to his Wikipedia. Yeah,
wow.
That was, when you told me that he had written this book, I was looking him up. Let me read James Ricin reported in the New York Times that Glenn Carl, a former Central Intelligence Agency officer, was a top counterterrorism official during the administration of President George W. Bush, said the White House at least twice asked intelligence officials to gather sensitive information on Cole in order to discredit him. In an interview, Mr. Carl said his supervisor at the National Intelligence Council told him in 2005 that the White House officials wanted to get Professor Cole and made it clear that he wanted Mr. Carl to collect information about him, an effort Mr. Carl rebuffed. Months later, Mr. Carl said he confronted a CIA official after learning of another attempt to collect information about Professor Cole. Mr. Carl said he contended at the time that such actions would have been unlawful. All right. Well, interesting. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, and I guess he had some other kind of controversy where he was like supposed to get like an appointment at Yale, like a 10-year appointment, but it was like killed like internally.
Interesting.
I
just stumbled on something even more interesting, an interesting wrinkle in this book sanctioning Iran, or I guess it's kind of like a pamphlet lecture type thing. But I noticed it's very prominently the writing of this book was like, sponsored and published by something called the Farman Family International Institute of Social History and the Prince Dr. Sabar Farman Research Project. So I was like, oh, interesting. There's a foundation thing. There's like a picture of Prince Dr. Sabar Farman. This gets into something we actually just discussed recently. The introduction describes, this is founded in 2013, to support and promote research and scholarship in all aspects of Iranian history, culture, and civilization. This is funded by the family and their foundation. But get this, Prince Dr. Sabar Farman, who died in 2006, was the son of Abdul Hussein Mirza Farman, one of the prominent princes of Iran's Qajar dynasty. When he was so this was the dynasty that were the Shahs before the Pahlavis, right?
Mm-hmm.
The last Qajar Shah was in the 1920s. But also that means that this Prince Doctor must be a blood relative of the shadow heir to the throne of Iran, Pierre Omidyar, right?
Yes, right.
Which I just want to stress, it's so fucking funny and weird that he is a direct descendant of the Shahs of Iran, before the Pahlavis took over, Pierre Omidyar. The goofy eBay tech nerd guy that just popped out of nowhere and educated in France, popped out of nowhere, built eBay, gave Elon and Peter Thiel their first big come up by purchasing PayPal in the early 2000s, hung out at the Edge Foundation with Epstein and John Brockman and all these people for years, got into his philanthropy, is funding big journalists up to this day, founded The Intercept, go down the list, but he's truly royalty. Right? I don't know where in the line of succession.
Probably not.
He would be.
Yeah. I mean, we were joking, but I don't think that he actually is.
Because it's through his mother, so maybe he's not.
I don't think that he would be up there. I think that if you were going to restore the Qajars, which I think people have only proposed in jest that I've seen, then there would be many other people in line before Pierre Omidyar. Although, again,
so he's kind of leapfrogged.
A lot of these Iranian dynasties were the Pahlavis certainly they didn't really. I don't think it's just the case in Iran or in the Muslim world. I'm sure it's the case everywhere that you kind of fabricate kind of a legitimacy for yourself. I mean, don't the Windsors trace their genealogy to these King Arthur
Gotha,
and stuff,
they do that, but they're also I think mostly German, nobility that intermarried with the British.
So legitimize themselves. They say that they have some kind of ancestry to these English mytho-historical figures, or maybe if they don't do that, at least some royals before them in the British Isles did that. But it's the same type of thing where you're just some dude. Certainly with the Pahlavis, they didn't have, they weren't noble, but they made themselves noble through taking over,
But I mean, just to think about that, Pierre Omidyar's family is older royalty than the Pahlavis.
Yeah, probably more legitimate.
Probably more legitimate
in terms of if you're gonna again, it's all kind of this narrativization of and sort of the creation of legitimacy, but in terms of
I'm not saying people should say it's legitimate.
Fact, the in terms of the Lindy factor, and in terms of the like weighing the two narratives of legitimacy, like how compelling and how elaborate and how well articulated they are, probably the Qajars would be more legitimate than the Pahlavis. So if you're going to restore like some person who has never even come close to being a monarch in their lives, which is basically the only options, then you might as well go with the Qajars over the Pahlavis. But for whatever reason,
I just
that's
wonder,
the one that people have coalesced around.
And his grandfather was like considered the godfather of Iran's military-industrial complex. On top of that, so I wonder where the Qajar like dynasty kind of stands in all of this chaos right now. I mean, we know where the Pahlavis kind of stand, but it even seems like Pierre's mother was to some extent like a supporter of the Iranian Revolution against the Pahlavis. And, I mean, people never look into everyone always kind of jumps to like, oh, did the CIA like back Khomeini, or did the Mossad back it for some, like, was he secretly a Mossad agent or something? But like, what about the other like big royal dynasty? Like maybe they felt like they could, I don't know, like maybe they, for whatever reason, they preferred the Pahlavis to be like overthrown. I mean, the Pierre's grandfather like was retired by the time of the Iranian Revolution, but he still lived in Tehran. He wasn't like driven out with the other like monarchists and like arrested or anything. Like he was left alone. So there had to be a sense of, oh, he's not like an enemy of the revolution, right? And his daughter was kind of active in Paris with all these expats. It's just like interesting. So little about his philanthropy like traces back to like doing stuff in Iran, but looking at the other work of the Omidyar network, you would think that this would be the most natural place for him to apply his little like USAID neoliberal regime change kind of tricks. Like he did a lot of work in India, he did a lot of work in Ukraine. I think he's done work in Africa, South America, etc. I don't know. It's just like I wonder. He's so silent about.
I mean, the Qajars are like a pretty big family. In fact, I think that the Aga Khan has like some Qajar. Like, I mean, like this is obviously like a large dynasty and like that existed for a relatively long time. So like there's going to be like a lot of people who have some connection to the Qajars. I mean, relatively speaking, obviously not like a lot in the scheme of things, but still like a decent number. Like, and I think that the Aga Khan, I remember people joking like, oh, let's just have the Aga Khan take over, but
I mean, if he's a candidate, why not Pierre?
I mean,
why not Pierre to become the viceroy of Iran, appointed by Trump?
I think it was just in jest, but still.
He's part of the pure Qajar line. Like, could you see Trump even being like, I found the new Shah is Pierre Omidyar. He's actually he has a claim. He has a claim to the throne. He has the right bloodline. That'd be kind of crazy, but yeah.
Here, I'm reading just like a list of the notable members of the Qajar dynasty. Mohammad Mossadegh.
Right. Yeah, because Pierre's Pierre's grandmother was a cousin of Mossadegh, I believe.
Right. Yeah, we talked about this. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So Mossadegh was part of the Qajar family, so maybe they kind of felt like they got pushed to the side when Mossadegh got, it could have been a kind of Kennedy situation where like one of the ruling families got a little too uppity and was like, oh yeah, let's nationalize the oil and like let's be non-aligned or something, just like took it a little too far.
Was it Mariam Farman she wasn't related to Pierre Omidyar, was she? Or that was
I mean, they're probably related to some extent,
right?
Like cousins,
right, yeah.
But like not directly. No, I think it was. It was.
She founded the women's section of the Tudeh party, so it seems like there were a fair number of like ex-Qajars in Iranian communist politics.
Interesting.
But I mean, again, like it's a large family, so it kind of like runs the gamut.
Yeah, I could see Pierre coming from this kind of like Socdem, like royalist, like Fabian kind of, like family background that are, just the kind of like very upper crust, like people with a kind of a little bit of like left leaning, like, liberal ideas about stuff or whatever.
Well, I didn't realize Sadegh Hadayat, the author of The Blind Owl, was a Qajar descendant through the female line.
Interesting.
And yeah. Yeah, weirdly, Pierre Omidyar is not here. Yeah, but
they low key. I mean, it's on his Wikipedia if you like, but it kind of just it's not like dwelt upon at all. It's just like, oh yeah, he started the foundation as a continuation of his grandfather's like philanthropic works, which is this is like the guy who was like a major, vice like chairman of the like Joint Chiefs of Staff under the Shah of the military, and was like a hugely important like international kind of elite figure. Had been a senator, I think. Like he was very, very like high up and connected and everything. And like, I actually don't know much. I haven't found a lot about like whatever his quote unquote philanthropic efforts were, which I guess would have been in the 60s and 70s and early 80s, because that's when he died. But for Pierre, then like 20 years later, to be like, oh, I'm going to start a philanthropy like modeled after and aiming for similar things as my like super powerful like Iranian general grandfather. Like, it just like you never hear the Omidyar network described in that way. I'm like actually shocked that it's like on his Wikipedia, because it's just like, no, he just like he's from France and he just like loves liberal stuff and like he thinks like capitalism can be humane and microcredit, blah blah blah, like civil society, blah, 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 anti-corruption, like it's just all kind of said this anodyne like left liberal kind of NGO shit. But
yeah, I mean, honestly, I feel like why not go back to the Safavids? Who is the Safavid heir? That's what I want to know.
Do they know?
I'm not sure if anyone knows. Although I do see a name on Wikipedia here for the head of the Qajar imperial family. Sultan Mohammed Ali Mirza apparently is the current. Since 2011, he is the head of the imperial house of Qajar. Apparently,
who is?
Sultan Muhammad Ali Mirza. Yeah.
Okay. Is he an active player in anything? Or
he resides in Europe.
Okay, yeah, he's an expat. Yeah, interesting.
He leads the Qajar Family Association, I guess. He's head of the Imperial Qajar House in Exile, which he succeeded to in 2011.
Interesting.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Nice. Interesting. Yeah.
The Qajars are curious. Like they're just royal family that nobody pays attention to, but they're like floating around.
I mean, there's a lot of like royal families out there like that. Probably like like the Habsburgs and stuff. Like
for sure.
Or even the Ottoman sultans probably have like some kind of heir out there, but no one knows what their names are, cares about them because they don't have any power anymore.
Right.
Or they're not recognized.
Right. But anyways, I went down a little. That was a funny rabbit hole. Not to impugn Juan Cole here, but it is like just it shows that they still maintain like an interest in kind of funding like academic work about Iran and stuff along different descendants of like the Qajar dynasty. Not just Pierre, but this guy as well. Still kind of engage in the discourse around this stuff. But this is a pretty good. I wouldn't say I agree with it like 100%, but I think it makes some good points. This like Nietzschean theory of negative imperialism is like an interesting idea, and he uses Iran as like kind of two different periods in Iranian history. One, I think, when the Qajar dynasty was still in power in maybe the 1910s and 20s, and then talking about the nuclear program sanctions.
It ended in 1925.
Yeah. So I'll just bring it up here so y'all can see it. He says here in the intro, most of the great theories of imperialism have concerned the extraction of resources from the colonized by the imperial metropole. This generalization holds true of the British radical John Hobson and the Russian Marxist Vladimir Lenin. It also underlines Samir Amin's theory of the development of underdevelopment. These theories are serviceable for understanding key dimensions of modern empire building, including European and North American treatment of Iran's petroleum industry and of its markets for goods, but they do not explain the full range of imperial behavior. The long history of Western grand strategy toward Iran has been characterized not only by subordination and extraction of resources, but also by marginalization and boycott, the opposite of an extractive determination. These instances of negative imperialism included the reluctance of the Russian and British governments to see a railroad in Qajar Iran and the Bush-Obama sanctions on Iran over the Iranian nuclear enrichment program. In these instances, Western companies were actually disadvantaged for the sake of imperial power interests. What I call negative imperialism is typically not the project of the multinational corporation, but of politicians seeking to prevent the emergence of a regional hegemon, or to deprive another great power of an advantage. That is, Western imperialism in Iran cannot solely be understood as the quest for ways of benefiting national companies. Negative imperialism is under the sign of Nietzsche's will, the will to power, rather than Lenin's monopoly capital. Like I would say the lines are like fuzzier between like I don't feel like Lenin's making like that narrow of an argument that it's like the big companies get together and they just tell the country to go to war and like so that they can make bigger quarterly profits or something like that. Like I think they do think on a bigger meta level, like as a class, like about what benefits us all in the long term versus like what benefits like GE or US Steel or Chevron like in a 5-year cycle. Like but anyways, J.A. Hobson argued that I do think the Nietzschean aspect of negative imperialism is interesting. Hobson argued that imperialism was a search by a national government in the service of a few manufacturing corporations for immature captive markets impelled by a crisis of industrial overproduction. When the factories of the imperialists put out more goods than the national market could absorb, these captains of industry sent the nation abroad in source of new markets from which the imperialists wished to exclude their competition. Hobson observed that as a national proposition, imperialism was a bad bargain, since the volume of trade with these semi-tropical and tropical acquisitions remained low and often did not repay the costs of conquest administration. He thought that imperialism only looked national, but was in fact sectional, benefiting only a sliver of the nation's business classes. Moreover, imperialism violated the principle of free trade, attempting to coerce consumers in the conquered society into buying only from the ruling metropole. Hobson thought Britain would have been better off trading with others' colonies, allowing them to bear the expenses of empire. Hobson's theory that a fraction of the business classes rather selfishly imposed imperialism on the nation in order to gain a monopoly on a market is exemplified in Iran by the tobacco regie, the monopoly in the marketing of Iranian tobacco, acquired by a Major Talbot from Nasir al-Din Shah in 1891, which provoked a national revolt by farmers, merchants, and clerics. There was also the grant of customs revenues at some Iranian ports to a Belgian concern. These transactions, however, did not involve attempting to dominate Iran as a consumer market for British or Belgian goods. Rather, they were attempts to extract profits from Iranian production itself. But yeah, like Lenin had his own approach to the vast burgeoning of imperial possessions in his 1916 banger, Imperialism. He saw it as not only a search for markets, but also, and perhaps more importantly, a search for an assured source of raw materials by monopoly and finance capital. A Leninist theory of British and American petroleum interests in Iran during the 20th century would have some explanatory advantages, though it should be noted that the oil nationalization crisis of 1951 to 53 eventuated in a sort of joint oil imperialism that benefited American corporations as well as Britain's Anglo-Iranian Oil Company. That is, Lenin's emphasis on monopoly as a driver of both domestic and international economic imperialism was overdrawn, and many examples can be found where nations and corporations were entirely willing to share the spoils of imperial conquest. Here, however, I'm interested in two cases, railroads in the late Qajar era and nuclear energy in the early 21st, where imperial elites forswore opportunities for exactive profits in the service of power. Lenin's theory seems inadequate to understanding this phenomenon. I mean, I don't know. I kind of feel like Lenin, I feel like he wouldn't, he wouldn't be, shocked by this, idea that, the class is almost like the empire is kind of turning into, the trust of trusts, where, these imperial planners and these bourgeoisie, there's so much porosity and overlap, so many interlocks between the people serving high up in government and the people that are serving the heads of these corporations that there's a synergy of their strategies and their interests and everything. And if one sector has to take a loss in profits or miss an opportunity, if it is better for everybody, they're going to go for that. You know what I mean? But I don't know. But I do think the point of let me see. Okay, yeah. The thing about Nietzsche is kind of funny here. That he talks about how Schumpeter identified monarchies and the aristocracy as martial by nature, and predicted that as this social class, this is like around World War I, he predicted that as this social class was displaced by peaceful capitalists more interested in trade than conquest, war would atrophy. This assertion is not so much a theory as a stereotype, and even as Schumpeter wrote, the aristocracy in Western Europe was already in steep decline. Can anything be salvaged here?
We were just talking about him, I think, in the Foundations episode. I think he was the guy who said that like Americans became primitives, when ever they had to deal with anything, like think about anything having to do with politics, like outside their area of specialization.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. He says that if we substitute state officials from any social class for the irrelevant category of an aristocracy, then perhaps the Schumpeterian school can still teach us something about the expansionism of the modern nation state. That is, aggression and ambition inheres not in a social class, but in an institution. Just as businesses have an incentive to become larger, so states have an incentive to become more powerful. Schumpeter's condemnation of the inherent aggressiveness of the aristocracy may have derived from the widespread conviction that the Junker class played an outsized role in taking Germany into the disastrous Great War. This idea also appeared decades earlier, though in an approving form, in the writings of Friedrich Nietzsche, which were influential in German thinking about imperialism. Impatient with, quote, rights derived from contract, Nietzsche wrote in his notebook in the 1880s, quote, at least a people ought to consider with just as much justification its need for conquest, its craving for power, as a right, whether it be with weapons, with trade, commerce, and colonization, a right to growth, so to speak. Nietzsche yearned for a united Europe ruled by a ruthless oligarchy, which would also subject the rest of the world, supplanting a feeble and democratizing Britain. The state, Nietzsche believed, needs enemies, both internal and external, if it is to make its mark, and the mark of a non-decadent ruling caste is a willingness to do what needs to be done to crush this opposition. Inasmuch as negative imperialism is typically a search for power advantage against an enemy involving the imposition of disadvantages on that enemy or on a third party caught in the crossfire, it has a Nietzschean shape. Yeah, so I mean, I guess it does. Yeah, and like, so it's kind of it kind of reminded me of I kind of threw out this theory in the early like Demon Forces episodes of like anarcho-colonialism, which is really kind of like a fancier way of saying like instead of like kind of taking political control and economic control over a place in order to extract resources from it, you're like wrecking it in order to deny its resources or its like whatever advantages a country might have to your rivals, right? Like just destroying it is actually like kind of the point. Like, you know, like I'd say like destroying Liberia was something that like had certain advantages that were or destroying Yugoslavia, like splitting it up and balkanizing it, had like a ton of advantages, and like actually it wasn't to like build it up. If anything, why would you want, you know, a land route? Isn't it, you know, kind of the gateway to Asia, right? It's one of them.
Yeah.
You know, why would you want like a land route connecting the Eurasian landmass when you could balkanize it up and just make it still kind of like...
see that today. Yeah, I mean, Syria is kind of the same situation. Like the most important thing is like not who's in charge, but that like whoever is in charge is weak.
Yeah. Or that it's not it's not an environment where the Chinese can build like modern infrastructure and transportation hubs and like easily ship goods through, because like you can't even build the roadway because there's roving gangs of like militias that, you know, control checkpoints and like they're all fighting and sponsored by other countries. Like, I
mean, Iraq is like that now. Yeah, like
anywhere that would be on kind of the Eurasian trade route in a way, or you know, maybe trans-African trade routes.
I mean, this is kind of weirdly enough, like my mom, who usually has very boomer takes on everything, was saying the same thing about China, basically, that she was like, it's all about China. I was like, where'd you hear this? Like, but I don't know.
I think you could make I think there's more acute things that it's about, but I think that from the U.S. perspective, that has to be a factor.
I mean, I definitely agree. Absolutely.
For why they're getting involved. Yeah. Like even if it's more Zog than we could even imagine, it's still the Zog, whatever the Greater Israel David Corridor ass agenda of like Netanyahu and the elites in Israel, like that fits into an anti-Belt and Road strategy, like a pro-U.S. Belt and Road disruption plan.
I definitely think that the Iran's significance to China definitely is a factor. And I think this kind of is something that I think actually the sort of Israel forced our hand and stuff is partially obscures, even though it is pretty important to bear in mind. America does have a stake in this, it's not just for Netanyahu's sake.
Right. We're quote unquote, the empire's getting something out of this because they know
or in theory will be. Yeah. But
it's at the same time, it's a risky gambit. But they might have decided that this is kind of let Israel kind of off the chain, let them be the local direct colonizer, because they're driven enough, but they're kind of been whipped up into a psychopathic mindset enough. They've been PTK'd enough over the decades, and they have an expansionist, specific, ethnic cleansing, manifest destiny, ideology that political elites want to act on, that they can be trusted to be the local white colonizers of the greater Middle East, and that maybe that's the best way to who better to have control over everything, because at least it seems the dominant thinking maybe is that certainly the Iranians in their current form are not going to play ball or they're not going to deny China. They're not going to not partner with China, and the Arabs also they have a lot to gain from peaceful development and connecting up with China and Europe. That could help enrich and stabilize their countries finally, and they have a lot of oil to trade, which is what China needs. So there's a lot of big obvious opportunities for win-win partnerships of trading oil for development and trade and all this shit. And America's looking at all this and going, fuck, how do we stop this? How can we frustrate it? And we can't militarily confront them directly. America is not, if they're performing this way against Iran, LOL. I don't even think they could go toe to toe with Russia, maybe in a really sustained way, or much less China. Just It seems and I think we've seen reports from Rand and kind of think tanks like that. I think even in just the last year or so that are saying that that strategic window has passed of challenging China directly over Taiwan or Southeast Asia or whatever. You have to find other ways to trip them up and undermine their deepening partnership with the rest of the world. So that means cutting them out of South America and the Caribbean, right? And kind of disciplining Mexico for doing business with them, reactivating the Monroe Doctrine, and then causing these roadblocks of chaos in the Middle East that at the very least kind of slow down the pace of One Belt, One Road, you could say. In addition to causing trouble in all the Central Asian republics, and kind of I don't know what the status is there with maybe Azerbaijan or the stands, if they've been making deals with China. But Iran is very strategically central to building that bridge between Asia and Europe and Africa and the Middle East and everything. And it's if we can't dominate it, maybe we can wreck it permanently and create a hellhole that you can't build through. That might be, it's a sicko move but it is kind of a Nietzschean negative imperialism, in a way, I think what I like about this paper is that it kind of is, saying sometimes I think you get a kind of a DSA Marxist or somebody with maybe they just have structural forces of capitalism, my dude, or whatever, where they kind of just say, or maybe this is more a Democracy Now! Kind of leftist thing of these heckin' corporations just wanted to make money, so they told Trump to steal the oil, and now so they can make more money this year, because oil, they'll control more of it and sell more of it or something. It's kind of a simplistic understanding of we only do imperialism to extract resources from a country, right. But what were the resources in Syria? Like they didn't really have that. And I've even heard this brought up to like kind of poo-poo the idea that the Kurds played a role in like destroying, like, in wrecking Syria. Because, I say, well, they moved in with U.S. Special Forces and squatted on all the oil fields and invited in American oil companies that wouldn't give any of that oil to the government. They go like, oh, like you think the oil is a big deal? Oil only has like they only get like 5% of their income from selling oil. Like it's not. And Syria doesn't have that. But it's like when you're under like total fucking sanctions and you're being like attacked by like all these imperialist proxies, like it is kind of important to have your own domain, even if it's not a huge supply.
Yeah.
Like for your own functioning of your military.
Right.
Like it's very important to have access to your own oil. And the heckin' Kurds, like despite, I know they didn't like, they collaborated sometimes with the SAA and, they didn't like actively fight Assad or whatever, but they starved them of like critical resources with the U.S. help, and helped, basically like weaken the central government, until it was finally just like toppled over. So the denial of resources is often like very important, right? It's like we didn't do that. I've seen people like, you think we went to steal Syria's, like some puny little oil supplies? It's like, no, we did it to prevent Syria from using them so that they could collapse. I think like we invade these countries for bigger strategic like reasons than just to like steal whatever resources they have. If that was the case, like wouldn't we have invaded like the DRC and like the Congo, in like the rare earth mineral kind of regions that have very, very weak governments? Like wouldn't you think we'd want to like lock that down or whatever? But instead our interventions almost have been to ensure that the government is as weak as possible and the country is beset by like militias and like low-grade civil war, where there's clearly a way to get all that cobalt and all those minerals out to put in all of our iPhones and computers, right? But it's like handled in this like shady parastate kind of way. And I feel like the West, like the US, like kind of likes it that way. Like they can extract resources under very chaotic circumstances and very like hyper exploitative, like they can hire military contractors or whatever. Corporations can do that, right? So there often is this like bigger thing, and sometimes just destroying a place is a kind of like that gives the empire benefits, even if they're not extracting shit. As long as China's not extracting it, then maybe that's good enough for them. So. Yeah, they talk about how like railways couldn't be built, even though that would, Cole says, in the late Qajar period, that, even though a more extensive railway network would have opened up like export opportunities and big profits for a lot of British industries, they always kind of like vetoed it and looked down on it. And the Russians, I think, did as well, because the Russians saw it as like this might increase British penetration of Iran up to like our borders, and the British looked at it as if like if there was more extensive rail networks, they'd make more money, but that would increase because some of those rails would connect to Russia, and that would increase like Russian penetration and like economic ties and things like that, and then that might threaten the Indian Raj, and that was a much more important like colonial. Yeah. A possession of theirs. So like they were willing to like not make the quick buck by like building out the infrastructure and keeping Iran underdeveloped so that a dangerous like knock-on effect wouldn't develop and they wouldn't, their current possessions wouldn't be threatened. So like that's a good example of like, like capitalists like think not just in terms of like pure profit. They're not just like these thinking automatons that are like, I am capitalist, I must make more profit. Like I hate it when people talk about like the high level banksters and the heads of corporations, and they have people that yes, like they crunch the numbers and whatever, but it's like also no, they're sickos. Like they have a Nietzschean dark will to power like sense of the world, and like they need to like punish and dominate. everybody, sometimes just to like show that you can, other times to wreck, like, to block a rival. Like and that's, I think that's like the kind of the forest for the trees that people sometimes miss about like Davos, Bilderberg, Bohemian Grove, like all of these like elite meetups where Epstein's Island, like where they all meet up very privately and they talk with like heads of business, intelligence chiefs, generals, diplomats, and they all kind of put their little heads together and they think about like what's the most harmonious like strategy for getting what we all want as a class, as like the Western ruling class.
Yeah, I mean, and even if not like in such explicit terms, like in general, like I think that people do like underappreciate the like salience of this, because like like people want like and I'm not saying that like there on some level there aren't like structural factors like and that there isn't sort of a dimension of class solidarity where people tend to gravitate towards like the what benefits like they them based on their class position, but at the same time like people like tend to like want to feel that their lives are like about something, like even like these like capitalists, like it's not like they're like, I think that the idea that their lives are like about like accruing money, right, is like not really like it's not really what like motivates them. And again, people are going to say like, well, that's on the psychological level, and like really on like the structural level, it's actually all about like the faceless maw of capital that's like guiding their actions. I mean, I don't know, like maybe people will be angry at me for this, but I don't know if I agree with that. I think that like this I would reduce things to that. I think that like what people like the beliefs that people have and like the sort of telos of their like their lives that they like imagine for themselves like does matter. And I think that we can see like in this current situation like how it matters. Like you can like like religion is like a great example. I think that it does matter, like that people sort of see like or have like an investment in the idea of like this like Christian eschaton where the Al-Aqsa Mosque is destroyed and the third temple is rebuilt, or have this kind of like a effective investment in Israel as a state with that they've supervened a religious meaning onto. And I think in general, like even if it's just something about like one's own legacy, or something like that, like what is the end of like your life. I mean, Epstein is like a great example. Like Epstein like certainly wasn't just about like even it certainly wasn't just about money, and he certainly wasn't even just about like raping like girls. He was also had like ideological and like investments, right? He had like
the whole Epstein class. Like all of them, really, like all down to Bill Gates, like all these people, like, like a lot of these things that these people do, especially when they get to that level of like mega wealth, is definitely beyond like, oh, I want to increase. At a certain point, the money can't like, it has to become kind of like an abstraction, like you have so much that it's just like numbers on a bank account. Like it's like you're right, human motivation is like more complex. And like I've heard stories about certain like top Silicon Valley billionaires that are like using their family offices and hiring like mercenary like designers to build like AI kill drones, like autonomous AI kill drones, and sending them to Ukraine and like giving them to like Azov battalion to like experiment with them on like Russian soldiers. You know what I mean? Like ones that like have like an AI kill chain of like, oh, target acquired, like must kill, which is like something that the U.S. military technically is like not like, no, we always have a human operator, right? Like it's still a taboo that hasn't been crossed.
They do seem to kind of want autonomous drones. Like they've
it's going
explicitly
there.
said, they want autonomous drones at this point, but
but what would one of the founders of like one of the biggest Silicon Valley companies, like who's already made $1 bajillion, like what the fuck is what is his interest in building AI kill drones and sending them to a live war zone that actually killing people and like all this other stuff? Is it to make more money? I'm sure he thinks that like he could make more money. Like he's in such a position, it's easy for him to make money because he can throw down millions of dollars. Like, yeah, sure, maybe he thinks it'll like have a good ROI, but I feel like it's part of something. There's a deeper motivation of like he wants to be part of history. Like he wants to like build a new revolutionary weapon of death.
I mean,
that,
it relates
and
to things
make America win. Like it's
why
it's got to be
is the
something
Bill
a
and
little
Melinda
more.
Gates Foundation a thing? Like it doesn't necessarily, like those foundations don't necessarily make money for, like they didn't make money for Ford, Carnegie, Rockefeller, like like they had a different purpose, right? They spent money. Like I think like the most like superficial reason is that like it laundered the reputation of these arch capitalists, and like I'm not saying that isn't a factor, but it's
always been a huge factor.
Picture,
yeah, it's always been a huge factor. But then sometimes it's like in order to kind of like to make markets or like manipulate them in a certain direction. Like sometimes they do use their philanthropies for that. But I think it is bigger than just like we're going to use
like a tax thing. But no, I think that it does have to do with like the like they're actually what they actually do believe in. Like they pursue like those goals. Like I mean, look at what the foundations. I mean, I think that book that we read in the previous episode, the previous week's episode, made a very good point that like their activities are very much in line with the actual ideologies of even the founders, right? Even like when in a case like I think it was the Rockefeller Foundation that was a little bit, or no, it was the Ford Foundation that was a little bit like more obliquely connected to Henry Ford. But even
Henry Ford
then,
II,
like you can see like how it like kind of instantiates like the ideology, and what they really served to do or like was to like buttress and like spread and consolidate like the American empire and to crush like quote unquote anti-Americanism, to wage the real Cold War against anti-Americanism in all its forms, right? Not just communism, but any kind of like skepticism or doubt about like the fundamental goodness and the virtue of like the American imperial project, right?
Absolutely.
So, like I think that and like I think that the connection between like what the beliefs of those founders were and the like the function of those foundations like is not incidental. It is like actually meaningful. I think like that is I mean this gets into the kind of like the sort of I think we had this conversation before, like where I think it was in the Spiked episode where we were talking about like I'm not trying to moralize here, where people like kind of had this this icky feeling, or like they don't want to like go near like the moral domain because everything has to be about, it really is like a kind of moralism or a metaphysic, but it is like kind of like based in this idea of like it's material and everything else isn't. Everything else is idealist, and like my kind of like morality, which is based on like worker power, and like the working class is like material, so it's not really a morality. It's actually just like matter or something. But I don't think it's any more. I mean, maybe that's true, but like maybe you could say that in some way, but only if you then grant that like in general, like moral beliefs are material, right? Like even if you grant in general kind of moral architectures have a material a material reality to them, right? It's not just that there's one materialist morality, but in fact that like ideology is material, and I think like, and the part of that is like that
doing violence to people, exploiting people, killing people, whatever, like is a material thing. And so to be against it is like, you're against like the material violence being done to like other human beings. So in that sense, you could claim a kind of material basis for being like, but I guess it still rests on a moral judgment that like humans are worthy of respect and like we shouldn't hurt each other, which I guess is like moral F-slurring to some people, but like I believe it. Sorry, like it's like it's kind of bad to like not think that people are just like, even if you can't like explain it with facts and logic, like I think that's how most humans feel, and like I think there's kind of like super consensus that that's like good. So I don't think it's bad to rest to rest on something like that, or to call something evil, like taking girls to Epstein's Island is materially evil. You're not just like, I don't know, making them have bad feelings for no reason. Like they're doing violence like in the physical world and psychologically as well, which psychologically has its own, it still has its own kind of materiality because that's how we experience reality.
And it requires like that we like acknowledge like that our judgments about what are good or what are good and bad are like have a grounding, and that they are like actually real, and that they are not just like equal to anyone else's, right? Because like if even if you're like, oh, this is based on consensus, because most human beings feel this way, then still like it's like, okay, well, that's the consensus, but there's no like actual ground for it beyond consensus, right? Like if the consensus changes, then does morality change? If like the
yeah, that's a fair point.
Like
Yeah.
if like what then actually like is there actually a moral, like a fundamental principle that like the majority is always right? Because like in that case, there's like many things that like perhaps like for instance in the Iraq War, like was the Iraq War like right because the like majority of people in the United States like agreed upon it? I guess it would have to be the majority of the world. But then there's some things that the majority of the world like probably would condemn that like we might
Right.
consider to be like justified or good. I mean, this is like kind of in a way like the lesson of Karbala, right? He was the ultimate like minority, right? The ultimate righteous minority.
Right.
So I think like so I think it's a big like stumbling block, and I think that it causes like it causes serious problems. So I think that is true and like necessary to like actually like understand, not only understanding like the mechanism of power, but also like confronting it is like actually having like a sense of this. Because if it's just something where
Right.
it's like, oh,
You can
well,
see.
I just think this because that's what I think, then like I think
Yeah, it's
I
kind of
would say
like
this
don't
before, but, like,
handicap yourself by like insisting that your like morality like doesn't really rest upon anything, and nobody
I
can
mean, it's
really
kind of
ever
like
find out what's
I saw this
moral
take,
or
and
not.
I don't want to like co-sign it completely, but I did see this one take that like, well, why is it that you do have an opposition in Iran? Why is it so seemingly impotent and like unable to gain like the mass support, or actually like make a stand against this against the government? Like why? And like I think this person was saying like, well, it has to do with the fact that like the like government is, and the sort of the support for it is like religious, has a religious basis.
I was gonna
And
bring that up. It's
like
in
the opposition
it's like
is based on like a hecking epic like Western liberal king, like basically
Yeah.
incoherent in a way. So like not only is it like not
Right.
as sort of motivating on as a religious sort of commitment, but also like it's kind of like incoherent on a logical level. So it's especially kind of flaccid. So
Right.
I think, I mean, not to say that all opposition in Iran is pacifist, but the same kind of point. Certainly, like more so than I think communists at this point in Iran. Even though that obviously leftists still do exist, but yeah.
Yeah, but I do think that if anything, I think what we're seeing right now in terms of like the resolute stance of Iran and the people, I think is definitely the fact that the U.S. and Israel went in and killed their, not just their head of state, but their religious leader. And this is a religious tradition that, like, yeah, like I'm not going to, I definitely don't co-sign everything the Islamic Republic has done, like since its founding, but it does have a lot of people describe it as kind of like a liberation theology inflected like Shiism,
Yeah,
kind of
definitely.
going on.
Yeah.
That has a certain commitment to like certain economic, social justice, whatever, and you killed like the leader of their religion, in a cowardly, like insulting way in the middle of Ramadan with a bunch of his family members, and then you blew up a school full of little girls right after the Epstein files came out. Like, not a good look. Like, you couldn't make it more clear that like we're like satanic lords that just want to like dominate with our dark Nietzschean negative imperialism, and we're acting like complete sickos. And meanwhile, you have these like austere, like patient, like people with like a credo that they kind of like live by, and like a sense of discipline and all these other things, and like they're all out in the streets like at all hours of the day, and like missiles strike and they just keep singing louder. And you saw it in Gaza as well, like the steadfast like resistance under insurmountable odds. And I think Western like self-styled anti-imperialists or whatever like shouldn't just scoff at that. I think a lot of people who aren't like you know, they're like kind of secular in their own lives, like still look at like the kind of the Shia resistance and like specifically like the Shia quality. I've had conversations about this with people and just kind of like, you see these videos, like these like the Haidar, like, you know, music videos or whatever. It's like so fucking sick. Like, I don't know. And it's just like, you kind of feel like they're projecting this kind of like, no, we know what is right and wrong, and you done wrong. And like now, like they have moral clarity, complete moral clarity, I think, about in general, like what they're doing right now, and they're projecting moral clarity about like, we're targeting this for this reason, like we're not going to target that, but like we are going to make you pay because like and we're basing this on, you know, much deeper foundations than like Trump and his cracked out gang or even the Zionists in Israel are. You know, they're just like sicko maxing and doing whatever they can to like crush their enemies.
Yeah, I mean, relative to Griffin's comment about how this all started with October 7th, I mean, I was seeing like Noah Smith. I was telling you before we started recording, I was seeing Noah Smith, that guy who like worked for that. Like, he was the same guy. I don't want to, even though he blocked me because of his awful takes, and I must have said something to him at one point, but I think that was the same guy who like worked for that like pro pedophilia foundation, kind of like.
Wait, no, I thought that was Noah Berlatsky.
Oh yeah,
yeah. I think it was Noah. You're talking about Noah Opinion, right?
Yes.
He's been on
okay, yeah.
Twitter
so
forever.
I thought it might be a different Noah. So I'm glad I clarified that because I was like, I always get confused. So yeah, I mean, I remember I saw him saying, who's a different execrable Noah, who's not Noah Berlatsky, Noah Smith. He was saying like that the MAGA movement of the left will be like Islamo-leftism or like something like that. You know, like I think Islamo-leftism is a term he used. Yeah, I mean, inshallah that will be the case. But yeah, I mean, I mean, we talked about this a little bit before. Like, there's kind of an unwillingness. Like, there's a lot of people in the United States who kind of have the mentality. This is a hyperbole, but they kind of have the mentality like, I would rather like kill 1,000 people than give up like one small convenience in my life, you know, or like, you know, sacrifice. I would rather like, you know, let a genocide happen than sacrifice anything like of my like lifestyle, like personally. Like, there really is like a huge aversion to like personal sacrifice like in American culture, because like we like, you know, really like, you know, in some ways, like, I don't think that this is really a unique insight, so I don't want to give him too much credit for it, but he just comes to mind because we were talking about him recently. But Marcuse was right in the sense that like really like the sort of like the comfort that like in which Americans like are to which Americans are accustomed, like, is a weapon against us, where like it's designed to like make us kind of like a fear like even the slightest like sacrifice, right, or the slightest
they've done a number on our population. Like, we're the softest, like, just like, give me my treats, like it's kind of a simultaneous system of like bribery and like operant conditioning into like don't think about that. Like, don't think about that. Just get your treats, you know?
Exactly,
and like, and more treats. Like, the
gamble.
more...
Like, why don't you just bet on it instead? Like, instead of doing anything about it, why don't you just bet on it happening? Bet on its inevitability. So that will like create a reoccurring. That is the Jollik. It's like truly
And that's why I want the Epstein coalition to like fail very like loudly and embarrassingly and like humiliatingly as possible, because I think a lot of people do feel that, because like the system needs some kind of like it needs to run up against an immovable object and like be kind of like smacked into reality a little bit, because like America's becoming this kind of like deranged, like aloof, arrogant, like Yaldabathian country that is like blind and deaf to like the reality of the world, but thinks it like fucking it's Pete Hegseth and it knows everything. And like that just, it's not sustainable. It's obviously like not sustainable. And I mean, to the extent that it like hurts the efforts of America to like further become like, you know, sustain its like empire, its imperial dominion over the world, like maybe in the long run it's like, okay, good, but also it's like playing a very dangerous game with like nuclear weapons and like it's just, but there is a kind of like existent, I don't know, like a spiritual national void that has been cultivated to that Americans are kind of like totally disempowered, distracted by treats and slop at all times, like don't know much about like the rest of the world or like what's happening, like are basically get pilfered by everything from like online gambling to like the rising cost of energy to fund the fucking data centers, like like energy bills are so fucking high now in like LA, and it's like I don't know why. No, I'm not using more energy, but like the OpenAI data center is, and we all have to like subsidize that. We have to subsidize all this murdering of children overseas, and there's no political like expression of it that even pretends to change course. Like they're not going to change. No class ever gives up its plumb position just willingly, right? Like it kind of has to be. It has to be like the aristocrats of Europe. Like historical forces have to kind of take it from them, kicking and screaming. Like it always, and then eventually they'll accept it. But they don't go down without a fight, and that's kind of what it feels like right now. It's like it's a fight, and I mean, oftentimes, the old thing about fascism being like the kind of like the emergency alarm that like the capitalist class hits when it feels like it's in crisis. It kind of feels like it's doing that right now. But it's scary because they've gotten so much better at like social conditioning and mind control throughout the Cold War and after, and they have the internet. They have us all plugged into that now, that like back when that happened, in the 30s, there was much stronger kind of like working class movements in America. And a lot of it, and kind of like even a broad-based sense of like morality of like certain things are wrong and like you just don't do that. Like, now it is kind of like Jerry Springer, like I'm a sicko. Like look at me, I'm a goofy little sicko. Like that's like our culture now, is just like being cartoon characters, like not serious people.
Look at like these videos that the White House posts. Like, have you seen
the
this?
edits?
Yeah, it's insane.
It's fucking Top
insane.
Gun, like Gladiator,
yeah,
like Millennial Chungus, like
yes,
Epic Bacon.
No, and I think and I think there is like kind of like there is something about like the ironic detachment, like, and I like where it's like this is the stupidest heckin' day in American. Like, could this be
only
any more
to be
stupid?
Followed by every stupider
like,
day across?
This is stupid as hell. Like everything's stupid. It's like let's like talk about how like things are evil. Like let's talk about how everything's evil.
Like
it's not just about like
stupid's out.
How like everything's dumb. Exactly. Like let's talk about how things are evil. Like let's like get away. Like stop with the. Honestly, that is. For all the sort of like clowning on Aaron Sorkin, like that is the ultimate Sorkinism. Sorkin has like a sort of moral like for him, like being dumb and being stupid being stupid and being evil are the same. Like that he believes that like, the smart are necessarily good. And like his whole like worldview is based on like, like like how intelligent you are, right?
You're right. The Sorkin on top. Yeah,
exactly.
That smart
it's
equals
odd
good.
that we have like this kind of thing, going on. And like I get it, like some people are stupid, but it's not like the most salient thing. Like there are stupid people who are like, the best people in the world,
And
like
that is
also,
true.
Like like exactly.
It does not equal evil automatically.
It
like,
doesn't. No. There are people who are like I mean, Al-Ghazali said like the majority of people in paradise will be stupid.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's beautiful.
The
type of stupidity cultivated in America is a kind of like a dark one and a kind of scary one at times. But I still believe that people.
Well, yeah. I mean, I think that there's a deep like moral rot in like American culture. Like and like I'm like I say that I can just imagine people be like, "You're a church lady. You sound like Tipper Gore right now. You just said there's a deep moral rot in American culture. There is." Just because like someone said that they were talking about maybe the wrong things or like it was, a red herring in some ways. Like, I'm sorry, like there is.
And some of the biggest moral merchants with the biggest profiles are like some of the biggest sickos. If you think about like the Christian evangelical Zionist kind of like mega church like type, people that are preaching morality, like are the biggest hypocrites on top of that. So, I get why people would be cynical about moral preaching, but like don't let these liars like ruin the idea of like maybe we need to have some standards in this like culture.
The premise of that is insane because yes, like everyone like that, like it's kind of actually in a way it's the like not challenging their morality. It's actually like ceding their ground and saying that yes, like this is moral. So it's the same like bland on bad thing. It's like, yes, like well, maybe that's moral, but that's also heckin' stupid. So how about that? It's kind of like,
it's we need to throw out the stupid. It matters less to me whether or not the degree to which like maybe they are. I've always said before, I think they're like spiritually stupid. They're like ethically stupid. They're like moral fools. Like these people in the Trump administration. But like I don't even care what the stupid quotient is. I'd rather call them evil. I think it's more effective to call them just evil, even if they are just stupid and they know not what they do. They deserve to be called evil because they're doing evil things. So like, and if they're smart, like I don't care if they get a little thrill out of their enemies.
Jahils. They're like that. There you go. Like their ignorance. But they you can be miskeen. You can be like not a kind of a you can maybe not what you do, or like you can be innocently naive or something. But I think like these are they're mutajahil is really what they are. They're ignorant on purpose.
Wow. Yeah. Well, it's that old quote, like it's hard to get a man to understand something when his salary depends upon not understanding it. That is a kind of like conscious, like being stupid on purpose.
Yeah.
What?
And it has
like this person says, like, what do you mean?
Yeah.
Like, you just pretend to not notice something, or you take the Omidyar check and you just like pretend that he's not best friends with Epstein. Like, like, okay, just like pretend to be stupid. Like, but look where it's gotten us. They're pretending to be stupid and just kind of accepting to not look. Don't look at the scare.
I think it's true. I mean, think about like what the opposition to like Trump was, right? Like now we have this like nightmare that we're living through, right? What opposition was put up to him? Like there was like a moral disgust at like this entire system, right? Which could have been like leveraged against it, but instead like the opposition to Trump in the last like election coalesced around someone who like her argument basically was a stupid argument, more or less, like that Putin will eat you for lunch.
Yeah.
Something, that it was that
Look
kind
how
of thing. Like
dumb these MAGA people are.
Exactly. Like they're not gonna like be a competent manager of our empire,
and I mean, there might even be a grain of like, but it's still kind of an evil.
Wrong about that, but it's also like
they want to keep the empire functioning
at all, and it's all like,
it's still like a kind of it's coming from an evil place. It's calling out evil from an evil place, of like he's messing up our beautiful empire of world domination. No, and it's like. And then people get negatively polarized because they see those sickos like freaking out about that, and they go, "Oh, Trump must be an anti-imperialist. Like, I'm going to be a MAGA communist and vote for him."
I think I said this in the last episode, but we need 1979 like in the United States is really what we need. We need like a complete turnaround.
Yeah, there needs to be Jefferson was right. The Tree of Liberty, but minus like being a slave owner.
In Minecraft, the Tree of Liberty must be watered by the blocks of
the tiers
of lava
of posters.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, a totally bloodless Minecraft-based 1979, but such a thing needs to happen, like because I mean, really, like the U.S. like this is kind of like a sort of a sort of a Islamo-conspiraslop thing you hear sometimes, but I really like I feel like the U.S. and Israel like actually are Gog and Magog. Like I actually think like it's
they're the best candidates right now.
Yeah,
that's
definitely.
For sure.
Yeah, I don't know like how the wall thing like factors in, but I mean I could see like maybe the ocean is the wall for the United States but I don't know how Israel would be behind the same wall, but I don't know. Maybe there's some kind of esoteric interpretation that we come up with, but yeah.
Yeah, but it's not looking that like America does not have you know who talked about morality? Remember a certain leader of the Republic of Cuba, I think, came to New York and was walking around Harlem and was going to attend the United Nations, and somebody asked him, like, are you afraid about getting assassinated? Like, do you wear a bulletproof vest? And Fidel said, no, I have a moral vest. Which is kind of a mysterious comment for a Marxist-Leninist, like, materialist guy to like make. But, like, you know what? They never got him. He had a moral vest on. And, you know, there's just, like, he had an aura where you just couldn't take him down. And I think there's something to having a moral vest, like, right now. I mean, obviously, you know, Iran is getting pummeled with missiles and everything, but there is a certain, like, shield that I think the majority of the world feels like they're in the right, in the, like, you know, as much as nobody wants oil to go to $200 a barrel, I think a lot of people, like, recognize that, like, they kind of are in the right here. They got, like, sneak attacked, their leader and religious, like, top religious figure murdered in a cowardly manner, and then bombing all these civilian targets and just using the most raw, like, cracked out Nietzschean kind of strategies to, like, get them to submit, like, you know, like we're in the fucking Bronze Age. And that is not going to be something that's not, you know, that's not moral. And, like, you know, I think that doesn't count for, like, zero. The
it definitely doesn't.
The raw injustice of it all.
It definitely matters. That, like, actually is what, like, because when you, like, in the scheme of things, like, you can, like, the United States has, like, overwhelming, like, material power, you know, if you, like, want to think of it that way. I mean, I guess, you know, in the sort of they have overwhelming vulgar material
worldly power,
right? Yeah, worldly power. Exactly. But you know, I think that there is, like, another, like, source of power that actually is material. And that actually is my, like, greatest source of, like optimism, like, in this, like, you know, leaving aside, like, the missile math or the like the unforced errors that, like, Trump and Israel make, you know, like, I think that is, like, that's, like, ultimately where, like, the confidence, like, has to rest, is, like, in that, you know, being on, like, the side of Allah, like, will you know enable you to prevail.
Yeah, they definitely have a much stronger. They can withstand, if Americans had to withstand, like, 1/1000th of what Iranians are enduring right now, this country would have its, like, epic freedom uprising, like, within fucking, like, seconds, probably. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, it might be incredibly messy and chaotic, but, like, Americans would not tolerate, you know, or be able to stand, and, like, stand for what? You know what I mean? Like, it'd be kind of like, oh, the government doesn't protect me anymore, I guess fuck the government. I don't know.
Yeah.
Like, they, you know, there's no, like, deeper principle necessarily of, also, America would, like, never get invaded, so it's a little apples and oranges, but, like, but I think even this economic pain, you know, like, when the pocketbook starts getting fucked with, that is kind of one of the only things that makes the American masses, like, kind of wake up from their slop stupor and, like, start paying attention, you know? Like, I felt like even the Bush administration was unpopular after Iraq and Katrina, but it wasn't truly, like, until the economy collapsed in 2008 where I feel like the vast, like, dominating consensus of America was like, fuck those guys, like, these fucking assholes, like, you know, like, my 401k is down 40%, fuck you, you know, my house is foreclosed, like, you know, but as long as the treats were flowing, they could do all kinds of terrible shit, and people kind of just, like, watched American Idol and, like, lived in the and bought iPods and, you know, just kind of acted like everything was chill.
Right. Yeah.
But
Rillo in the chat says, it's weird, I loved Christopher Hitchens in high school when he was dunking on Mother Teresa or Jerry Falwell, but was surprisingly late to knowing about him being a neocon. Isn't that interesting? I was thinking about that a little while ago, but I don't think I ever said it on the show. Like, isn't it interesting how all those people turned out to be, like, pieces of shit who, like, support baby killers, and, like, and most of them, like, were friends with Epstein? I don't think Hitchens was, but, like, Lawrence Krauss, who was, like, all the, like, the epic heckin' four horsemen
new
of new
atheism.
Yeah.
No, like,
they
all
really
were.
It's it's funny that you still see people being like, we need to bring back atheism. Like the left, the biggest problem with the left is it's not Islamophobic enough. It's like, why do we need to bring it back? Like all those people, like history has like condemned all those people. Like the judgment of history has been passed. Like they were all friends with Epstein and or like they loved baby killers. Like what?
They're all Zionists. They all like most of them support like Bill Maher supports the war in Iran.
They were all like,
Sam Harris supports
need a god to be ethical. And then it's like you're best friends with Epstein. You like worship baby killing. Like what's going on?
Yeah, maybe you're not as much of a moral genius as you thought.
Yeah, it's like kind of like, I mean, look, I'm not saying like that, you know, you can't like I mean, whatever, but like it is interesting how like they were like the ones on like the front lines about that, and they all turned out to be incredibly morally suspect. It's like yeah, I mean, obviously not to say there aren't religious examples of the same thing, but still it's like kind of like, all right. Like where's Richard Dawkins stand on? I don't need to check where he stands on the illegal attack on Iran in the middle of negotiations and double tapping a school full of 10-year-old girls. I'm sure he supports it.
I'm sure he does, you know. Yeah. And then I'm reading, we were talking about this tablet article that came out that is like truly fucking insane.
Right.
Maybe
I
it's a
actually
good place
didn't click
to
on
close
this because it looked too like infuriating. So
I didn't read it all. I saw somebody saying that the author of this was Barry Weiss's mentor because she's like the editor-in-chief of Tablet Magazine, Alana Newhouse. And I also saw people alleging that she's a Nepo baby of the family that like gutted Ohio's like newspaper industry. But that I wasn't able to confirm that. But this is like an article called Zionism for Everyone, the real reason we're all fighting about Israel. And honestly, it's like this is maybe the most distilled like mask off like op-ed I've read of like a supporter of the Epstein class, like defending why not just this war, but like why their psychotic like eugenics like fascist agenda is like actually great. It's got some real chum for the SJ heads here. Maybe I'll just read a little bit from it before we close.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it because this is totally fresh to me. I didn't.
Yeah. Let me see if I can bring up this execrable article on. Yeah, here we go. Template. Yeah, here we go. How do people change? Some change involves things that happen to us, which isn't what interests me. I'm curious about what happens individually and to societies when people face an unhappy reality, however it came to be, and decide to change what looks, at least at that moment, to be their fate. In his 2015 novel, Submission, Michel Houellebecq sketches a portrait of near-future France in which an Islamic party allies with the socialists to take over the country. The story follows a literature professor faced with a decision to convert to Islam for career advancement as the country's social and political landscape is transformed by Sharia law. His own disillusionment is heightened by his Jewish girlfriend's decision to escape the Islamization of France by moving to the Jewish state. He almost goes with her, but then doesn't, uttering the book's now famous line, "There is no Israel for me." I remember snagging onto that sentiment the first.
Yeah, we have a whole episode about this book.
Yeah, about Submission.
I remember
a truly insane book. By the Red Scare Girl's favorite author. It's so great.
I guess we also discussed some other Islamic dystopias, but yeah.
Let's see. I remember snagging on that sentiment the first time I read it. I could see why a disgruntled non-Jewish academic might hesitate to make Aliyah, but to the extent that Houellebecq's fictional portrayal contained a commentary on the real world, the conclusion felt wrong. There quite clearly is, or could be, an Israel for this person. It's France, if it could just get off the course it's on. Okay, bitch, what the fuck? Like, all right, like what, you gonna vote for Le Pen? Okay. This is hardly impossible. In fact, throughout history, humans have changed the way they organized or conceived of themselves in order to take advantage of new opportunities or to address new challenges or threats. Such moments of inflection are often brought about by advances in technology, from the invention of the wheel to the building of roads, invention of the printing press, and time and space shrinking inventions like the telegraph and radio, blah, blah, blah. We are in one such moment. This new technological moment. Here we go. The robots are coming, people. There are artificial wombs. We are genetically editing out diseases. This is a list of Epstein's achievements,
I already
basically.
hate the tone of this. I hate like people. Like, give me a break. Like, stop.
Oh no, it gets more sicko. She's going to list all of the Epstein network's achievements now. The robots are coming, people. There are artificial wombs. We are genetically editing out diseases that have terrorized humanity throughout recorded history, heading to Mars, fighting wars with drones, rewilding parts of nature, and raising extinct animals from the dead. Are these developments good or bad? Who knows? That's the thing about new inventions. Their effects are, like Israel, their effects are always entirely dictated by how humans interact with them. In our case, the alterations happening to the shape of human life are already dwarfing those brought about by any other transformative age. The digital technologies emerging today are incredibly powerful. Like unbacked stallions, they'll be able to be used for pleasure and profit by secure, skilled, intentional humans.
Oh my God.
But they will also require weak ones to run on. Here we go. Quote, "This is definitely not a technology where everyone wins." In the words of Palantir's Alex Karp. I hate them. Whether or not we're conscious of it, we're all facing a future in which this is fucked up. Like, whether or not we're conscious of it, we're all facing a future in which some people will enjoy the possibility of safe, ambitious, beautiful human lives, and others will become robot fuel and zombie food. It's scary and confusing, and every day gets more so.
What is zombie food?
Like, calm down, you freak. Like, yeah.
What's going on with the where are the zombies in this situation? Because I know that there's like robots, but what are the zombies?
Let's find out. Well, it gets worse. She doesn't really explain it. It gets worse. At just this wild moment, filled with questions so incredible they're effectively spiritual, at what point does a genetically edited person become equivalent to a machine? Are rocks animate? The world suddenly entered a vortex where, instead of engaging on these many phenomenally interesting and challenging topics at Jeffrey Epstein's Mindshift conference, all anyone can talk about is Zionism. Zionism, critics say, is a toxic ideology. It underpins a criminal ethno-state. It incites and justifies genocide. Do you have good or neutral feelings about this tiny country the size of New Jersey, thousands of miles away?
They love to talk about how it's the size of New Jersey. Okay.
Yeah, why don't you go back to New Jersey, Becky, where you were born? Yeah, anyways, she's probably from Ohio. Do you have good or neutral? Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Do you have no feelings about it at all? That just shows how venal you are, or how stupid about the world. Israel's actions, alone among the many countries your tax dollars are enmeshed with, are on your personal moral ledger. Well, they're on yours, girl. Like, they're on yours. That small nation, driven by a dangerous doctrine, is controlling the most powerful empire in history. A nation with 50 times its GDP, blah, 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 25 times the defense budget. It's the reason you don't have health care. In response, Jews and their allies pathetically try to argue with this lunacy. The Jews are history's most deserving victims, they say. Zionism isn't a threat. It's just a movement advocating for the right of the Jewish people to self-determination and the establishment of a state in their ancestral homeland. A privilege enjoyed by everyone else in the West. Who could argue with that? Smarter people are mystified, even annoyed, that we're talking about this at all. What few on either side focus on is that almost everyone in the West is losing or giving up. Sorry, my computer's a little overloaded right now. We're back. Sorry about that, folks. Palantir got us for the pure cringe of that article.
Yeah.
Was so bad.
Dimitri's computer couldn't handle it. Yeah,
it got fried.
It
really wasn't. It really wasn't.
I think you were just talking about
the gift of Zionism to the world.
Yeah, and everyone in the West could like have their own Israel because and also Jews are the only people in the world that doesn't have their own state, which is like there's a million like Basque people don't have their own state as far as I know.
Yeah,
Kurds don't.
The Kurds don't. Well, we know the anarchists
don't.
Yeah.
I mean, there's like a million different ethnic groups in India that don't have their own state. So I think there's really like endless like subdivisions of people like that you could come up with. Like,
well, this article gets into. It had some weird comments about like people that are like the idea of people didn't really exist until like the 19th century anyway, so it's kind of like made up.
All right, so let's
but
let's
Jews
continue.
Let's see. let me just make sure I have the new chat up here for everybody. So we are monitoring.
Okay.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah.
All right, we got some people back. Yeah, let's see. Smarter people are annoyed that we're talking about it all. Yeah. Where did it say? Yeah, all anyone can talk about is Zionism. What few on either side focus on is that almost everyone else in the West is losing or giving up their own privileges of self-determination, which is what's making it possible to imagine that Israel is somehow getting away with what no one else can. Okay, yeah, we're jealous of Israel. That's what's going on. If it's a truism of today's politics that, especially for bad actors, every accusation is a confession. Okay, that's like Red Scare ass like line right there. A corollary has also emerged. Expressions of disgust are often evidence of envy. It really is Red Scare coded. This is disgusting.
Yeah.
Years from now, it will be obvious why, in this specific moment in human history, as we faced high-powered technologies and political ideologies aimed at paving the way for their dominance over humans, what had to emerge was an intense global debate about, of all things, Zionism. Israel is no longer an outlier in the pantheon of free societies and people. It's a blueprint for human defense and flourishing in the coming century. Okay, then she goes on some Evo psych shit about earliest form of human organization with small nomadic bands that shared resources that grew into tribes and then, clans. And then came a truly radical development when the domestication of plants and animals removed the need to constantly move. But the permanent settlements also created the need for defense and resource allocation.
How we're going through all history right now.
Yeah, we have to start back in the Bronze Age. The possibility of rootedness led to such dramatic changes that it's almost hard to conceptualize because it offered people for the first time a tangible place around which to organize their existence. It's all about defending one's tribe against other people. I guess it's what all history is about. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, eventually major European states came about, and after World War I, all these empires broke up and established a multitude of new states across the territories of these former empires, including Hungary, Czechoslovakia, Poland, Romania, and the Baltics. Few of these existed before as separate nations, at least not in any modern form. Although the term had not yet been coined, all these were ethnostates, a word derived from the Greek ethnos. It's been bastardized. Bastardized to mean a government where citizenship and residence are restricted to members of a specific ethnicity or people who belong to the same broad bloodline. But the word ethnos, in fact, only connotes any group of humans who see themselves as sharing a potentially diverse set of cultural characteristics that ultimately distinguishes them. People were not invented in the 1800s. What did emerge at that moment, and what dramatically influenced the creation of countries, was the conceptual framework of peoples or peoplehoods. This derived from 19th century German Romantic philosophy. Blah blah blah. The Volksgeist, of course, as Herder called it. When Herder went looking for an example of a group of people whose attributes he could use as a foundation for his theory, he chose the ancient Jews, who he argued were the supreme example of the authentic folk expression of a people. If modern Jews had a problem, Herder continued, it was that they had been flung from their land, turning them into a nation within a nation. Still, that only added to their mystique. Their specific set of characteristics enabled them to maintain a unique culture, blah, blah, blah. Unlike, say, a lot of people got mad at this line. Unlike, say, Bulgarians or Slovenes, who had to appeal to scraps of philology and history to prove that they had existed as separate peoples. Damn, like shots fired. Jews had provably existed as a nation since the beginnings of the West. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, of course. But there was another reason Herder was drawn to the Jews. He believed in a, quote, genetic method of history, which dictated that a people's culture is rooted in their origin, similar to how a plant grows from a seed. Except in his conception, the bloodline is not simply biological. It's a spiritual and cultural unity formed over time, often expressed through language, folklore, and poetry. Blah, blah, blah. Only the paternal line. Okay, she's doing 23andMe about Ashkenazi Jews, etc. And I guess she's kind of endorsing this as being awesome. This kind of like the blood knowledge or whatever that. Blah blah
I
blah.
love this article. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, then she complains about how other people are losing this in the West, and that's why they're jealous. And how ethnostates are totally natural. Blah blah blah. Yeah, this really goes on fucking forever. It's hard to
It's interesting
process.
that only the paternal line of Ashkenazi Jews, because Judaism is matrilineal. So like,
yeah, it is funny. I do think that was there's like a. I remember reading about this. There's like a genealogical bottleneck that happened maybe around like 1,000 years ago in like northern Italy, where like I guess like a group of like Jewish migrants kind of like seemed to like for a period intermarried with like Italian women a lot, and then they converted to Judaism, and then kind of like the bottleneck after that, Jews mostly kind of married like other Ashkenazi Jews, but like there was a period where yeah, I think that was I think it's like speculative to some degree, but there's some evidence in like I don't know the DNA haplogroups or whatever
the haplogroups, yeah, right,
or something. Yeah, so it just goes on and on and on about bullshit and how
I also like how like even further back, the Book of Exodus makes clear the Jewish slaves whom Moses led out from Egypt, himself a person of apparent royal Egyptian origin, were joined by the Erev Rav, a mix. First of all, I thought Moses, this is in the Quran, so I'm not as familiar with it, but wasn't he like put in a little like basket and like sent down a river by his real parents, like adopted?
I think
Did
so.
I make that up? Is that like a pop culture thing? Like
no, I think that's part of the story. Because weren't they gonna like kill all the kids or something? So they like put them. It's kind of like when Herod killed all the babies. Like they put him in a basket so he would avoid being like slaughtered. I think.
Yes, Pharaoh had commanded that all male Hebrew children, this is a story, be drowned in the river Nile, but Moses' mother placed him in an ark and concealed the ark in the bulrushes by the riverbank. He was discovered and adopted by the Pharaoh's daughter.
Wow.
Yeah, so he wasn't of royal Egyptian origin, unless she's talking about like some the real historical Moses, which I feel like is very obscure. And the event of Exodus, I think, is like doubted as like even a real event by a lot of historians.
Yeah.
So. All right.
This is some long and psychotic bullshit, actually. I didn't. Yeah, like the article just keeps going about. Oh my god. Yeah. What? And then the people are just zombie food movement gathered steam. What the fuck? Now she's talking about the development of like the alt-right, and how like most people don't want to live in like a pluralistic, like multicultural society. They want to live in like an ethno-state. But leftists in Europe have a post-colonial fetish about like I don't know. This is some and Obama made it so much worse. Oh my god, it was so bad. Yeah. Ordinary citizens of Western nations are right to feel that they were victims of a bait and switch, which various actors, who are either dumb or nefarious or both, now routinely attribute to a Jewish plot. But the trick that was played had nothing to do with the Jews, nor was it intended to be a trick at all. Indeed, instead, it's a consequence of the failure of Western elites to understand that the nation, like the wheel, is one of those inventions whose usefulness to humans only grows over time. As a result, they further fail to understand what living in a global society might mean for ordinary people, for whom citizenship represented their most valuable form of personal and family capital. Blah, blah, blah.
This is great. Yeah. For their part, conservatives proclaimed a desire to return to foundations that have been rejected as rank bigotry since the end of World War II. Oh, no.
No. Yeah.
Are you kidding? Like, this is like coming from a Jewish person, from the open embrace of racism and anti-Semitism. Oh, okay. I see. She's saying that it is bad, I guess, and appeals to authority of the Roman Catholic and Eastern Orthodox churches, and sometimes two of them together, to the emergence of national conservatism, embodied by leaders like Viktor Orban, Alice Weidel, and she of the greatest resting bitch face in history, Giorgia Meloni. I really hate the tone here. These people got branded as far right, which they embrace as a badge of honor, imagining it meant that prissy people couldn't handle their necessary appeals to nationalism. Oh, I see. Okay, so they imagined that, but it wasn't true. Okay, so she is condemning them, I guess. But I don't understand what the difference is between that and what she's proposing.
Yeah. Yeah, she goes on to like blame the left for all kinds of things. Yeah, she said um things were worse in America. This began with George W. Bush's use of our military for what turned out to be a drawn-out scheme to enrich lobbyists and defense companies. See, that's actually a funny use of the kind of like they just wanted to get rich. Like they wanted to like make the defense companies rich. It's like no, like there's a bigger geopolitical context in this. Than they were just dumb and want to get rich. As disastrous as the results of the global war on terror were on their own, they acquired metastatic potency by becoming the excuse for Barack Obama's attempt to gut American power, both abroad and at home. What the fuck? Most dramatically, the Obama years saw outright attacks aimed at severing the two special tethers in the American ethnos, capitalism and the covenant. I don't recall that being I don't recall either of those things being in the Constitution, but whatever. From Obamacare to multi-billion-dollar deals with tech companies like Microsoft, the administration consistently used its power to boost massive corporations over the heads of the marketplace. The administration used social justice to turn the Democratic Party and then the whole federal government into a laundering machine for corporations and billionaire NGOs, which was so effective at breaking people's trust in the capitalist system that it's hard not to see it as intentional. Shut up. Oh my God. 2 years into his term, Occupy Wall Street emerged, and the popularity of socialism has been growing year over year ever since. Oh my God. Obama also personally went out of his way to cut America's tie to its other foundational tether, asserting that he believed in American exceptionalism, quote, just as I suspect that the Brits believe in British exceptionalism and the Greeks believe in Greek exceptionalism. As if exceptionalism were a matter of liking one's country. In fact, as Obama must have known, the American sense of being an exception was a unique and inventive chord in the nation's identity, one designed not for chauvinism, but to hold together disparate and divergent parts. Wow, okay, really? Great. As America's two unique characteristics were eroded, the weakness of the country's cultural identity was exposed, leading to a series of miserable and ongoing debates about whether America could be singularly defined as white or Christian or creedal or whatever. By repudiating our roles as either saints or strangers, we became ghosts. Trad became a thing here too. J.D. Vance emerged as an American standard bearer for nostalgia-tinged national conservatism, which he then brought into the White House, wafting a dark funk along the way, courtesy of his own private Torquemada. All right. Eventually, the right-coded independent media space, which emerged during COVID as an answer to the failures of America's left-coded legacy media, figured out what the legacy press had long before. Financial success on digital platforms comes from broad and shallow audiences, not narrow and deep ones. No, actually, our audience is narrow and deep. And they rock, unlike you slop lover. To appeal to internationalist audiences, including the big ones in the rest... This is a funny, like, because of this. To appeal to internationalist audiences, including the big ones in the rest of the world, nearly all the so-called dissident voices, from the Groypers to the heterodox figures, went anti-American. On the traditional left, the people are just zombie food movement gathered steam. Again with the zombie food.
What is that? I don't understand what they're saying.
Is this like a thing about environmentalism? Oh, assisted suicide. She linked to an article about Canada set to pass 100,000 assisted suicide deaths before program's 10th anniversary.
Honestly,
Quote,
I feel
societal
like most
failing.
leftists are opposed to these euthanasia programs,
right?
Because, they realize that even if they believe in a right to die or whatever, the
idea of I'm depressed.
The system is inherently going to incentivize people being killed for financial motives.
She goes on here she ties this all together. To Bernie Sanders' endless Vegas act took on secondary headliners in Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Zohran Mamdani and started attracting bigger audiences, almost none of whom were smart enough to notice that the solutions being offered were literally from the 19th century. Industrial unions? Made up of whom exactly? The robots? All right. Fortunately for the left, their ranks were big enough and enmeshed enough with Silicon Valley that someone somewhere finally realized they'd do well to at least cloak their anti-American internationalist aspirations in futury garb. An idea
This
was
is weird. She thinks like effective altruism is like a leftist phenomenon.
Yeah, instead of like literally like all of Jeffrey Epstein's friends who are like insane techno-fascist transhumanists invented it, who love capitalism. Like, yeah, this is an entryism thing. Yeah, interesting. An idea was born. Let's use technology and surveillance to build our version of utopia. Yeah, I'm sure that's what Peter Thiel had in mind. Like, okay, donors
This is like
paid.
one of the most confused and like infuriatingly incoherent articles like that I've like ever read. Like it's constantly contradicting itself. Like also like what is supposed to be like the people of the United States? Like the United States is based on like an idea, isn't it? Like or you know like kind of like a like what like or yeah like it's a sort of a
She
like
said
a notional people. Like what is it?
Well, she says that she kind of believes in like the you know blood of like the Volk, you know, or whatever, but not in a strictly you know biological racist way, where she thinks it's like kind of a cultural. It's a mix of like genes and culture and family ties and other things like that that make like an ethnos, and that the two pillars of America's binding ethnos are capitalism and the covenant, whatever that means. I don't know if that means like the kind of like like the religious mission of America broadly defined. Its Judeo-Christian origins. Like, I don't know.
And yeah, two unusual and surprisingly durable cultural characteristics of covenant and capital. I see. Okay. Well, I don't like. Yeah, I don't know what covenant it means. I guess it means religion, but that doesn't make any sense because like America has like total like no establishment of religion whatsoever. And like there's many like people who are American who are like of different religions or no religion. In fact, like there's a like that and like it doesn't make any sense. Like this is like nonsense.
She whines about how like effective altruism is a leftist plot, and then says like no politician could offer a type of politics that would appeal to a sense of collective purpose, blah blah blah. And then almost out of nowhere, the one thing that seemingly everyone, elites, normies, old, young, right, left, suddenly agreed on was that their problem was Zionism. Israel is uniquely evil, they claimed, because it is a quote an ethno-state. I love that like I missed this moment when everybody in America like suddenly agreed, along with all of its institutions, its elites, like all generations like decided they hated Israel. More people hate Israel than they did like 4 years ago, but like also every institution is like still controlled by Zionists in this country. So you know, I guess it's despite all that. At first, this seemed like an odd answer to the most important challenge of the moment, which was the dangerously rapid decline of their own melting pot states. But when seen in this light, it becomes obvious that the attacks on Israel were in fact attacks on everyone else's national identities. If Zionism as a national movement, as a nationalist movement, is held to be somehow lacking in legitimacy, it's in order to make sure that France and Germany, much younger nations than Israel,
right? Yeah,
with long histories of starting wars with their neighbors and conquering other people's territory, are also illegitimate. If Zionist settlers have no place living in Palestine, a land in which no previous sovereign nation state had ever existed over the previous millennia. Like,
yeah, because there were, as you just explained, nation states didn't exist until like the 19th century. It's like a post-Westphalian phenomenon. Like there was the Ottoman Empire. There were people living there who were then expelled violently in like a abominable act of ethnic cleansing that continues to this day.
A land in which no previous sovereign nation state had ever existed. Yeah, it's kind of moving the goalposts to be. Yeah, like the Ottoman Empire doesn't count because that was an empire, obviously. So
I mean, does she think that like ancient Israel or whatever, like the kingdom of Judea, like was a nation
state?
No.
Good question. Yeah. Like if that wasn't, then like if that is, then like Ottoman Palestine is also like part of a nation, like it's just so stupid. If Zionist settlers have no place living in Palestine, that was established
in international law because the Arab League didn't agree to it. But
right. And where Jews continue to practice the same religion and speak the language of their ancestors, a dead language that was revived from 3,500 years ago, then by what possible right can citizens of settler nations like the U.S. or Australia claim to inhabit their own countries and own their homes? Please stop being dumb. Zionism did not become a target because of the supposed crimes of the Israeli government, which ordered the invasion of Gaza in response to a massive attack, blah, 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 bunch of bullshit.
I like this, they massacred leftist kibbutzniks. It's like, first of all, like, in no sense are like Israeli settlers like leftists at all.
Yeah,
like,
miss me with that labor
have,
Zionist shit.
Some kind of communalist like living style, and also like it doesn't like like I like how like this is like the typical like kind of like tribalist mentality where it's like, oh yeah, the people they like you should actually hate Hamas because the people they killed were actually leftists. So if you're a leftist, like first of all, like this is like kind of what I'm talking about. Like you'd be upset if like anyone was like killed unjustly. Yeah. Like it's not like this is like kind of like like she's like that's how I think. Where like I would only care if they killed people of my like my people. So like if you're a leftist, then you should be angry about this. Like a leftist died. It's like actually like a normal human being cares if anybody dies who doesn't deserve to die. But whatever. And that's why we are also appalled by the genocide that Israel has been committing since 1948, and like massively ramped up in like certainly something that was like unprecedented in modern history in terms of its like scale and aggression.
I find her 4 survival tests for free societies
in recent memory.
Yeah, she says there's 4 survival tests for free societies that, as of today, only Israel passes. One is, can you maintain your demographics? Israelis have kids above the replacement level, which makes them unique among Western states. Israelis
in what way are they Western? They're in the Levant, so they're not Western.
2. Can you defend yourself? Israelis are willing to fight and die to defend their country and each other in a way that citizens of other Western countries simply are not. Didn't Netanyahu go to Berlin when the war started, and haven't like hundreds of thousands of Israelis like fled since the 12-day war last year and like moved with their dual passports to like other countries because it's not safe? Don't they have a large ultra-Orthodox like Chabad population that just refuses to serve in the IDF? And like demands to like be publicly subsidized and like not work or like not be in the military or anything, I mean, it's not the word. I mean, they're an evil army, so I'm not like super mad about that. But like, I wouldn't say that like, oh, they're all willing to like personally stand up and like die, like and fight bravely. Like,
I mean, I also don't think that like Americans aren't willing to fight and die to defend their country. I think that like America doesn't fight like defensive wars at all. Americans are actually willing to fight and die to like subjugate other countries on the other side of the world, which arguably is more impressive than like being willing to fight and die and subjugate your neighbors.
Right. Almost any place would be expected to like defend your home. I mean, come on. Like,
and one could actually argue that it's on the other hand, like it's despicable to be willing to like murder children at like a scale that is unknown in like the last 50 years. Proportionally, like it's
all right, number 3 is pretty it's worse. Are you happy? Israel is reliably among the happiest nations on earth, despite being involved in frequent violent wars. Yeah, those two things don't really go to. I'm sorry, like they don't go together. Like y'all are PTSD maxing over there, and you're covering it up with MDMA.
Also, like I don't think like it matters. Like I don't care. Like if you're happy, again, like how about like this is
if you're a murderous,
what
like
if you're good?
What
if like and also like I think that like other Western countries is doing a lot of work here.
Yeah,
because it's like like the other like sick, depraved like allies of Israel that like are most complicit in its evil acts. Like Israel is actually the happiest of those. It's like, well, what about like the rest of the entire world? Like I don't see why like we're only being measured against like whatever, like, why is Israel only being measured against the United States or measured against, I don't know, like France or something? Like, why isn't it being measured against like the rest of the world? That's like a relatively small group. So like, I don't think the West matters as an idea, and I don't see why it should. I think it's actually kind of incoherent because like it somehow includes Israel, which is supposed to be like an ancient Semitic people that is indigenous to Eretz Israel. So how is it a Western civil society?
Older than every European country.
Yeah, exactly. It's older than every European country, and it's all based on the great Jewish indigeneity to that land, and how like they're so deeply rooted there. So I don't understand on what grounds they're claiming to be Western.
Right.
They should be comparing themselves to other countries in the Middle East, which all hate them and loathe them for good reason. So
yeah, it's funny they don't compare it to the country that is like older than any version of Israel that's ever existed, Persia, which is right there, not that far away. But they're not the West, right? They're not free, so they don't count. But they say that is it a placid society with no civil conflict? Nothing could be further from the truth. What they are is a people close to the stolen land. They're close to the land they stole, who are also tech innovators, who travel the world, but when they're in the country, spend every Friday night with their family, who are secular enough to live in one of the sexiest cities in the world, as well as I'm thinking about that like fucking power gay poster guy in Tel Aviv. It's like, oh no, I'm stuck in a shelter with all these Israeli power gays. Like I don't know, like it's one of those like really cringe like American in Tel Aviv like accounts. But anyways, one of the sexiest cities in the world, as well as a different city so steeped in the history of religious longing that it has its own syndrome, where people sip lattes near sites containing artifacts dating back to 125 BCE, and boys go up to talk to girls in real life, and also probably slip things in their drinks. Like the Alexander brothers, who were just convicted for being like mass rapists. They're Israeli. 4, final test. In a world of ultra-powerful information tools that allow small numbers of people unprecedented leverage over real-world challenges, national success is no longer a question of who can field the largest army or the biggest workforce. Instead, success goes to whoever can field the smartest and most cohesive teams. If I told you, at the dawn of an AI revolution likely to redefine everything about humans and their output, that you had to be president of one of two countries, either a nation of 70 million people struggling with drugs, obesity, and millions of people who either do not wish to accommodate or openly hate their neighbors in the wider culture, or a country of 10 million people, half of whom, both men and women, have been trained and have served in an army, and another whole swath of whom learn an obscure and intense legalistic document all day, which one would you choose? Ew. Like, all right, okay, insult us more. Like, I know America likes, like, Mark America and all, but, like, also, like, don't fucking come at us with like, you're all obese and stupid. Like, fuck you. Like, see how you do without our billions of dollars of military aid every year, hot shot. This alchemy of old and new, taking control of one's own fate and changing the stream of history in mid-course, is characteristic of Zionism. It is also how Zionism, having fulfilled its promise for the Jews, becomes a technology of national renewal that could conceivably be used by anyone. To see what I mean, oh my God, contrast what's happening throughout the West with Javier Milei's presidency in Argentina. She picks the most Nazi-infested country in South America. It answered to a country whose economy was collapsing and whose national culture had become mired in anxiety and depression. Milei presented Argentines the prospect of being part of a new and hopeful experiment in which they could define their country as something other than a scenic economic basket case. Yeah, it's definitely not the impression I get now, right? Instead of the usual choice between the fashionable but corrupt oligarchy at the left, with their cozy deals with trade unions driving the country into bankruptcy, or the right's more traditional Latin American oligarchy of hereditary landholders backed by the institutions of the Catholic Church and the military generals who had misgoverned the country through a nightmarish era of military rule. Instead, Milei offered a new solution, one that was both wildly idealistic and at the same time entirely pragmatic, a radical market-based shock therapy that every smart person in Argentina knew the country needed, but no politician ever had the wherewithal to enact. Millet is a zany but intelligent and very energetic performer. He is highly focused and aggressive, some say nuts, but he also openly flaunts the unbridled joy he feels about the country, its culture, music, and more. It's funny, I've heard him like singing, like he converted to Judaism. I've heard him singing like American cock rock anthems, and I guess he's sung some Spanish songs, but he definitely loves Israel. Probably coincidence for this author. And his pushy physicality mirrors how he governs. 1 month into his term, he got the budget, blah, 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 blah. This strategy is appealing to a generation of younger professionals who learn Chicago school economics at American universities. It's an entirely new social compact, one that allows Argentines to feel rooted in their culture and past, but free of its worst burdens, and inspired by Millet's own seeming inability to sit still, energized to work toward his vision of a dramatically different, optimistic future. In other words, what Millet is manifesting is Zionism for Argentines. Lee Kuan Yew conceptualized Zionism for Singaporeans. Narendra Modi is practicing Zionism for Indians. Yay! Amazing.
Yeah, epic.
What connects these men is not only that they chose nationalism over internationalism, that they rooted their ideologies in the specificities of their unique cultures, which they insisted must remain separate and apart from others, but also that they are future-oriented, high-octane idealists. This balance of cultural particularism with tough-minded pragmatism and inspiring, almost unfathomable idealism, that's Zionism.
All right, I think let's stop.
We this is
disgusting.
Stop,
and I'm like
this is disgusting.
Like,
yeah,
vomit.
no, this is
like,
disgusting. This is disgusting.
Yeah, I'm like sputtering with rage, like reading this. Like it's so awful.
It's so bad. It's so bad.
Deal with it.
I know it's too much. You know what? Hold on a second. There was one more. There's a final closing thought. I read this in a Naked Capitalism post from today about Israel's not-so-secret nuclear weapon program, but maybe to go back in history the way Tablet would want us to. This might set and be a good palate cleanser. So this, I forget who this author was, but they wrote, back in 63 BC, a very wealthy property mogul, politician, and member of the ruling triumvirate in Rome, Marcus Licinius Crassus, decided to attack Parthia, Iran, because the presumed easy military victory and the immense wealth it would bring would help with his re-election chances. At his command was the might of the world's biggest military superpower, namely the power of the combined Roman Empire. He marched with 7 of the best legions of Roman infantry, equipped with the very best weapons paid for by Crassus himself, expecting an easy victory. Roman military doctrine at that time was geared towards putting down insurgencies and was resistant to change. Sound familiar? We've been picking on counterinsurgency targets the last 25 years. It consisted of massed ranks of infantry, supported by cavalry on the wings, smashing through any opposition arrayed against them. The relatively small size of the Parthian army of around 10,000 men, against 40,000 or so Romans, also augured well for a stunning Roman victory because they'd be overwhelmed in a direct clash. Except, when the two sides did clash, at the Battle of Caria, the Parthians, under General Serena, had no infantry, and so he adopted a mosaic strategy, where small groups of archers, acting under their own volition, their own chain of command, and mounted on fast horses, swooped in for lightning attacks on the ponderous squares of Roman infantry, shooting blizzards of arrows before racing off when the Roman cavalry closed in on them. These archers were trained extensively in shooting both forwards while attacking and backwards while fleeing, and this caused the Roman cavalry to back off, at which point the Parthians swooped back in to attack the main body again. These Parthian arrows were heavy enough to pierce both Roman shields and body armor, thus pinning the shields irretrievably to the soldiers. As this battle of attrition unfolded, the Roman strategy was to hunker down and wait until their adversaries had run out of missiles before they proceeded on their planned ground assault on Parthia. Unfortunately for Crassus, Serena had arranged for huge convoys of weapons to be brought in from the east by caravans of camels in those days, the equivalent of a direct railway line, say, between China and Iran today. The end result was a crushing defeat for Rome, who lost over 30,000 soldiers, 20,000 killed and 10,000 captured, and Crassus himself was killed. The Parthians, on the other hand, lost, according to some estimates, less than 100 men. Lesson to be learned: never underestimate Iran. So perhaps ain't nothing new.
I mean, I think it does. I think the incredible optimism about I think actually that the most resilient societies are not those that are ethno states and are even historically speaking. For instance, the Ottoman Empire, not an ethno state, not based on an ethnos. I mean, they tried to kind of morph it into one, and that kind of contributed to the collapse, right? Was sort of the
trying to
Turkification.
Turkify it,
I actually think I mean, we see the consequences. We see why trying to force this is almost potentially unraveling your whole project. And I think the future might not pan out the way that person imagines. I think that actually I guess multiculturalism, you could call it, but in general, having a society that includes people of multiple different cultures is historically good. And in fact, the historical model of Islamic societies overall, but obviously I'm sure she hates that.
And let's forget who was a big believer in the power of a monolithic ethno state that invaded a multi-ethnic state that was not founded on that, and partially because of their ethnic chauvinism, thought that these combined peoples would never be able to put up a good resistance. I'm thinking of Adolf Hitler invading the Soviet Union, and I don't know, to paraphrase his famous last words, kind of I didn't realize they had so many tanks or whatever, and how hard they would fight, and they would all fight together, and they ended up crushing the great ethno state, the greatest ethno state ever built. They got absolutely pulverized in the end because they were arrogant and they bit off more than they could chew, and they did not have a moral vest. All they had was arrogance and mysticism and race science and all this bullshit.
They loved witches. Yeah, they just wanted to be hacking epic witches.
Anyway, and a swarthy Georgian leading a multi-ethnic coalition, even including Muslims and Orthodox Christians and atheists all together under one banner, crushed that shit. So I wouldn't be so sure about and even the Iranians today, they're not all Persian, but I think if anything they might have strengthened the feeling of national identity across ethnic lines with their crimes and their violence. And history will see. We will see how that works out for them. But Corrupted Island Man, he's in for a rough month, I think. I don't think that whatever happens is going to be easy, and we will keep monitoring the situation. But for right now, it looks like we're going way beyond a 12-day war, and that in a way, this is finally somebody is standing up to the Epstein class.
Yeah,
this is the only justice. Honestly, who else right now is exacting justice for the victims of Epstein and felling its powerful figures and saying no. The new Supreme Ayatollah said when he saw, if it's him, that he found the body of his father, Ayatollah Khamenei, and one of his hands was still unharmed, and it was clenched in a fist.
Yeah, I read that. That was
that was so. Yeah. I kind of got chills. I kind of got chills for that. Folks. Yeah. So reap the whirlwind, etc. But we'll be back on Monday. We'll see how all this goes. And we'll probably do some other episodes before dedicating a full one. But keep your eye on the skies. Watch out for AI slop. And don't lose heart, because these fools are reckless, and they might be against something they can understand. But anyways, we will get out of here for now. But until next time, dear listeners, stay vigilant.
Peace.